In the year 2025, in the southern region of the Dragon Country, under the cloak of night, the Beidou and GPS signals are lost, and there is no response on the squad channel. All communications have been severed. Could it be that the satellites in the sky have all malfunctioned? Damn it, where did this mess come from? In this dire scenario, Luo Feng could not help but curse. The Special Operations Team was dispatched to northern Myanmar for a covert mission. But shortly after jumping from an altitude of 10,000 meters, a sudden flash of lightning caused him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, he was resilient upon regaining consciousness. He found his parachute entangled in the branches of a large tree and exerted immense effort to stabilize his descent. With all communication severed and surrounded by the unfamiliar terrain of enemy territory, a sense of unease crept over him, compelling him to tightly grip his Type 10 sniper rifle. Could it be that the enemy has detected us and employed a signal jammer? It seems I must swiftly vacate this area, capture a living source to gather intelligence, and then devise a plan to re-establish contact with my comrades. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng ultimately resolved to actively search for the adversary. As long as he remained on Earth, even in the depths of a primordial forest, his skills and capabilities would ensure his survival, and he would find a way to communicate with headquarters. He quickly activated his individual mechanical wolf, ensuring his 191 assault rifle was loaded and the safety was disengaged. The biotic drone was set to automatic mode, and after assessing his surroundings, he cautiously advanced forward. Half an hour later, he had yet to emerge from the dense woods. The inky blackness of the forest was eerily silent, with only the sound of his slightly anxious breaths echoing in the stillness. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, static crackled over the squad communication channel, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Hello, I am Luo Feng. Where are you? Russell. I am. Russell. At last, a vague response emerged from the channel, prompting a sigh of relief from him, for it indicated that he remained within the familiar realm. Bang, 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 roar. Out of the blue, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from a distance, intermingled with the roars of an unknown creature. Damn, have they encountered a ferocious beast? That shouldn't be the case. A typical wild animal can be subdued with bare hands. Why are they firing? Are they not concerned about being discovered by the enemy? Though perplexed, Luo Feng swiftly approached the source of the commotion like the wind. Minutes later, as he neared the origin of the gunfire, the biotic drone transmitted thermal imagery back to him. A mere glance through the scope caused his legs to freeze involuntarily, disbelief etching itself across his face. What in the world is that? The thermal readings emitted warnings repeatedly, as the immense heat source surpassed his comprehension. Russell, save me, Russell. A feeble female voice crackled through the channel in an instant. He recognized it as that of Nangong Yenran, the team's medic and technician. Instructing the mechanical wolf to remain on standby, he cautiously advanced. The biotic drone relayed images revealing Nangong Yenran, much like he had been, suspended in midair. Roar! The unknown creature exhibited remarkable intelligence, persistently ramming its hardened, scaly head against the towering trees, causing her body to sway precariously. Despite the deafening roars and the overwhelming presence of the creature, his comrade's life hung in the balance, and he had no choice but to act decisively to save her. He swiftly surveyed the surroundings for a suitable vantage point, finally setting up the Type 10 sniper rifle atop a pile of rubble. He adjusted his breathing rhythm as he aimed at the unknown beast through the night vision scope. He needed a single, lethal shot otherwise. Given the creature's mountainous size, he feared he would never have another chance to eliminate it. Bang! A 12.7mm armor-piercing round erupted from the chamber of the Type 10 sniper rifle, striking the creature's armored head with pinpoint accuracy. Is the carbon-based monster formidable? Yet my sniper rifle is unconvinced. There is no carbon-based creature that cannot be vanquished by a single armor-piercing round. If one round fails, then two. If that does not suffice, then three. Roar! Though the creature had been shot in the head, it did not perish instantly. Instead, it seemed to awaken a primal fury within it, roaring as it charged towards Luo Feng. Bang! After steadying his breath, he fired again, striking the creature's head once more, yet its towering form continued to sprint with alarming speed. The formidable pressure rendered even this specially trained soldier's heart to race uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, Stifling the terror that threatened to engulf him, his hurried breaths disrupted his sniping rhythm. Just as he managed to steady his aim for another shot, the creature's massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a shower of mud and dried leaves into the air. Even as the unknown beast lay on the ground, blood pooling around it, Luo Feng remained motionless, maintaining his aim, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. 2 minutes passed, and as the heat signature gradually diminished, he finally exhaled a long breath, confirming that the wretched creature was indeed vanquished. The mechanical wolf continued its vigil, while Luo Feng painstakingly climbed the tree to retrieve Nangong Yanran from her precarious position. After bandaging her wounds, he gently patted her face. "Wake up, silly girl." Uncertain of the surrounding safety, he needed to awaken his teammate immediately and relocate to a secure area. "Luo Feng, I'm so glad to see you. What kind of beast was that? It terrified me, boo-hoo." Upon awakening and seeing him, Nangong Yanran immediately embraced him, weeping profusely. All right, it's over now. The monster has been slain." He could only comfort her gently, patting her back, for she was indeed a daughter of heaven. Hey, that's enough. Don't you realize that your generous embrace might suffocate me?" Luo Feng felt a mix of pain and delight, but now was clearly not the time for flirtation. "Get off, you heartless creature, taking advantage of me and then pretending to be innocent." Nangong Yanran's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released him with a huff. Helping her to her feet, he replaced the magazine in his 191 assault rifle and handed it to her, before taking hold of his dagger, approaching the fallen beast to slice through its thick hide. The internal structure is not dissimilar to the animals we are familiar with. The system is remarkably intact. Even the major arteries and blood vessels are commonplace. This is a standard carbon-based organism. The only mystery lies in why the internal structure of this creature seems more vibrant than that of ordinary animals. Even in brain death, some of its organs continue to function. Yet, to my recollection, such a creature has never been documented in our world. Yet here it stands before us. As she meticulously examined the incision, Nangong Yanran ultimately drew an astonishing conclusion. If it is not a creature from Earth, could it be that we have collectively traversed dimensions? But where the rest of our team? Luo Feng furrowed his brow, an ominous thought surging within him. We must verify what has transpired, but we must brace ourselves. Our circumstances are dire. Though Nangong Yanran felt fear, she quickly accepted the reality. Yes, without fully understanding the situation, I, as the deputy leader, hereby declare a temporary halt to our original plan. Inspect your weapons and gear. We must set forth. It is now solely upon us to locate our fellow teammates. If they are alive, we must find them. If they have perished, we must find their remains. Chapter 2: Encountering the Living. They have all undergone rigorous and highly specialized training in special operations, equipping them to face various unforeseen circumstances with remarkable psychological resilience. Even when confronted with enigmatic and mysterious phenomena, they are capable of swiftly devising strategies to procure vital information. In an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by towering trees and cut off from communication, they must rely solely on a compass for distance measurement and navigation while searching for signs of their comrades. With no corpses in sight, no signals on the channel, and no thermal readings from the drone, could it be that they have drifted to a more distant locale? Luo Feng furrowed his brow. It is highly probable. Let us vacate this grove and seek a concealed location to establish a temporary stronghold. I need to rebandage my wound. Very well. Nangong Yanran replied, evidently shaken, unwilling to linger in the forest any longer. After more than an hour, the two finally emerged from the thicket. However, upon reaching the hilltop and gazing at the moonlit scene, both were left in a state of bewilderment. Although remnants of urbanity were discernible, they appeared as nothing more than ruins. Was this still the world they recognized? Had they been transported to another realm? I suspect we have ventured beyond our known world. Nangong Yanran swallowed hard. Involuntarily shivering, Luo Feng, undeterred, grasped the compass and sextant, hastily analyzing and comparing data to ascertain their precise location. Longitude, 100.08697. Latitude, 23.886567. If this is indeed our original world, we should be near Linsong City. Nangong Yanran, demonstrating her remarkable intellect, quickly deduced their approximate location. Yet, the city before them, overrun with rampant vegetation and rampant decay, was clearly not the thriving Linsong City they once knew. However, given the surrounding topography and the confluence of two rivers forming Yulong Lake. This was unmistakably Linsong city of Longhua. There were no lights, no signs of life, and no warmth to be felt. It resembled a veritable ghost town. With a few taps, Nan Gongyin and displayed her exasperation. Regardless, we must enter the city first. As long as we remain in our original world, even amid a nuclear fallout, we should be able to find some semblance of humanity and gather information. Mechanical Wolf will lead. You will operate the bionic bird drone in the middle to establish an electromagnetic shield, while I will cover the rear. Let us proceed. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder, grasped his 191 assault rifle, and waved his hand. The three of them, 2 humans and 1 wolf, advanced cautiously, alternating in providing cover. After expending over an hour, they finally approached the towering structures within the city. Still, no thermal signatures or useful information came to light. Should we continue searching? Nan Gongyin inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Operate the drone to locate the tallest building nearby. That we need to rest first. We will devise a plan for answers once dawn breaks. Despite possessing night vision equipment, the current environment left him feeling uneasy. The drone detected something. Approximately 2,000 meters ahead, several high-rise buildings loomed. Then we shall seize it and designate it as our temporary stronghold. You take the assault rifle. Luo Feng nodded, passing her the 191 while firmly gripping the Type 10 sniper rifle in his hands. With only the 2 of them, they needed to ensure firepower in the event of danger. They alternated in providing cover, quickly arriving at the perimeter of the high-rise building. The skeletal remains of concrete structures were evident. Yet they bore the marks of time and neglect, overtaken by wild grass, an unmistakable visage of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Clang! A sudden noise shattered the stillness of the night, prompting Luo Feng to instinctively pivot. Swiftly aiming in the direction of the sound, the noise originated roughly 500 meters away, revealing an unidentified thermal signature that, though fleeting, was nonetheless captured. An excited voice from Nan Gongyin crackled through the earpiece. Operate the drone for a close observation. There must be information we need within that vicinity. I will cover you, so approach with caution. Luo Feng's heart raced inexplicably, his instincts suggesting the sound was of biological origin. They alternated in providing cover and soon arrived at the source of the noise. This was another neighborhood, comprised of 5-story buildings constructed of reinforced concrete. Cautiously searching the ground, they eventually uncovered a rusted cast-iron object that had evidently been the source of the sound. A careful examination of the surroundings soon revealed unmistakable signs of human habitation within the residential building. What should we do? Nan Gongyin asked nervously. I will provide cover while we search each floor for specifics. Then you can approach them slowly. After all, you are a woman. Your presence might help them lower their guard. Besides, you are a professional, are you not? After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng decided to let her attempt the approach. Although they could forcibly breach the wall, these individuals should be their compatriots. Until they understood the situation, it would be prudent to avoid using force. Moreover, if his ominous premonitions were to manifest, the remaining ammunition would be their only means of survival. Fortunately, luck was on their side. They soon discovered distinct footprints on the 3rd floor. However, the size of the footprints evoked a sense of unease. Hello, fellow villagers. We are from the People's Liberation Army. Do not be afraid. The ferocious beast in the woods has been slain by us, and we are here to protect you. Confirming that there were indeed occupants within the room, Nan Gongyin raised her hands high, patiently explaining in a sweet voice. Meanwhile, Luo Feng crouched in a corner, having stowed away the 191. Gripping his 92 Type 5.8mm pistol, he remained poised for a quick response. Nan Gongyin repeated her assurances. Yet silence persisted within the room. Clearly, the occupants were exceedingly cautious. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Luo Feng grew impatient and contemplated using explosives to force open the iron door. Just then, a commotion erupted behind the iron door, and the heavy portals slowly creaked open a narrow gap. Before Nan Gongyin could convey her peaceful intentions, a pair of large, furry hands seized her and pulled her inside. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he darted through the gap like a cheetah, raising his weapon to fire. Yet, at that moment, Nan Gongyin found herself gripped by the throat, while a smaller figure behind the towering shadow brandished a weapon nervously in his direction. Release her, or you shall surely perish. Despite the disadvantageous circumstances, he maintained a firm grip on his firearm. Oh roar. The imposing figure let out a beast-like growl, clearly infuriated by his defiance. You seem to be quite dissatisfied? Fine. Release her, and I will lay down my weapon. We can settle this with a duel. Luo Feng provocatively pounded his chest with his left hand while gripping his gun with the right. Standing at 183 centimeters and weighing over 80 kilograms, he was the second best in close combat within his unit and harbored no fear of the creature before him. No fighting. The smaller figure behind the towering shadow finally revealed a timid girl's head. Struggling to articulate her words, though her speech was unclear, it was evident that she spoke the same language, with a strong accent characteristic of Linsong City. While Nan Gongyan was momentarily unable to speak, both she and Luo Feng displayed expressions of joy. At least she was a communicative and normal human. Roar. Clearly dissatisfied, the towering figure growled at the girl behind him, yet his grip tightened. Very well. You have won. Since you have issued a warning, it stands to reason you do not wish for us to fall into danger. Let us converse. Luo Feng, naturally unwilling to escalate the matter, holstered his pistol and raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. The towering figure revealed a victorious expression, while the girl behind him nudged him, prompting him to reluctantly release his grip. Cough, cough. Thank you. Nan Gongyan finally exhaled, able to breathe freely once more. However, as she stepped away, the true form of the towering figure was revealed, prompting an expression of disbelief from Luo Feng. Is this still a human? Chapter 3 Mutants. Even when faced with the previous unknown creature, he had not been this astonished. Yet, the human-like being before him elicited a profound visual shock. Standing over 2 meters tall, its skin was covered in long hair. Its head was disproportionately large and deformed, with hollow nostrils beneath a gaping maw. Although its limbs were robust, they bore a grotesque appearance that deviated from normal human form. It was human, yet appeared distinctly inhuman. Just as Luo Feng meticulously scrutinized the creature, it expressed its displeasure by uttering 2 words. With a resigned smile, he shook his head and retrieved a chocolate bar to replenish his energy. After taking a small bite, he beamed and offered it to the hulking figure. Human communication is fundamentally simple. Food is the most basic of needs. By presenting food to another, one can swiftly establish a bond. The large figure, though perplexed, curiously extended its hand to accept the offering. After breaking off a small piece and tasting it, it emitted a low, excited growl. Then passed the chocolate to the small girl beside it. Revealing its blackened, yellowed teeth, despite its unappealing smile, the affection it held for the girl was palpable. Thank you, brother. The emaciated girl accepted the chocolate and cautiously nibbled on a piece. The bitter taste that lingered on her palate caused her to furrow her brows in surprise. Yet the subsequent sweetness brought a smile to her face. Their relationship, pure and untainted by any impurities, allowed Luo Feng to perceive that humanity had not been entirely extinguished within them. The burly figure swiftly secured the heavy iron door once more and returned to sit beside the little girl, carefully observing the 2 uninvited guests. Meanwhile, Luo Feng retracted the mechanical wolf and the drone, placing the military backpack in another room before meticulously surveying the entire floor's environment. The building's structure comprised 4 households on each floor. Yet all the partition walls had been demolished. Most of the windows were sealed, overgrown with creeping vines and weeds both inside and out. Even the remaining ventilated windows were smeared with a gelatinous, unknown substance, which explained why the drone had failed to locate their hiding place. Luo Feng produced some compressed biscuits and a water canteen, finding a clean spot to sit on the floor and replenish his strength. Although an unsettling thought lingered in his mind. Madman, I have spoken at length with Xiao Qiao. She is very kind and alerted us in advance. Besides that, she inquired about some useful information. If all goes as expected, this world is no longer the one we once knew. It may be a so-called parallel world or a post-apocalyptic realm. The brother and sister were driven away from a nearby small settlement. Likely because the brother is a mutant. There are 3 larger settlements within the city, though I am unsure of their populations. Nan Gongyan, feeling despondent, sat on the ground, burying her head between her knees and crying, clearly struggling to accept the situation. It's all right. Trust me, with Brother Feng here, there is no cause for alarm. We must first ascertain the situation within the tall building. We need to identify who our enemies are and who might be potential allies. Though Luo Feng felt equally powerless, he quickly adjusted himself, patting her back in consolation. Their strength as a duo remained too feeble, even with their superior weaponry. Yet, should there be any resources to utilize, they must strive to secure them. You should rest. I will keep watch through the night. After dawn, I shall take my turn. All right. Although Nan Gongyan was a special forces soldier, she was still a woman. In the face of such upheaval, her only reliance was on the man beside her. Moreover, Luo Feng was aware that she held a deep affection for him, which was why she had proactively joined the special operations team. Otherwise, given her family circumstances, she would not have had to endure such hardships. As she lay her head on his legs and drifted into sleep, Luo Feng contemplated the path ahead. The paramount question they faced was how to survive. After alternating brief periods of rest, Luo Feng was abruptly awakened by Nan Gongyan's call. Just as he was about to speak, she cautiously gestured towards the outside, peering through the gap in the window with binoculars. He was astonished to see over 20 so-called humans armed with various weapons, making their way towards the forest where they had fought the previous night. They are going to collect food. To eat the monster's meat. The little girl, now unafraid, approached and explained after taking a glance. But some of the meat is poisonous. If eaten, one will die. My brother almost died after eating it. But later, he became very strong. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng finally comprehended how these distorted mutant humans came into existence. The rampant monsters had driven humanity to starvation, forcing them to consume the flesh of mutated beasts to survive. Although there was a high probability of death, this could also lead to mutations, evolving humans into beings capable of survival in this new world. However, such mutations merely altered certain genes, as long as it was limited to size and strength. It was manageable, provided they did not develop bizarre abilities. Madman, should we approach them? Perhaps they possess information we desperately need, Nan Gongyan inquired after observing the scene. While there are a few tall mutants among them, they wield only melee weapons, and we have no reason to fear them with our firepower. To live securely, we must swiftly understand this world. The usual plan applies. I will cover you as you attempt to engage. If all goes well, propose that we offer them protection in exchange for food. Although they still had personal rations, they could not afford to use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. They needed to seek out safe food, potable water, and suitable weapons in this world. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Feng decisively resolved to initiate contact. Can we go together? We can help. Help too. We also need food. After conversing for half the day, Xiao Qiao gradually regained her ability to speak. Strength. Strong. The burly figure readily thumped his chest, showcasing his robust physique. Nan Gongyan affectionately ruffled Xiao Cao's disheveled hair, gazing expectantly at Luo Feng. Yet, she understood well that this man would be their pillar of support moving forward. All right, but you two must heed my commands. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to abandon you. Though Luo Feng desired to assist them, he could not afford any carelessness in their current predicament. After all, the depths of human hearts are inscrutable. He could not ascertain how much humanity remained in these individuals, a truth that no apparatus could detect. We will obey, Xiao Qiao responded with palpable joy. Nodding earnestly, the instinct to survive by aligning with the strong is inherent in humanity, especially since she was quite astute. Anyone capable of defeating formidable monsters could undoubtedly protect her. The burly figure, pleased to see his sister so happy, excitedly dashed into the room to retrieve a rusty, enormous iron shield and a sharpened iron rod. Luo Feng left some supplies behind in the room, leaving the mechanical wolf to guard it. Only then did he shoulder his sniper rifle and brandish his 191 assault rifle, as the four of them proceeded to the open ground. Greetings. I am from the People's Liberation Army. May I speak with you? After descending the stairs, Nan Gongyan called out loudly behind them. Upon hearing her voice, the crowd immediately scattered in alarm, swiftly retreating into the surrounding buildings. Only after realizing there were merely four of them did they cautiously emerge, encircling them. Who are you? Why are you with those siblings? The People's Liberation Army. What does that mean? Chapter 4. A post-apocalyptic world. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and Nan Gongyan exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. Clearly, most of these individuals, from their appearance to their linguistic capabilities, indicated that they were normal humans. Moreover, they spoke Mandarin, revealing them to be compatriots from Longhua. Yet, it was baffling that they were unaware of the People's Liberation Army. Had they been transported hundreds of years into the future? Or was this some other parallel universe? Otherwise, how could the people of Longwood in this world not even know of their own military? Are you from the temple? A tall, middle-aged man, seemingly their leader, stepped forward with a face full of delight. Temple? Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, quickly exchanging glances with Nan Gongyan. What on earth was the temple? The middle-aged man's inquiry left them both perplexed. It was evidently a term imbued with religious connotations, sparking extreme suspicion that they had indeed traversed into an alternate reality. However, judging by the North Star in the sky, along with the sextant and compass indicating their location, they were unmistakably on Earth, and in the familiar land of the Great Xia. May I ask, what year is it currently? Luo Feng, still refusing to lose hope, urgently inquired. What is this year you speak of? I do not comprehend your words. The middle-aged man regarded him with irritation, as if he were a fool. It was over. They were doomed. Humanity had lost even the most fundamental system of chronological record-keeping, let alone other societal structures and the legacy of civilization. The individuals before him wielded nothing but crude sticks and knives, lacking even a single firearm. Luo Feng was increasingly skeptical. It seemed they had regressed to an era of cold weapons. Surviving in a monster-infested environment with only such primitive tools was unfathomably challenging. Do you know when this world transformed into such a state? Furthermore, do your forebears possess any written or pictorial records regarding this? Luo Feng steadied his thoughts and posed his questions once more. We do not know. It has always been this way since our birth, and our parents lived here as well. However, you mentioned writing and illustrations. There should be such things in the large settlement at the center of the city, but it is perilous, and we may encounter monsters on the way. Moreover, they are unlikely to readily accept wanderers like us. The middle-aged man's expression grew somber, clearly bearing the weight of past traumas. Wanderers? What does that mean? Luo Feng found his mind struggling to keep pace. Our parents spoke of a time when our settlement had several hundred individuals. But after repeated monster attacks, our numbers dwindled. If they lost the land capable of growing food and reproducing, they would become wanderers. The middle-aged man's explanation illuminated the situation. Without land, they lost all resources necessary for survival. In ancient times, they would have been called refugees. Given their current count of merely 20 individuals and the information they had gathered, it was clear that these people belonged to the fourth or fifth generation of a post-apocalyptic wasteland, if not longer. This also indirectly reflected the core issue, the swift extinction of humanity within settlements, leading to the rapid erosion of oral traditions, leaving their ancestors unable to pass down knowledge before perishing. The situation appeared to be exceedingly grave. Although the two individuals are well armed, they lack ammunition for resupply, rendering their weapons mere firewood sticks. While we are not members of the temple, our weaponry surpasses theirs. As we have slain the beasts that roam the woods, I express my desire to collaborate with you, offering protection in exchange for food that we can consume or other useful items. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng resolved to ally with them. After all, humans are social creatures. It is improbable that two individuals alone can survive in this world. The middle-aged man cast a deep glance at them before stepping back to convene with the others. You must have heard. They are not apostles of the temple. Yet, their weapons bear a striking resemblance to those wielded by the temple's emissaries. To endure and vanquish the beasts that threaten us, we must possess such weaponry to safeguard our group. I have decided to take them along. If we encounter monsters, we shall find a way to eliminate them and seize their weapons. The middle-aged man's words ignited a glint of greed among the group. However, their weapons are formidable. Can we truly succeed? Indeed, the beasts from last night were slain by those two. Should they discover our intentions, we might meet our demise as well. Despite their greed, apprehension loomed large in their hearts. They are but two. What is there to fear? Moreover, with the strength of Shashan and his companions, success is assured if they heed my commands. Everyone, be cautious. Do not reveal anything to them. If we secure their weapons, we can reclaim our lands and return to the city center. The middle-aged man's persuasion led all to nod in agreement, their eyes gleaming with malice. After a brief discussion among the locals, the parties approached each other once more. You may join us, but the brother and sister cannot. Why? Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending. You have seen his appearance. He is a mutant, and his presence among us poses a significant danger. The large man clearly understood and instantly grew displeased. Had it not been for Xiao Cao's intervention, a conflict would have surely ensued. Despite being a mutant, he possesses intelligence and has protected his sister during the years away from your gathering place. Do you not have mutants among your ranks? They merely seem to be in slightly better condition. I assure you, should he be in peril, I will personally eliminate him. After a brief consideration, Luo Feng insisted on including the siblings. Besides expressing gratitude to Xiao Cao for the warning, he believed the siblings still retained their humanity. However, the true nature of this group, whether it leans more towards beastliness or humanity, remains to be seen. After a brief discussion among the middle-aged man and a few others, they ultimately chose to nod in acquiescence. After all, the addition of their 4 members could exponentially increase their combat effectiveness. Thus, the group, armed with melee weapons and carrying wooden beds, advanced towards the forest. Luo Feng and his companions followed closely beside them. Based on the city's environment and the information obtained, we surmised that we might be in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, estimating the timeline to be roughly 2 centuries ahead, placing us around the year 2225. That the primary threats to human survival include not only formidable unknown monsters, but also various diseases and genetic mutations caused by food. The only silver lining is that the virus, which once led to the near annihilation of humanity, or other uncontrollable factors, has seemingly vanished, allowing the remaining humans to thrive. Nangguang Yanran. Synthesizing the information gathered thus far. Deduce the general trajectory of the apocalyptic events. Well, it seems we may not return. Despite Luo Feng's formidable strength, he felt a tinge of despondency. Nevertheless, since we are here, we must make the best of it. Perhaps our new mission is to reignite civilization and assist our surviving kin in rebuilding our homeland. Therefore, the most pressing task at hand is to address survival issues. First and foremost, we must endure. In addition to conserving ammunition, we must locate viable water sources and food. I refuse to become a mutant. Gazing at the imposing figure ahead, a shiver ran down his spine. Should he transform into that ghastly form? He would rather not live. The locals possessed a measure of combat experience, dividing themselves into 3 small teams, maintaining a few meters distance from one another. The shield bearers led the way, while the others held their weapons at the ready behind them. Upon entering the woods, they ceased further conversation, instead proceeding with utmost care, evidently wary of the powerful unknown creatures lurking within. Luo Feng's group also formed a small team, with the large man at the forefront and Xiao Chao close behind him. Nangguang Yanran, wielding a 191 assault rifle, walked in the center. After traversing the forest for over an hour, a rustling sound suddenly erupted from the underbrush. The locals instantly tensed, their gazes sharpened as they surveyed the surroundings. Bang! 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 It's the mountain spirits. Beware of their attacks. A middle-aged man named Shirtu in the group suddenly shouted, swiftly urging the others to retaliate on the spot. Chapter 5. Have the monkeys become sentient? Bang! Whoosh! Crash! The locals clearly possess significant experience in combat, with several drawing their bows to retaliate, while the others quickly gathered, weapons clutched tightly. The surrounding bushes trembled violently, indicating that the unknown creatures were indeed social beings. And their sheer numbers made Luo Feng nervous. Crack! Caw! A figure leapt from the thicket, wielding a stick and launching an assault. The locals prepared for battle, swinging knives, guns, and clubs in defense. This is a monkey? Nangguang Yin and S eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the creature before her. Although they appeared larger and more robust, they were unmistakably primates. Remarkably, they exhibited intelligence, maneuvering with the tactical acumen of humans. Monkeys are inherently intelligent creatures, adept at imitation and learning. In this world, due to unknown causes leading to biological mutations and repeated conflicts with humans, they have undoubtedly acquired considerable knowledge. They pose no threat to our lives, so refrain from firing. You and Xiao Chao maintain vigilance from the rear. Let the men handle the fighting. Luo Feng removed his sniper rifle from his back, stretching his neck and loosening his limbs. Large man, today I shall show you what professionalism looks like. Picking up a stick from the ground, he propelled himself into the fray, though he was a sniper in a special forces unit. His title as a melee combat master was not mere bravado. Wielding the stick, he charged into the throng like a tiger among sheep, sending the monkeys scattering in panic. The locals fought in a manner starkly different from his. They seemed to seize opportunities to slay the monkeys. Consequently, some of the monkeys he felled were subsequently butchered by the locals. Food. The large man seized one monkey, snapping its neck with a sickening crack before discarding it onto the ground. Though brutal, this was merely a method for the locals to procure sustenance and ensure their survival. He had no grounds for reproach. Luo Feng, what is that in the Monkey King's hand? About 80 meters to the right, Nangguang Yanran exclaimed, her voice laced with excitement as she pointed at a nearby figure. Following her gesture, Luo Feng's expression shifted dramatically. A larger monkey, toying with a 191 assault rifle, caught his attention. What perplexed him even more was that the other 2 monkeys beside the Monkey King also clutched dark objects in their hands. Crack! Caw! Sensing the tide of battle turning against them, the Monkey King issued a command, and the remaining monkeys swiftly retreated into the woods. Luo Feng, filled with urgency, prepared to pursue them. Why does the Monkey King possess a 191? Could it be that his other teammates have also arrived in this world? Luo Feng, stop! It's too dangerous for you to go alone. We must devise a strategy before proceeding. Nangguang Yanran shouted, halting him in his tracks as she approached with the sniper rifle in hand. Indeed, I have acted too rashly. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. If their teammates are also in this world and still alive, then the weapons, which are as vital as life itself, could not have been relinquished to these monkeys. The only reasonable explanation is that they encountered misfortune. Perhaps 1 or 2 still survive, hiding in some location while awaiting rescue. Shirtu, where do these monkeys reside? I must find their lair. After a brief deliberation, Luo Feng approached the middle-aged leader among the locals for communication. What do you intend to do? Their numbers are vast and exceedingly savage. while they typically consume wild fruits from the mountains. They will also regard us as prey. We have already lost 2 individuals. These mountain spirits will drag them back for food. If it were not for your presence, we would have suffered even greater losses today. Shi shook his head, clearly filled with trepidation. Luo Feng and Nangguang Yanran exchanged glances, puzzled by the situation. What has become of this world? When did monkeys become sentient, treating humans as food? I have compelling reasons to proceed. Surely you do not wish to be reduced to mere sustenance for a band of monkeys. We can join forces to defeat them or drive them away to another location. You witnessed our prowess in battle earlier. We are quite formidable, and our weaponry is even more terrifying. While these locals may lack combat effectiveness, they can be repurposed to provide assistance when it matters most. I need to confer with my other companions. Shi glanced at the weapon in Luo Feng's hand once more before opting to consult with the others. They are undoubtedly not individuals from the temple, once they enter the lair of the monkey horde. Wait for my command before taking action. Aside from the injured lying on the ground, the remaining local people are engaged in a heated debate. Minutes later, Shi approaches him with a serious expression. We can accompany you, but all this food belongs to us. In exchange, you may take other items from the gathering place. No problem, we only require what we need. The rest is entirely yours. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng was elated and naturally nodded in agreement. He truly dared not consume monkey meat. With a preliminary agreement in place, the team quickly organized themselves. Only 2 individuals remained behind with the injured, dragging the slain monkeys back to serve as food. The rest, led by the chief Shi, continued deeper into the mountains, with the locals at the forefront and the 2 of them at the rear. Be cautious, foolish girl. The extent of this group's humanity would require time to verify. Should they pose a threat to our lives, we must act swiftly and shoot to kill. Luo Feng slung his sniper rifle across his back, gripping a Type 191 assault rifle in hand, shooting to kill them. Nangguang Yan was evidently not mentally prepared for this, yet she quickly grasped the situation. Understood. The 2 maintained a prudent distance apart to provide support as they carefully trailed behind the locals. After a little over an hour, they arrived at the foot of another mountain. A winding, dried-up river meandered between the 2 mountains, with a small waterhole in the center. This was the kingdom of the monkeys. This is the lair of the mountain spirits. I heard from my ancestors that it used to occupy only a small area, but has now expanded into a significant colony. We are no match for them. We can only strive to cover you. If we cannot defeat them quickly, other mountain spirits searching for food will soon come to assist. Shi's face was etched with worry, clearly doubting their combat capabilities. Rest assured, you will soon be enlightened. You merely need to stay by our side and drive away the monkeys that charge in. Luo Feng nodded, swiftly checking his weapons and ammunition before resuming their advance. The group soon reached a point not far from the waterhole, where several small monkeys were cautiously drinking, clearly the only water source for miles. The drone is scouting from above. I will sneak in to assess the situation. We shall avoid engaging them. If combat ensues, we will use grenades to frighten them off. Understood. After signaling, Luo Feng swiftly vanished into the jungle. Nangguang Yanran, Xiao Chao, and Shi remained behind, prepared to rush in and aid should gunfire erupt. Chapter 6. Primacy and Humanity. Luo Feng crawled through the jungle, cautiously advancing to within approximately 40 meters of the monkey horde's lair, where he took out his binoculars for a closer look. Suddenly, a military backpack came into view within a natural cave. His heart involuntarily tightened. It was evidently the belongings of a teammate. A lazy monkey lounged atop it, while 2 smaller monkeys frolicked excitedly nearby. Behind them lay a damaged Type 191 rifle, carelessly discarded on the ground. Discovering a teammate's military pack sparked hope that they might still be alive. However, the exact circumstances remained unclear. He decided to initiate an assault and requested cover. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng changed his mind and resolved to charge in and investigate further. Received. Nangguang Yanran's clear voice reassured him, allowing him to relax. He retrieved 2 grenades from his person, pulled the pins, and hurled them toward the area with the largest concentration of monkeys. Boom, boom. The ground shook with 2 violent explosions, startling the monkeys into a frantic scatter. Luo Feng then tossed a smoke grenade before swiftly rising and bending low, launching an assault on the innermost cave. After a brief moment of panic, the monkeys quickly regained their composure under the shouts of the Monkey King and other large, powerful monkeys. Bang, bang. Once the monkeys, under their king's command, launched a counterattack, even the finest weaponry and strongest skills would be insufficient for his escape. With no other option, he fired, swiftly eliminating 2 robust monkeys. The only regret was that he had not spotted the Monkey King. The agitated monkeys emitted furious cries, hoping to intimidate the humans. Yet as the smoke gradually dissipated, the sight of a lone human rendered them no longer fearful. Bang! Bang! Luo Feng understood all too well that he could not show mercy. He had to quickly eliminate this group of monkeys or instill enough fear to make them flee. Yet they were evidently not ordinary monkeys. Under the Monkey King's piercing screams, a dozen powerful monkeys charged at him, brandishing sticks. Bang! Finally, Nangong Yin ran, responsible for providing cover, opened fire. The cunning Monkey King was struck down in a corner behind the horde. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Luo Feng no longer hesitated, swiftly dispatching all the monkeys that approached him with his assault rifle. With the king's death, the remaining monkeys lost their restraint, their instinct for survival driving them to flee. Only a handful of strong monkeys sought to seize the opportunity to claim the throne, continuing their assault on him. What do you want? Bang! 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 The sudden noise tightened Luo Feng's heart as he prepared to rush into the cave for a closer look, causing him to involuntarily halt. Damn it! He had underestimated the ferocity of the locals and, without a moment's hesitation, quickly retreated, racing back towards their hidden location. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, heightening Luo Feng's anxiety. If anything were to happen to Nangong Yanran, he would not hesitate to slaughter every beast in the city. Minutes later, he returned to the original location, his heart still racing, seeing the local leader Shi Tu lying in a pool of blood. Along with the corpses of 3 other genetically altered individuals, a smile finally broke on his face. Yet his smile vanished swiftly as he racked the bolt of his rifle, preparing to eliminate the remaining survivors. Nangong Yin and was his only family in this world, and he would not allow her to come to harm. Luo Feng, it's all right. The ones who attacked are either dead or fled. Perhaps spare the remaining few. We can no longer return. We need more allies. With proper guidance, they should be able to become our allies. Nangong Yanran pressed down on his hand, urging him sincerely. Spare us, divine envoy. We dare not act against you. We will obey from now on. Please spare us. From this day forth, we shall become loyal servants of the temple. The remaining 6 knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly in supplication. Rise. Tell me, why did you dare not take action? Luo Feng regarded them with suspicion, still not perceiving them as kin. We are family. You are stronger than the temple's emissaries, and we fear retaliation. You have slain the beasts. We wish to follow you to survive. A frail youth stepped forward despite the others' protests, voicing his thoughts. What is your name? Chen Goer. Luo Feng sighed in resignation upon hearing this. They did not even possess a proper name. You seem intelligent and have been protected by your family, thus avoiding the consumption of mutated food. From now on, your name shall be Chen Cheng. May you be an honest person. As long as you obey, we will do our utmost to protect you. However, should you harbor any ill intentions, the fate of those lying on the ground will be yours. Thank you, divine envoy. Chen Cheng's family hurriedly knelt again, bowing in gratitude. Go choose your weapons. Soon we shall charge in. After arranging his family, he approached the burly man. Had he not shielded him from the attack from behind, he might have perished or been injured. After Nangong Yanran dressed the burly man's wounds, she stood and comforted the weeping Shuchao. You have not disappointed me. Rather, I am pleasantly surprised. As a man, I promise to take good care of your sister. Thank you. The burly man beamed with joy, breaking into a silly grin. He had sustained a knife wound and some surface injuries, yet his tough hide rendered them inconsequential. After everything was organized, Luo Feng prepared to assault the monkey's lair. Inside lay the backpacks of other team members. Though he was uncertain of their survival, the weapons and ammunition were what they desperately needed. I understand. Shuchao and I will provide cover from behind while you lead them in the attack. Nangong Yanran nodded, fully aware of their predicament. Let's move. Seize that cave. After checking his weapons and ammunition, Luo Feng gestured for Chen Cheng and the 6 others to descend the mountain. Though these monkeys had mutated into ferocious beasts, they remained fundamentally monkeys, inherently fearful of humans. When the 10 of them mounted their offensive, swiftly shooting down several snarling, powerful monkeys, the rest scattered in panic, only able to screech from a distance. Luo Feng quickly burst into the not-so-large cave. But the sight within sent his heart plummeting. It appeared that 2 team members had indeed encountered misfortune. Inside lay 2 tattered military backpacks, 1 grenade launcher, and a damaged Type 191 assault rifle. Some individual rations and ammunition were present, yet it was evident that they were not complete. The place where they had fallen was likely not here. Luo Feng, let's search the surroundings. Nangong Yanran's eyes were red, clearly struggling to accept the reality. I know. I will lead the search in a moment. Luo Feng could only offer words of comfort, yet deep down he understood all too well that they might have met their demise. This was the only explanation that made sense. However, faced with the stark reality, they could only gather what they could use and depart. The burly men took on the role of laborers, hauling out whatever provisions were available. "Divine Messenger, what is this?" Qin exclaimed, rushing toward him with an object in hand, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 7. No turning back. Luo Feng took the item Qin presented, momentarily taken aback. Before swiftly exiting the cave, with the aid of the external light, he discerned what it truly was, a rusted gun barrel. "Qin, have them continue searching for similar rusted parts and bring everything to the open ground." He dashed outside, eager to inform Nangong Yanran, who was stationed on guard. "Look, we found a gun barrel. This indicates that there must still be ammunition depots left by nations in this world. This appears to be a Type 95 gun barrel." Nangong Yanran observed closely, her face breaking into an elated smile. "Luo Feng, it seems we have inadvertently arrived in this future apocalyptic wasteland during a temporal distortion. Various signs suggest we are still on Earth. In the Dragon Kingdom, however, how many years have passed remains to be discovered at our leisure. I firmly believe that our country, whether faced with nuclear war or some formidable unknown force, must have left behind a legacy of civilizations. The Dragon Kingdom shall not perish." Nangong Yanran clutched the gun barrel tightly, her gaze resolute as she looked into the distance. "I believe our ancestors, with a legacy spanning 5,000 years, have never succumbed to any natural or man-made calamity. With the military might of the Dragon Kingdom, there must certainly be an underground arms depot in Linjiang City. We must devise a plan to locate it, and then recruit any surviving compatriots to form our army to combat the unknown beasts and protect our homeland." Luo Feng nodded solemnly, his own fighting spirit ignited. When Qin and the others emerged from the cave with more rusted items, Luo Feng and his companion felt confident that somewhere within the city lay concealed weapons. However, all of them were rusted and utterly unusable. "Let's not rush into weapons just yet. While this group of monkeys scatters, we should search the vicinity for any surviving teammates." Luo Feng rose and gathered everyone together. "We may still have companions who could be alive. Pair up in twos and search the area thoroughly. Remember, if you find anyone, shout loudly. Rest assured, we will protect you from between your pairs. These monkeys should not initiate an attack. Now, let us set forth." Upon hearing these words, Qin's family clearly displayed reluctance, fearful of encountering monsters. Yet the burly man, accompanied by the frail Xiao, brandished his large shield and iron rod, leading the way. Qin took another person and departed from a different side. The remaining four exchanged glances, sensing the fear emanating from Luo Feng, and reluctantly picked up their weapons, splitting into two teams to search the nearby woods. Luo Feng and Nangong Yanran also armed themselves and temporarily separated to scour the area. Fortunately, having vanquished a formidable creature the previous night, other beings dared not encroach upon its territory. Let the drones ascend and scan for heat sources around. Remember, prioritize your own safety. Understood. Nangong Yanran's clear voice echoed, and the drone took to the skies, soaring through the trees. They searched for about half an hour yet found no useful information. Luo Feng sighed in resignation. Conceding to abandon the search, "Luo Feng, can you hear me?" Xiao Cao's voice broke through urgently. "They've discovered something about 400 meters to your left." Suddenly, Nangong Yanran's anxious voice crackled through the channel. "Understood. I'm on my way," he replied, sprinting toward the reported location. Upon arriving beside the burly man, his eyes widened in shock. His former comrade now lay nearly reduced to mere bones. Jiang's body had been found. It appeared his parachute had been shredded by a tree, leading to a fall from a height of over 10 meters, resulting in severe injury and blood loss. Other small creatures must have feasted upon his remains, leaving only a handgun and some ammunition behind. While the monkeys had taken everything else, Luo Feng composed himself and ultimately decided to inform her. The channel fell eerily silent, but soon enough, Nangong Yanran began to stifle her sobs. Covering her mouth, a comrade, bound by life and death, had unexpectedly met such an end. "Burly man, lend a hand. Let us lay him to rest." In the end, after retrieving what could be salvaged, he buried his comrade in the sacred earth he had guarded all his life. Luo de Qin has made another discovery. Just as he was lost in sorrowful memories, Xiao Cao nudged him, bringing him back to the present. "Let us go see." Luo Feng wiped his tears, and the three of them quickly departed. "Divine Messenger, he must be dead." Qin pointed toward the hillside, clearly hesitant to approach. Luo Feng, too, gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, unable to contain his grief as he gazed at the lifeless body of his teammate, impaled by sharp branches. Even in a desperate attempt to discard his military backpack for a chance at survival, he had ultimately succumbed to blood loss. One could only imagine the loneliness and despair of calling for help with no response. Why had he not awakened sooner? Perhaps the outcome would have been different. Bring him down carefully, let him rest in peace. Although he felt immense guilt, it was too late for regrets. they could only gather their sorrowful emotions to give him a proper burial, allowing him to continue guarding this land. After searching the surroundings once more, the 10 of them found no further traces. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon the search and return to their stronghold. For the woods still harbored unknown dangers. Let us return. Upon hearing they would head back to the gathering point, Qin and the others displayed relief. They collected everything usable and swiftly departed the forest. Divine Messenger, there is still plenty of food left. Can you help us carry it back? These provisions could be exchanged with others. It was evident that today had proven exceptionally fruitful, and they were reluctant to part with such easily obtainable sustenance. Very well, let us first return to your gathering point, and then come back. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng decided to check their gathering point. If the geographical location was favorable, it could serve as a temporary stronghold. He would ensure Nagong Yin and was settled before he could feel at ease accompanying them to retrieve the food. Thank you, Divine Messenger. Qin responded with delight, quickly shouldering his load and hurrying back. On the return journey, Nagong Yin remained silent, lost in her thoughts. She likely understood that she had lost her other comrades. It was now apparent that only she and Luo Feng remained in this apocalyptic wasteland. From this point forward, they would have to fight side by side, depending on one another, with no way back. The journey home, albeit lengthy, was remarkably safe, and Luo Feng soon arrived at their so-called gathering point. Behind several high-rise buildings stood a 4-story shopping mall. Although aged and crumbling, this place seemed less at risk of collapse compared to the taller structures. The main framework remained intact, and the collapsed areas could be strategically utilized as natural traps, effectively deterring both monsters and humans. Following Qin, they navigated through obstacles until they finally reached their 4th-floor gathering point. The ground was a scene of chaos, clearly indicating that those who had returned had taken the useful items and left in a hurry. Oh no, they may have escaped to Lao Wu's gathering point, Qin exclaimed suddenly, as the realization of the worst possible outcome dawned upon him. Chapter 8. Threat from fellow survivors. Are you suggesting that the individuals from other gathering points might come to attack us? Luo Feng quickly grasped the situation. Divine Messenger, those who fled will undoubtedly inform the leaders of other gathering points that your weapons are formidable. I fear they may pose a threat to you. Qin was evidently worried about losing this stronghold, given their precarious situation. Do not worry. As long as the leaders of the other gathering points are not foolish, they will hesitate to confront us until they ascertain our strength. Yanran, you and Xiao stay here. If you detect any danger, shoot decisively to eliminate it. The rest of you, come with me to gather the remaining food. After careful consideration, Luo Feng decided to remain and ascertain the specific circumstances, thus intending to utilize this location as a stronghold. Divine Messenger, it's fine if we do not retrieve the food. We have enough to last us for some time. There is land above where we can grow some sustenance. However, if we can bring back the remaining food, it could be sold to other gathering points or exchanged for manpower to bolster our ranks. Qin seemed reluctant to part with the provisions. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us set forth immediately. The mechanical wolf and the drone were left behind due to battery depletion. He only took the Type 10 sniper rifle, a 191 handgun, and ammunition before departing. As they neared the vicinity of the monkey's lair once more, they found dozens of monkeys congregating together, indicating that a new monkey king would soon emerge. Divine Messenger, what should we do? There is still some food within their territory. Qin glanced at the corpses of several monkeys on the ground, regretting not having dragged them away earlier. Forget it. It's not worth it. We cannot engage them in battle right now. The food we have is sufficient for trading with other gathering points. After careful observation, Luo Feng decided against re-entering the monkey's den. Ammunition is scarce, even though they have acquired a fair amount from their fellow team members. The road ahead is long, and they must tread carefully to survive. Upon hearing this, Qin and his companions could only hoist the remaining monkey corpses and depart, having secured enough sustenance to spare their lives from the immediate peril of foraging. They retraced their steps with utmost caution, but just as they were nearing their gathering place, Luo Feng suddenly spotted several shadowy figures lurking about. You all continue back to the gathering place. There are matters that require my attention. Understood, esteemed divine envoy. Although Qin and the others found it somewhat arduous, they bore the hardship with a blend of pain and joy. After Luo Feng parted ways with their group, he vanished into the ruins of the city like a spectral wolf, silently approaching the enemy. Dingo, look, they have returned, a robust middle-aged man exclaimed, swiftly leaning out to scrutinize 1 mutant and 6 wanderers. But where are the people from the temple? I don't know. Perhaps they remained at the gathering place. If you dare to deceive me, you shall meet your end, the strong man snorted, clearly dissatisfied. These individuals had evidently come to scout, yet their vigilance was alarmingly low. They remained oblivious to the presence of a bloodthirsty wolf lurking behind them. Just as the middle-aged man felt a chill wash over him, he turned to find a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Ah, divine. Silence. The others turned pale with fright, yet they dared not move. Death or life. Luo Feng's gaze bore into the man before him, presenting him with a choice. Life. We mean no harm. We only wish to engage with you. Very well. As long as you remain still, we can converse. However, should you harbor any ulterior motives, trust me, you won't even know how you perished. Though both factions had agreed to parley, Luo Feng nonetheless stripped them of all their weapons. Aside from knives and clubs, he was pleasantly surprised to uncover a single-shot handgun on the strong man. I ask. You answer. Only the wise survive long in this world, understand? What is your name? Luo Feng commanded the others to form a circle, allowing him to question the strong man at length. Ding Jumin. Good. What is the temple? Where is it specifically located? What is the name of your gathering place? And how many people are there? What weapons do you possess? Ding Jumin hesitated, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Luo Feng remained patient. His cold gaze fixed upon him. It was not difficult for him to glean information about other gathering places. We do not know the specifics about the temple, only that it is a mysterious force to the northeast. Their weapons are powerful enough to vanquish ordinary monsters that we gather in the old street of the city, led by a chief named Wu. And we are typically referred to as the people of the old street. Initially, our numbers exceeded 1,000, but after repeated monster attacks, only over 300 of us remained. The weapons we wield are these knives and swords. Only the apostles of the temple possess superior arms, and I purchased this weapon for a hefty price. After a brief moment of reflection, Ding Jumin finally spoke up. What about the other two gathering places? What do you know? To the south, there is a gathering place with scarcely over 100 people. They are fishermen, surviving by catching fish from the river. The largest gathering place lies to the north, with an estimated 500 people still remaining. However, those individuals are followers of the Eternal Life Hall, cohabiting with many aberrations. Luo Feng nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the distribution of power within the city. You must worship the temple, correct? Are there any apostles of the temple within your gathering place? What weapons do they use? Describe them in detail. He had long harbored suspicions about the temple, but he had yet to confirm them. Our elders have mentioned that when our gathering place was populous, the temple dispatched more than a dozen apostles. However, after being attacked by monsters, they either perished or fled. The weapons they wield are somewhat similar to yours, though not as powerful, and they occasionally jam or explode. Ding Jumin gestured and illustrated everything he knew. Although the information he provided was limited, it sufficed to address the immediate crisis. After some contemplation, Luo Feng ultimately decided to let them go. I can permit your return, but you must convey to your chief that we can reach an agreement and potentially even cooperate as allies. However, should you seek death, know that we will not show mercy next time. The monsters in the mountains are the best testament to that. There were newcomers in unfamiliar territory, and it was unwise to provoke the locals. Rest assured, divine envoy, we will certainly relay your message to our chief. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction, waving them off. Grateful for their reprieve, the group bowed deeply before hastily retreating. Once they had disappeared from sight, they quickly returned to the gathering place. Upon their return, Ding Jumin and his companions promptly reported their findings. Yet Luo Feng's threats had not deterred. Rather, human greed had been laid bare. Chapter 9. They are mimetic heretics at the old street gathering place. Did you truly see clearly? Their weapons are even more formidable than those of the temple's emissaries. A scarred man with a brutish demeanor inquired with a fierce glint in his eyes. Chief, it is indeed true. The creature beyond the woods has been slain by them, and the wanderers who came to our gathering place can attest to it. Ding Jumin nodded with conviction. They are not emissaries of the temple, yet they wield powerful weapons and number only 2. They must be heretics, wicked infidels. Bring forth the men at once. We must eradicate the budding heretics immediately. Chief Wu declared decisively, swiftly organizing a force to suppress them. Ding Jumin could only sigh inwardly at the sight. He had anticipated that Chief Wu would be tempted by the knowledge of their small numbers and formidable weapons. It remained uncertain which side would emerge victorious from this conflict. But regardless, the dynamics among the various factions within the city would inevitably shift due to these 2 heretics. In the empty street, Chief Wu stood upon a raised platform, praying fervently. O great lord of the temple, grant our loyal and faithful followers powerful weapons. Gunpowder shall bestow upon us divine strength, and the bullets will surely annihilate our foes. loyal followers of the temple, the heretics have emerged among us. Now seize your weapons and obliterate these vile pagans. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. The fervent devotees within the gathering place brandished their weapons and shouted in unison. Upon returning to the fourth floor, Xiao Qiao joyfully presented a dark, unappealing food item. "Ro Dagua. This is for you." "Thank you, Xiao Qiao." Luo Feng patted her head, noting her gradually restored ability to communicate to "Is this a potato?" Indeed, they are quite clever. They cultivated soil on the rooftop and planted potatoes, which will serve as our sustenance. Although Nangong Yanran remained in a somber mood, she understood the gravity of their circumstances. When we returned, we discovered individuals from other gathering places probing for information nearby. Human nature is unpredictable. Thus, we must be prepared for battle. That I have extracted some useful information. If my conjecture is correct, the so-called temple may be an underground military stronghold inadvertently discovered. Perhaps it was exploited by someone with ulterior motives years ago, propagating a religious facade to sway the masses, but this requires further verification. This world is steeped in chaos, bloodshed, and violence. To survive, we must fully immerse ourselves and suppress our former compassion. Even with superior weapons and equipment, we remain outmatched. Hence I have decided to bolster our ranks. I will handle combat, while you will manage logistics and the training of normal humans. Luo Feng removed his gear, sitting on the ground to eat while he spoke. If this is akin to the post-apocalyptic era of our original world, then the provinces and military districts of Longwa must have left behind embers. These military strongholds are our targets for conquest. However, to transform this world and gradually restore human civilization, we require a defensible yet sustainable base of operations. Given the formidable nature of the monsters on land, it stands to reason that even more powerful creatures lurk within the ocean. Beyond human defeat, that if the state has retained a contingency plan, it would not venture near the sea. Considering geographical positioning and various factors, I believe Shansheng is the most suitable for our base. Moreover, based on Longwa's enduring cultural legacy, the underground stronghold in Shansheng must possess various military facilities and a wealth of cultural knowledge. Therein lie the answers we urgently seek. Nangong Yanran, ever the top talent, quickly outlined a prospective future. Indeed, you make a compelling point. I also believe that it should be either Jinqing or Shanqing. However, altering this world and restoring former civilization is a distant goal. Our immediate priority is to survive and subsequently seek development. Moreover, the journey to Shanqing is perilously long, with monsters and local humans posing significant threats to us. It is impossible for just the two of us to reach there. Therefore, we must devise every possible means to seize Linsong City. Once we recover and integrate the inhabitants here, we shall relocate them to Chun City, where we will establish a temporary stronghold after conquering it. Within Chun City, there should be underground military fortifications. Even after 2 or 3 centuries, if fortune favors us, we may find some much-needed weapons and ammunition. Luo Feng swiftly drafted the operational tasks and objectives for the near future. The two of them exchanged words. And after establishing a rough framework, they promptly led a few others to construct defensive fortifications. After all, in this perilous world, fraught with uncertainty, the so-called humans may prove to be even more dangerous than the unknown formidable monsters. The next day, after taking his turn on night watch, Luo Feng was resting when Qing, responsible for the outer patrol, returned to the 4th floor with a pale complexion to report the situation. "Lord Divine Envoy, Chief who has brought people to attack. What? How many are there?" Luo Feng instantly awoke and quickly donned his weaponry alongside Nangong Yanran. The exact number is unclear, but it appears that everyone capable of fighting has been mobilized. There should be over 100 of them. Such a large force. It seems today will be a fierce battle. Yanran, you are in charge of covering the high ground. The drones will be responsible for establishing battlefield intelligence, and Xiao Qiao will assist you. Brawny fellow, arm yourself. I will lead the others in a frontal assault. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly arranged the battle plan. Chen Cheng and his family also took up arms, though they were filled with trepidation. They had no choice but to steel themselves for battle. The brawny fellow, fearless as ever, was determined to protect his sister. Any creature that dared to harm Xiao Qiao would face his wrath, just as Luo Feng finished setting up defenses on the ground floor. A dark mass of enemies surged forth from a distance. Most appeared to be ordinary humans, with only a small portion being grotesque mutants. Luo Feng, there are a dozen individuals hidden among this crowd, and they are armed. Most of them seem to be single-shot homemade firearms, but 2 appear to resemble the 81 type. Nangong Yenron's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. Understood. Once the battle commences, you are to swiftly eliminate those two. Luo Feng paused momentarily but quickly issued the combat orders. Try to communicate with them. We should avoid conflict if possible. We can negotiate for food. Yes, Lord Divine Envoy. Chief Wu, may I inquire why you have mobilized such a force against us? Mere weak wanderers? Chen Cheng, at his behest, shouted from behind the ruins. Humph, you have been infected by the mimetic heresy. The wicked heretics must face judgment. Chief Wu bellowed without restraint amidst the throng. Mimetic heresy? Luo Feng was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He never imagined they would label their so-called compatriots as mimetic heretics. Chapter 10. Shattering the temple's followers perhaps in the eyes of the locals. He appeared as a monster akin to those outside the city, possessing unimaginable power while looking just like them. Thus, for the locals, Luo Feng represented a danger as perilous as a monster, as a heretic. He ought to be eradicated. We are not mimetic heretics, nor are we wicked cultists. We are human beings, just like you, sharing a common ancestry. Chief Wu, I hope to engage in a meaningful dialogue with you. As I believe we have common ground to discuss, Luo Feng remained undeterred, hopeful that communication could resolve the current predicament. The mimetic heretics spread a malevolent faith, and anyone tainted by it would become their slave. Our God shall grant destruction to the mimetic heretics. Followers of the divine, seize your weapons and obliterate them. Chief Wu offered no opportunity for dialogue, instead vociferously accusing him of spreading the vile faith. Great Lord of the Temple, bestow upon your loyal followers powerful weapons. Gunpowder grants us sacred strength. Bullets shall annihilate our enemies. Perish, heretics. As the pre-battle prayer concluded, with a command from Chief Wu, the temple's followers roared in excitement and charged into battle. Hold the entrance to the building. Await my command. Leave the front lines to me. Luo Feng, incensed, observed that these individuals possessed no independent thought, all being fervently brainwashed zealots. Humph, the enemy not only refuses to surrender, but dares to retaliate. At that moment, he could not harbor even a trace of compassion. The figures before him were enemies, not compatriots. Grasping the grenade launcher left by a fallen comrade, he swiftly loaded it and aimed at the densest cluster of foes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 grenades landed among the temple's followers, the violent explosions instantly claiming the lives of over 20. Even the most fervent of the temple's followers felt a primal fear upon witnessing the unknown. Mysterious power decimate their comrades. Our God shall grant us strength. Bang, 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 bang. Slay the heretics. Several armed leaders targeted Shensheng and his group, firing relentlessly. Amidst their shouts, the followers surged forward once more. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, even faced with over 100 frenzied devotees. Luo Feng remained unfazed. The 191 assault rifle in his hands continued to reap the lives of his adversaries. Boom, boom. After tossing 2 grenades into the crowd, he shifted positions and resumed firing. Bang, bang. The opposing gunmen soon realized their error. Abandoning their assault on Shensheng's group to hunt for his elusive figure, my God, is he a divine being? Shensheng gazed in awe at the formidable figure, his admiration palpable. He must be a god, a true deity. Others around Shensheng echoed his sentiments, captivated by Luo Feng's prowess. In that moment, Luo Feng's weaponry and combat style represented an overwhelming advantage. Even the most fervent temple followers were left reeling. Brother Ding, look, he has been shot, yet he appears unfazed. Thankfully, we heeded your advice and did not recklessly charge in like them. Could he truly be the wicked heretic? Absolutely not, though my time with him has been brief. He exudes an authentic aura that I believe he is the true God, destined to be our deity. Ding Junmin observed the battlefield with rapt attention, swallowing hard as he signaled those behind him to lie low. Not daring to move. Bang, bang, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Luo Feng, the one with the 81 has been dealt with. Be cautious of your right flank. A dozen or so are approaching. Just as the battle raged on, Nangong Yinran's voice suddenly pierced through. Understood. Luo Feng swiftly repositioned himself, charging towards the approaching group. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. In a mere exchange, he felled 4 or 5 foes. Even the armed leader was shot dead before he could pull the trigger. A devil. He is a devil. Faced with such overwhelming and unknown power, the instinct to flee overcame the remaining few, who, paralyzed by fear, scattered in all directions. In just a few minutes of combat, no divine being had descended. Instead, the so-called heretic had slain far too many followers. Fear spread like a plague, engulfing the battlefield. Luo Feng, they are afraid. They sense an unknown terror. We need manpower to survive. I will assist you in swiftly overwhelming them. Find a way to capture them. We require more normal humans. Just as he entered a state of combat, he finally registered the voice. Understood. After a brief contemplation, he recognized the significance of these individuals. Though they were enemies at present, among them surely lay pure-blood humans. Moreover, humans are social creatures, needing allies to confront the unknown monsters together. Brawny fellow in the front, Qin Sheng, you all follow behind. Charge at their formation. Force them to kneel and surrender for their lives. Yes, great God, Qin Sheng exclaimed, filled with excitement as he rose to shout. The true deity is here. Cast down your weapons and kneel to survive. A roar erupted from the brawny fellow as he raised his shield and iron rod, charging forward. For our God! For our great God! The others surrounding Qin Sheng echoed his fervor, trailing behind the brawny fellow in a charge. The great deity is present. Kneel to survive. The deity is here. Kneel to live. Though they numbered only 7, they charged forth like 1,000 troops. Any remaining followers still wielding weapons were either shot down on the spot or swept to the ground. Losing all semblance of threat, the remaining devotees, witnessing the brawny fellow resembling a monster and the shouting followers behind him, finally lost their will to resist. They are demons. He is a monster. The core group of the gathered crowd either lay dead or fled first, leaving the remaining followers scattered like headless flies. Bang! Do not flee. The true deity is here. You cannot escape. Do not forget the formidable monsters outside the city. We should surrender and follow the true God. The great deity is present. You ought to kneel and pay homage. At that moment, Ding Jumin, disregarding the peril, stood up and fired a shot into the air, loudly admonishing the fleeing brethren. Its brother Ding. He is still alive. Perhaps we should heed his words. Look at the others. They lie on the ground, unscathed. After all, leaving the city is tantamount to death. This man shines like a true god. Perhaps following him is the key to survival. I surrender. It is indeed reasonable. I surrender as well. With Ding Juanmin's incessant loud reminders, the fleeing followers gradually came to a halt. Qin Sheng, cease the battle. You 6, confiscate their weapons. The burly man glared at the crowd, proclaiming, anyone who dares to move will be executed on the spot. Very well, kill. The burly man grinned, his gaze monstrous as he fixed it upon the crowd of followers, who dared not act recklessly. After a few minutes, order was finally restored. At that moment, Luo Feng exchanged a glance with his companion before exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. Chapter 11. Stand tall. Tell me, in all honesty, why did you not initiate an attack like the others? My instincts tell me that if Leader Wu had forced an assault, it would surely have ended in failure. I had other thoughts as well. If you both were to suffer mutual annihilation, the gathering place would then be under my command. However, I never anticipated your immense strength. Given this, we would rather follow the powerful to continue our existence. At this moment, Ding Junmin was filled with dread, openly articulating his inner thoughts. Excellent. You are quite astute. I present you with 2 choices. First, I will allow you to return to the gathering place, where you may regroup the fleeing individuals and assume the role of leader. Second, abandon any ulterior motives and henceforth follow me diligently. I shall make you even stronger. However, loyalty is a prerequisite, for otherwise there will be no mercy. Luo Feng nodded gravely before extending an olive branch. I am willing to follow you and become your most loyal follower. Without hesitation, Ding Junmin knelt in submission. Rise. I am not a so-called deity. Like you, I am a normal human being. From now on, refer to me as the squad leader. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the 2nd platoon. Go and reassure your people. Then gather all the captives together. Tend to the wounded if possible. Those who cannot be saved should be dealt with according to your local customs. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng resolved to immediately form an army, since we have arrived. We shall settle in. To survive in this chaotic world, he must establish a genuine armed force, distinct from other factions, as they need not rely on religious methods. Ding Junmin was elated to be appointed as the captain of the 2nd platoon. Quickly turning to properly manage the captives, with him as the local leader, others complied readily. My lord, there are 57 survivors, including 11 injured. The remainder either fled or were slain by you. Qin Sheng approached him, his face filled with reverence as he reported. Do not call me my lord. Henceforth, refer to me as squad leader. I now appoint you as the captain of the 1st platoon. Shortly, I shall select some personnel for you. Luo Feng waved his hand, directly assigning him. The captives were gathered together, and Ding Junmin was loudly addressing them. Satisfied that he had organized them adequately, Luo Feng then brought Qincheng before the group. However, as he approached, the crowd instinctively recoiled. The recent hellish scene still lingered vividly in their minds, and they were filled with an innate fear of this reaper before them. Great deity above. Finally, one individual was the first to kneel upon the ground. Great deity above. Great deity above. The others followed suit, kneeling in submission. Even Ding Junmin knelt in reverence. Stand up, I tell you. I am not a so-called deity. I am, like you, a human being. I am your compatriot. Your kin, a true citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Witnessing this, Luo Feng's fury ignited, and he bellowed for them to rise. Once upon a time, countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom laid down their lives, shedding blood by the millions, allowing all compatriots to stand tall and live with dignity. Yet now, the proud citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are enslaved by so-called religion, reduced to mere creatures who can only grovel on the ground. Surviving in shame, stand up, hold your heads high. Look at me. I am, like you, a human being. I share blood with your ancestors. We are kin, comrades, living under the protection of our great motherland. We do not worship deities. We place our trust in ourselves. Luo Feng, filled with fervor, vocally expressed the anger that surged within him. Ancestors? I have heard the elders speak of our ancestors' great strength. If he claims to be akin to our ancestors, our kin, then he must indeed be one of them. Forget the details. Just heed his words. I only wish to survive. Though the crowd began to rise, they soon engaged in animated discussions. Their bodies may have stood, but their hearts remained prostrate. Their spines were still bent. I tell you, your ancestors once fought valiantly upon this land, driving away the beasts and monsters that sought to make them kneel. Therefore, from this moment forth, you too must rise, take up arms, and battle the monsters beyond the city walls, expelling them from this land. I seek only those who can fight alongside me. Fellow humans, compatriots, that I do not need spineless individuals who kneel and pray for divine protection. It is your choice, to stand and die, or to kneel and live. Luo Feng delivered his impassioned speech, seeking companions among these people. The locals began to fervently debate amongst themselves, and before long, some chose to kneel and depart cautiously from the crowd. Seeing that Luo Feng did not hinder him, several others followed suit, even with Ding Junmin's loud reprimands and good-natured attempts to dissuade them. A dozen or so hastily retreated. In the end, nearly 40 individuals remained, which greatly pleased Luo Feng. He not only needed companions but also pure-blooded citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Yin Yin. You and Xiao Qiao will verify their bloodlines one by one. Anyone whose genetic lineage remains untainted will be under your tutelage henceforth. As for those whose lineage is tainted or who have become mutants, I shall personally train them to become warriors capable of battling the monsters. He had to plan for the long term and thus needed to distinguish between normal humans. Understood. Nangong Yinin nodded and began preparations with Xiao Qiao. The small medical equipment they brought remained intact. While it could not perform major surgeries, general blood genetic tests were entirely feasible. Luo Feng stood guard, holding a 191, watchfully surveying the group before him, while the burly man patrolled menacingly. Ding Junmin and Qincheng continuously reassured and reprimanded the crowd, compelling them to comply with the blood collection process. Once all the samples were taken, Nangong Yinyin and Xiao Qiao departed. The remaining task was to temporarily organize the captives, Ding Junmin and Qincheng. You each lead 20 individuals to gather all the weapons from the battlefield. I will allocate them uniformly. Yes, my lord. Ding Junmin and Qincheng replied in unison. From now on, call me squad leader when reporting, and refer to one another as comrades. Luo Feng intended to start anew, gradually altering their lives and combat methods. Yes, squad leader. Ding Junmin and Qincheng were astute, quickly adapting after a few teachings. Once the bodies were cleared and all weapons piled together, Luo Feng commanded Ding Junmin and Qincheng to start a fire and prepare food. During this brief interlude, he picked up 281 rifles and meticulously examined them before swiftly disassembling all the firearms. Ding Junmin and Qincheng gaped in astonishment as the once formidable weapons transformed into a heap of components, feeling both pained and perplexed. How could the weapons bestowed by the divine end up like this? Chapter 12. Mission. Luo Feng gazed at the pile of parts and sighed. The barrels had rusted, and the sights were barely functional. The magazines, pistons, and receivers all exhibited significant issues. Carefully emptying the bullets one by one for inspection, his expression gradually improved. Although he was unsure how many years had elapsed, these bullets were evidently still usable. My lord. Report. Are these weapons still functional? Leader Wu spent a fortune acquiring them from the divine messenger. Ding Jumin swallowed hard, clearly believing they were no longer usable, especially since they had been disassembled into a jumble of parts. If they weren't rusted, they would certainly work. They just need reassembly. Luo Feng replied confidently as he continued to handle the components. Isn't there a need for prayer? After all, these weapons were divinely granted. Could they fire without divine protection? Although Ding Junmin was clever, years of religious indoctrination had evidently left him believing in divine power. No need for prayer. These are not divine gifts, to be precise. These weapons were crafted by your ancestors. Our ancestors? Crafted them? Ding Junmin and Chun Chung exchanged bewildered glances, their understanding of reality fundamentally shaken. Yes, it was several hundred years ago when your ancestors, much like myself, were incredibly formidable. They possessed the capability to create various weapons and life-sustaining devices, whether soaring in the sky or swimming in the water. They had the ability to manufacture it all. Even the formidable monsters beyond the city could be dealt with effortlessly. Yet, for reasons unknown, your ancestors suddenly vanished, or most perished, leaving no opportunity to pass on these abilities, resulting in subsequent generations gradually losing their capacity for creation. Luo Feng sighed, imparting only a simple explanation. I see. My grandfather once told me when I was little that our ancestors were immensely powerful. Once, this land was inhabited by numerous humans, each radiating brilliance akin to that of deities. Ding Junmin and Chun Chung were taken aback, yet they swiftly chose to accept this reality. They believed that the words spoken by this godlike man were the most genuine, and thus hastened to relay the news to others. Over 2 hours later, after Luo Feng had sorted all the ammunition and repaired the firearms, Nangong Yin and approached him, her face etched with disappointment. What is it? The situation is rather bleak, she replied. The genes of these individuals have nearly all mutated. It is merely a matter of degree. The results of their blood tests are equally grim. Only 5 purebloods can reproduce normal human offspring. From a genetic standpoint, if the mutations were to progress favorably, it would be beneficial for humanity. However, many have consumed the flesh of monsters or mutated food, resulting in deformities among themselves and their descendants, which is the primary culprit behind humanity's potential extinction. Nangong Yinran's demeanor was one of pessimism, as if she could foresee the future of humankind. Do not lose heart. I am here, Luo Feng asserted. Since we have unexpectedly arrived in this world, no matter the challenges we face, it is our mission to change this dire situation at all costs. Moreover, now that we have encountered the Type 81 rifle and 7.62mm ammunition, if we calculate from the year 2025 based on national reserves, the apocalyptic Luo Feng once again acquired a jeweled flower, smiling as he handed it to Xiao Chao. Thank you, big brother. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chao was equally elated, rushing over to the large figure to flaunt her prize. After Luo Feng collected all the gold, he finally permitted the others to open the remaining packages. However, the contents therein prompted a frown from him. After rummaging for a considerable time, he found nothing of use, aside from 100 or so bullets. None of the various packages yielded a complete firearm. The other metallic scraps were mere refuse in his eyes. Although the people of the temple required these metallic materials, they merely constituted a form of tradable resources. Aside from these items, the gathering had nothing else of worth. Furthermore, as you mentioned, I have brought all the edible provisions as well. In the earth of the hillside, other crops have been planted. After signaling, Ding Junmin directed one of the individuals to place a bag of corn and some legumes on the ground. Luo Feng inspected the items and confirmed their edibility as for whether the plants had mutated. There was no equipment available for such testing. Very well. Thank you for your hard work. In the future, we must expand our cultivation area and strive to derive sustenance from the land, regardless of whether the beasts are inside or outside the city. We should avoid consuming them whenever possible. If consumption is necessary, we must ensure they are thoroughly cooked or roasted before eating. Additionally, everyone must drink only boiled water moving forward to mitigate any mutations arising from food. He felt compelled to address dietary practices. Yes, Commander. Ding Junmin nodded, resolutely prepared to execute the orders. With the day drawing to a close and fatigue settling in after a busy day, he instructed, now, go and comfort them. Dinner can be prepared. Moreover, tomorrow morning, I will personally conduct training in the open space of Old Street, imparting the formidable knowledge once wielded by your ancestors. Luo Feng glanced at the time and gestured for them to rest. Ding Junmin took his leave, followed by the large figure, who also departed in search of a hearty meal. Nangong Yanran, accompanied by Xiao Chao and 5 others, began preparations for dinner. Luo Feng ascended to the highest point, binoculars in hand, meticulously surveying the surroundings. While the city was relatively secure, it was still plagued by numerous monsters. Furthermore, although the monsters posed a significant threat, the greater danger stemmed from humanity itself. Even though over 100 individuals now populated the gathering, an equal number had fled. Among the 3 major enclaves within the city, theirs appeared to be the weakest. After stabilizing the group over the next few days, it was imperative to send someone to establish contact with the gathering near the riverside. Perhaps they could procure more valuable information and resources from them. Chapter 14. The Ancestors. The following day, after breakfast, Luo Feng summoned everyone within the enclave. Nangong Yanran continued to conduct blood tests for the remaining individuals. And fortune smiled upon them as 4 of them passed, being escorted by her to the mountain for settlement. The rest were restructured under Luo Feng's guidance. Those who appeared to be mutants were placed under the supervision of the large figure. The remaining 60 or so individuals, though not pure humans, bore little difference from normal humans, and were thus divided among Ding Junmin and Chen Qing, each leading 30 people. After a little over an hour of organization, the 3 groups managed to maintain a semblance of order. Though their combat capabilities were lacking, the situation had improved significantly compared to the previous chaos. Comrades, from this moment forth, you have been granted a new lease on life. I shall impart upon you new knowledge and the skills to defend our homeland, and I will ensure that you become as formidable as our ancestors, willing to sacrifice everything for the legacy of your descendants. This includes your very lives. Luo Feng addressed the gathered crowd with solemnity, his voice resonating powerfully. He then selected key stories from their ancestors to share, igniting the flames of hope within them once more. After over an hour of narration, he finally paused to quench his thirst. Can we truly possess the same formidable power as our ancestors? A voice echoed from the crowd, filled with doubt. Indeed, were our ancestors truly that powerful? Why didn't their strength endure? Regardless of the answers, for the sake of our descendants, I must grow stronger and wage a relentless battle against the monsters. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Clearly moved by the revelations, I understand that you are astonished, struggling to accept that our ancestors possessed such strength, yet left you unarmed against the beasts beyond the city. We cannot fault your forebears. This world has suddenly fallen ill, and they could not bequeath a legacy in time. Even if they had, the potent weapons would have decayed after all these years. From this moment onward, we must rely on ourselves to forge a new world, creating a powerful nation akin to that of our ancestors, battling the monsters for the sake of our progeny. Though Luo Feng was no skilled orator, he fervently inspired those around him. Once the crowd absorbed the information, he scanned the assembly and spoke again with vigor. Now, brethren, for our homeland, for our descendants, let us vow together before our ancestors. Luo Feng, his expression grave, raised his right hand and extended 3 fingers towards the heavens. Ding Junmin and Chun Shang were the first to lift their hands, followed by the rest of the crowd, all bearing solemn expressions as they raised their right hands. Our ancestors watch over us. Luo Feng bellowed. Our ancestors watch over us. Our ancestors watch over us. Our ancestors watch over us. Though the voices of over 100 individuals were somewhat disjointed, they fervently echoed his call. Unfilial descendants. Luo Feng vows. Unfilial descendants. Chun Shang vows. Unfilial descendants. Ding Junmin vows. Unfilial descendants. The crowd followed suit, declaring their names in unison. The heavens are merciless, treating all creatures as mere fodder. I in this current world, where monsters roam freely and chaos reigns, the descendants of the dragon kingdom dwindle, and the extinction of our nation looms imminent. From this day forth, the unfilial descendants vow to rebuild our homeland and ensure the of future generations. We shall resolutely battle all adversarial forces to the bitter end. May our ancestors bless us to eradicate the monsters and obliterate the religions that enslave our brethren, restoring the glorious era of the Dragon Kingdom. Luo Feng led the assembly in a heartfelt tribute to their ancestors, each word resonating deeply within them that moment. It was as if a primal awakening coursed through their veins. Their eyes sparkled with renewed clarity. No longer clouded by despair, from that point on, their spirits ascended, no longer fearing the so-called deities, but revering their ancestors instead. The subsequent days were devoted to combat training, with all individuals utilizing cold weapons. Adhering to the ancient methods of warfare for tactical drills. In addition, they incorporated shield formations alongside both long and short-range weaponry. Lacking firearms, they could only rely on their formations to bolster combat effectiveness. After several days of training, the three formations barely managed to follow commands, advancing without descending into chaos. One day, Luo Feng was engaged in firearm maintenance when Ding Junmin abruptly entered, reporting, "Commander, the fishermen from the south have sent envoys." "What? Quickly invite them in." Originally intending to make contact in a few days, he had not anticipated that the other party would take the initiative. Before long, three individuals from the southern camp came into view: two young men and a girl, with the girl seeming to take the lead. Approximately 17 or 18 years old, she stood about 175 centimeters tall, possessing an exquisite appearance and figure, yet exuding a wild demeanor. "Are you the man they speak of?" the one said to be as godlike. The girl inquired with curiosity, circling him. "I am Luo Feng. However, I am not a god. I am merely a human, one of your kind." Luo Feng responded nonchalantly, a smile gracing his face. "You don't seem particularly remarkable. Why did the people from this gathering claim you slaughtered dozens of them like a god of death?" the young girl asked, her eyes wide with intrigue as she scrutinized him. "I had no intention of harming them. They initiated the attack, and I was left with no choice but to retaliate. In terms of combat strength, both I and the weapons I wield are indeed formidable." Though the girl's curiosity bordered on rudeness, he could only smile wryly, recognizing her high status. If they were to unite the descendants of the Dragon Kingdom and rebuild their homeland, maintaining a good relationship was imperative. "My name is Nightingale. May I see your weapons?" Nightingale inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Of course." After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Feng resolved to showcase what high technology truly entailed, demonstrating what could be deemed miraculous. If he could achieve a peaceful resolution without conflict and win over the southern camp, it would be ideal, for any skirmish would likely deplete their remaining ammunition. Turning to enter a room, he retrieved the Type 10 sniper rifle and the Type 191 assault rifle, unloading their bullets before placing both firearms on the table in the hall. He then re-entered the room to bring out the mechanical wolf and the bionic bird drone. Though powered down, they would likely leave a lasting impression. This is the Type 10 sniper rifle. The monstrous beast that resembled a small mountain outside the city was felled by 2 of my shots. Are you referring to the wandering mountain dragon? It is the second most formidable creature in our region. To think you could slay it is truly incredible," Nightingale exclaimed, her face lighting up with admiration as she clapped her hands. She curiously observed the Type 10 sniper rifle, gently caressing it with her small hands, and poked at the mechanical wolf, examining it with the wonder of a child. "Miss Nightingale, your visit today surely extends beyond mere curiosity about my weaponry. Does it not? Might I inquire if there are other matters at hand?" Luo Feng, not wishing to squander time, directly broached the subject. "Of course, my curiosity extends not only to your weapons but also to your identities. From whence do you hail, and where do you intend to go?" Nightingale, indeed astute, posed a crucial question. "We are not affiliated with the temple. As for our identities, you may consider us akin to your kin. Trustworthy comrades. We hail from a distant northern region, and, after a period here, we intend to journey towards Spring City in search of a more favorable place to thrive." Luo Feng did not conceal his intentions, instead presenting his recent plans openly. "Do you not plan to remain here? Are you unaware of the formidable beast lurking beyond the city walls?" Nightingale seemingly did not anticipate his desire to leave this place. "The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Moreover, the human population within this city is already sparse, fragmented into various factions, lacking the potent weaponry necessary to confront the monsters. What do you believe the ultimate outcome will be?" Spring City, however, is different. Not only does it boast a greater number of humans, but it may also harbor the powerful weapons I require to vanquish the beast outside its gates. Luo Feng jested, unveiling his true objective. "The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it." Upon hearing this, Nightingale's eyes sparkled with excitement, only to dim shortly thereafter. At her lively age, she naturally longed for the allure of the unknown. Alas, with the monsters roaming outside, she could scarcely survive without the protection of her parents. Just a few days ago, the Cyclops dispatched envoys to our encampment, demanding our submission with an unyielding attitude. Should we refuse, they threatened to launch an assault and utterly annihilate our camp. After much deliberation, My elders resolved to unite with you in a mutual defense against the Cyclops. Nightingale candidly revealed the underlying reason for her visit. Alliance is indeed possible. Furthermore, I can assure you with utmost certainty that both your camp and the Cyclops of the North can be subdued by force. However, we are all humans, compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom. And I would prefer to avoid conflict. Thus, I have a condition. You must integrate with us. Luo Feng, eschewing any circumlocution, laid forth his terms. Preposterous. On what grounds? The two young men behind him could no longer restrain their indignation. On what grounds, you ask? On the grounds that I single-handedly felled a formidable beast beyond the city gates, and that my weapons could silently eliminate your leader. Luo Feng scoffed coldly, his murderous intent emanating palpably. Even if your weapons are superior, what of it? Let me be frank, we possess similar armaments. Moreover, we are all too aware that there are only two of you. One young man, undaunted, stepped forward to glare at him. If that is the case, why do you seek us? You may return now. Once you are defeated, I shall slay the Cyclops and conquer his camp. This young man seethed with rage, but, fearing for the girl's safety, fell silent. Luo Feng, we merely wish to reside here peacefully. Why must we submit? Is it not possible for you to spare us? Did you not state that you would not remain here? We can join forces. If we defeat the Cyclops, all his people can be entrusted to you. What do you say? Nightingale, clearly reluctant to leave empty-handed, implored with reddened eyes. Very well. You or your three companions may temporarily stay here to familiarize yourselves with us. I will also have someone convey external information to you. Should the Cyclops launch an attack on your encampment, I shall lead a force to defeat them. As for the matter of integration, we shall discuss that later. Luo Feng, after a moment's contemplation, ultimately resolved not to act hastily. After all, establishing a foothold in this world and rekindling the flames of a new homeland necessitated addressing the pressing issue of population. Is that true? That is splendid news. Thank you. Nightingale, upon hearing this, broke into a radiant smile, promptly bowing in gratitude. This is Nangong Yanran. For the next few days, you shall stay by her side and learn from her. She will impart to you much valuable knowledge. Nightingale, come with me. Nangong Yan and shot him a playful glare before smiling and taking her hand to lead her away. The two young men, visibly uneasy, seemed poised to intervene, but Nightingale waved her hand, beaming as she followed Nangong Yanran. Ding Junmin, Chun Chung, present. Commander, you each take one person and spend the next few days living and training together. Yes, Commander, though the two youths showed some reluctance. They ultimately chose to go with the flow after a moment's reflection. Once they departed, Luo Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief. This city, once teeming with inhabitants, now barely housed 1,000 souls. The obstacles to rebuilding a homeland were indeed formidable. Beyond the need for robust weaponry, the most concerning issue was that of bloodline and genetics. Should the genetic makeup be altered, all future generations of humanity would be deformed. Ultimately, humanity would either face extinction or descend into the path of mutation. Nightingale and her companions remained at the encampment for 3 days, during which Nangong Yanran shared much information with her. The intriguing equipment and the newly unveiled world gradually transformed her perspective. The two young men, who had accompanied her, trained with Luo Feng over these 3 days, absorbing his ideological teachings and learning additional combat skills. How do our methods of combat compare to yours? With powerful firearms, the beasts beyond the city walls pose no real threat. You must understand, your ancestors once ruled this land. All beasts were merely food for them. Had it not been for the unforeseen cataclysms that befell this world, even the mightiest monsters would have been vanquished by your ancestors wielding firearms. Luo Feng patted the shoulders of the two young men, endeavoring once more to reshape their mindsets. Were our ancestors truly that formidable? Indeed, you mentioned that our ancestors left behind powerful weapons in Spring City, which we need to retrieve to combat the monsters and rebuild our homeland. Is that true? The two youths, through these 3 days of interaction, were evidently swayed that, of course, why would I deceive you? You shall see for yourselves when the opportunity arises. Luo Feng nodded, intending to say more when Ding Junmin rushed over. His face flushed with urgency. Report, Commander, the Cyclops has mobilized his forces. They are almost all deployed, numbering approximately 400. His words drained color from the faces of the two youths, who hurriedly departed to inform Nightingale. Such a large force? Do they not fear the beasts might launch a sudden attack on their stronghold, or that we might ambush their camp? Luo Feng furrowed his brow. Even if the Cyclops aimed to seize the southern encampment, Deploying such a multitude seemed excessive. Commander, you overestimate him. He is but a mutant, a mere brute, lacking any military strategy whatsoever, Ding Junmin hurriedly explained, sensing Luo Feng's frown. Regardless, we must engage in a show of force. Striving to avoid conflict among the three factions, have you observed the weapons they wield? What is their artillery count? We have taken note. Nearly all are wielding melee weapons, blades, sticks, some with wooden or iron shields. And a few archers. They do possess firearms, but only a scant few shotguns or single-shot rifles. However, I did spot 2 large artillery pieces, likely the cannons you mentioned, Commander. What cannons? Luo Feng was taken aback, astonished at the presence of artillery. Do not worry, Commander. Even if they possess cannons, they will likely not know how to utilize them. Typically, such displays are merely for intimidation. Upon hearing this, Ding Junmin quickly added further clarification. True, Luo Feng nodded, recognizing that these individuals probably lacked knowledge of indirect fire techniques. Brother Luo, you must help us. Rest assured, I will endeavor to persuade my family to band together with you. At that moment, Nightingale appeared, her expression fraught with anxiety. Do not worry. I will ensure that no harm befalls your camp. If the Cyclops seeks death, I shall oblige. Gather the troops. Prepare to depart. Yes, Commander. Ding Junmin and Chun Sheng responded sharply before swiftly departing. Luo Feng also returned to his mountaintop quarters, donning all his weaponry and ammunition. He ensured to bring along the mechanical wolves and bionic drones, for this encounter would involve over 400 foes to achieve a resounding victory. The most formidable firepower was essential to obliterate them, thereby instilling fear in the remaining adversaries. Otherwise, even if they expended all their ammunition, victory would be perilous. But without ammunition, what could they use to defend against the formidable beasts in the future? Strapping on the lengthy Type 10 sniper rifle and wielding a 191 assault rifle, Luo Feng emerged fully armed before Nightingale and her companions, causing the girl to retreat in fright. This is a Type 92 5.8mm pistol. Yanren has likely taught you how to use it. Keep this for your protection. Fei, please bring the mechanical wolf along with the ammunition to stay by my side. Luo Feng selected a pure-blooded human to serve as his aide. At this moment, Nangong Yanren was also fully armed, equipped not only with a Type 191 assault rifle but also carrying a grenade launcher, as well as a medical kit. Xiao Chao, serving as Yanren's assistant, shouldered a backpack that contained not only bandages and herbs but also the remaining ammunition. Luo Feng approached the 3 formations, his face solemn as he surveyed the gathered troops. The onlookers gazed at him with bright eyes, their faces brimming with admiration. Comrades, fellow countrymen, this battle is our opportunity to ignite the flames of hope and rebuild our homeland. If we triumph, we shall not tarnish the illustrious names of our ancestors. Future generations will remember this day. Should we falter, we would betray the expectations of our forebears, becoming the villains of history. Our descendants will be enslaved, reduced to mere fodder for monsters, ancestors above. In this battle, we advance without retreat. Luo Feng shouted fiercely, his expression grave. Ancestors above. In this battle, we advance without retreat. The warriors of the 3 formations roared in response, their voices echoing to the heavens. Forward, with morale high. He issued the command without hesitation. Ding Junmin and Chun Sheng led the charge, followed closely by the burly figure and his cadre of over 20 mutants, armed with melee weapons. What a formidable force! The most terrifying aspect was his ability to galvanize the troops, swiftly uniting them in purpose. The 2 young men beside Nightingale were equally astounded in their usual skirmishes with other camps. They had been a disjointed rabble, relying on sheer numbers and superior equipment to secure victory. Perhaps, joining their ranks is the wisest choice. Nightingale, overwhelmed by the spectacle, murmured to herself, this time, we must mobilize all humans in the city for a concerted effort to reach Mountain City as our base. Employing the most ruthless methods, those who comply shall prosper. Those who resist shall perish. Outside the fisherman's encampment, a towering mutant, nearly 2 meters tall, knelt to request permission for battle. Leader, these accursed fishermen refuse to surrender. Please give the order, and let the disciples of the Hall of Eternal Life tear them apart. Humph, refusing to drink the offered wine, they choose punishment instead. Since the night owl seeks death, I shall oblige. Only death can bring these ignorant fishermen to heel. The one-eyed dragon scoffed, a cruel glint in his eye. Leader, it would be prudent to spare the lives of the fishermen. We need them to catch food. and the higher-ups require pure-blood humans. Moreover, we must guard against the sudden emergence of mimetic heretics. Should they launch a surprise attack, the situation would turn dire for us. A robust man in a trench coat whispered urgently. Humph, merely two mimetic heretics. They pose no real threat. Let us not forget, we are true warriors who have imbibed the sacred blood of the Hall of Eternal Life, even if they wield temple weapons. They will not pose a significant danger to us. The one-eyed dragon waved his hand dismissively. Great warriors of sacred blood, let us offer the blood of victory to the great blood god. Heed the blood god's will, fulfill the mission of the Hall of Eternal Life, and eradicate these blasphemers before us. For glory. He drew his long knife, raising it to the heavens to rally the spirits of his followers. For glory. For glory. For glory. The disciples of the Hall of Eternal Life roared fervently, then launched into a frenzied assault. Though the fishermen's camp was outnumbered, they fought desperately for their survival, armed with little more than a few crude firearms and single shotguns. Most resorted to melee weapons. Yet, facing the overwhelming strength and frenzied attacks of the mutants, the first line of defense soon crumbled. Even with the advantage of terrain, the fishermen could only foresee annihilation. Luo Feng led over 100 men through the dilapidated city, fortunate that this area still housed some human life, sparing them from formidable monsters. After several hours, the troops arrived safely at a small hill outside the southern encampment. Luo Feng waved his hand for the troops to halt, then lifted his binoculars for a closer look. The one-eyed dragon's forces had already commenced their assault. He could clearly see two massive artillery pieces, a pair of large tiger squat cannons. Damn, this brings our technological level back to the Ming dynasty, he muttered in disbelief. Brother Luo, our camp is on the verge of collapse. Please issue a command for support. Nightingale, anxious as the battle raged, grasped his hand imploringly. No rush. The time is not ripe. Luo Feng remained unfazed, continuing his observations. After all, even if the two camps combined their forces, they would still be outnumbered by half. Moreover, the sheer number of mutants on the opposing side placed them at a disadvantage. Chapter 17. One man, one wolf. I promise you, as long as you save my parents, we will join your ranks. Is that acceptable? Seeing he remained unmoved, Nightingale fell to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pleaded. Can you make that decision? Of course I can. My father is the camp leader, and my uncle is the deputy leader. They will surely agree. Nightingale was fully committed at this moment, hoping only for her family's safety. Luo Feng nodded slightly, yet continued his observations, refraining from immediately ordering an assault. The remaining ammunition was limited, and he did not wish to squander it on this group of mutants. He needed to strike at the optimal moment, employing the most bloody and shocking methods to intimidate them. After a few more minutes, just as Nightingale and her companions were about to rush out to assist, he finally approached the troops. Ding Junmin. Yes, squad leader, you and your team will wait until we breach the enemy ranks, then launch an attack from the left. Understood, squad leader. Ding Junmin stood tall, then stepped back in compliance. Chen Sheng, here, squad leader. You and your team will coordinate to launch an attack from the right when the time comes. Yes, squad leader. Chen Sheng acknowledged the order and swiftly returned to his squad. Big guy. Here. You will charge with me. Splitting the enemy in two. Haha. All right. The burly figure had been steadily regaining his linguistic abilities through continuous learning. Yin Ran, the Type 10 sniper rifle is yours. Take up your position on the periphery and cover me. Understood. Be careful. Nangong Yanran nodded, shouldering the sniper rifle before swiftly departing with Xiao Xiao. Luo Feng readied the grenade launcher, shouldering the Type 191 assault rifle. He powered on the mechanical wolf, attaching the Type 191 assault rifle as well. Once everything was in place, he turned to survey the warriors before him, waving his hand to initiate the charge. His pace was swift, and the mechanical wolf matched his speed as they closed in on the one-eyed dragon's forces. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. Only at this juncture did the troops stationed by the Tiger squat cannon become aware of their approach, frantically waving their arms and shouting for aid. Leader, we've spotted mimetic heretics. Quick, eliminate them. A dozen towering mutants charged toward him, weapons drawn. Inside the fisherman's encampment, a panicked voice called out, Leader, the one-eyed dragon has mounted a full-scale assault. We are powerless to resist and should surrender to prevent further loss of life among our people. Indeed, they number 400 or 500 and have the divine emissaries of the Hall of Eternal Life on their side. We stand no chance. We should surrender now while casualties are still minimal. In the largest room of the encampment, 4 or 5 individuals were embroiled in a heated debate. Humph, surrender. Do you wish to become mutants? To become those who are neither human nor ghost, disciples of the Hall of Eternal Life? A tall, middle-aged man, his face a mask of fury, pointed an accusatory finger at them. Even if we refuse to become disciples of the Hall of Eternal Life, do you think we could ever live in peace again if the one-eyed dragon spares us? Our fate is already sealed, and even our descendants will be enslaved, forced to toil endlessly for them. This statement silenced the room, as they all recognized the grim reality. Surrender would likely lead to such an outcome. Yet, the intricacies of human nature are curious. Selfishness often prevails. Even if several leaders surrendered, they would likely enjoy elevated status in a new encampment, continuing to live relatively well. Suddenly, a young man burst into the room. Panic written across his face. Leader, the one-eyed dragon's forces have breached 2 outer lines of our camp. Our casualties are mounting. What? How could it happen so quickly? Yes, if we do not surrender now, we may not even have the chance to do so. The one-eyed dragon will surely unleash a massacre. The 3 individuals who had considered surrender were now frantically pacing the room. The man seated at the head of the table, a scarred figure, wore a grim expression, his jaw clenched tightly as he gripped a large harpoon. Brother, I will lead a team to provide support. Be careful, and if you see Nightingale, summon her immediately. Understood, the tall, middle-aged man nodded, seizing his weapon before departing the room. Humph, it is not yet time to give up. If any of you wish to surrender, you may leave now. However, if there is still a glimmer of hope, you should be aware of the consequences. The scarred man let out a cold snort, his face etched with murderous intent as he glared at the 3 individuals. Although the trio contemplated surrender, they were acutely aware of the terror that loomed before them. Not yet at their wits' end, they were reluctant to relinquish their current way of life. Rest assured, Knight Leader, if you declare war, we shall fight alongside you. Indeed, we merely offered a suggestion to AT that moment. The 3 could only steel themselves for the challenge ahead. Excellent. Truly worthy brothers of my Night Owl. If that is the case, we shall confront the one-eyed dragon. Night Owl seized a harpoon, rising to his feet, his fierce gaze fixed intently on the trio. The 3 found themselves in a precarious situation, uncertain of how to proceed. Leader, rejoice. The mimic heretics have appeared. A blood-soaked youth burst forth, his voice preceding his arrival. Is it true? Night Owl exclaimed with delight, striding forward to seize him. Indeed, he is currently assaulting the one-eyed dragon's forces. Ha! The heavens have not forsaken my kin. Brothers, let us charge forth and slay them. Night Owl laughed heartily, brandishing the harpoon as he exited the room. The 3, who had contemplated surrender, exchanged glances and exhaled a sigh of relief, as long as the camp remained intact. It was indeed the best outcome, allowing them to continue relishing their splendid existence. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Feng, akin to a vengeful deity, advanced rather than retreated, unleashing a flurry of gunfire that swiftly dispatched the assailants. Seizing control of the artillery position, observing a crate of gunpowder and a few iron projectiles, he could only sigh in resignation. These shabby items held no interest for him at that moment. The one-eyed dragon's main forces were assaulting the camp. It was only upon his arrival that the celestial envoy of the Eternal Life Palace ordered an attack against him. Bang! The one-eyed dragon, wielding his weapon from an elevated position, directed the battle, only to be found by Nangong Yanran, who, from a distance, shot him in the head, ending his life. Eliminate the mimic heretics. True warriors shall attain eternal life within the Eternal Life Palace. The startled middle-aged man in a trench coat could only cower among the crowd. Brandishing his weapon and continuing his fervent incitement, annihilate the heretics, achieve eternal life. Undying and unyielding, a throng of zealous followers brandished makeshift weapons, charging fearlessly into the fray. Damn it. Luo Feng cursed under his breath, retrieving a grenade launcher from his back and firing 2 grenades into the mass of bodies. Boom. Boom. To hell with you. I shall send you all to eternal life. Bang. 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 The mechanical wolf also issued the command to fire. As man and wolf took cover in the ruins of the city, continuously shooting and incapacitating the frenzied believers. By our ancestors. The burly figure finally arrived, breathless at his side, bellowing and rallying the others to charge. Chapter 18. Forcefully subjugating the fishermen's camp by our ancestors. By our ancestors. By our ancestors. At this moment, over 20 mutated individuals arrived, each wielding a shield in one hand and a knife in the other. Roaring as they charged, ha! By our ancestors. The unfilial descendants shall fight to the death. Witnessing this scene, Luo Feng could not help but burst into laughter, raising his 191 assault rifle and initiating the attack. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Nangong Yin ran, unexpectedly disobeying orders, drew closer to him. Evidently, she did not wish him to face danger alone, choosing to stand with him through life and death. What a foolish girl, yet I find it endearing. He discarded the pin from an 82-2 type grenade and hurled it into the thickest part of the crowd. By our ancestors. By our ancestors. At this juncture, Ding Junmin and Chen Sheng roared from either side, followed by a deafening chorus of battle cries. Truly, they were like divine beings, a god of slaughter on earth, so fearsome. Meanwhile, within the fisherman's camp, Night Owl and several leaders watched in awe as Luo Feng wreaked havoc. Swallowing nervously. Ha ha, splendid. Kinfolk, let us seize this opportunity and crush them. Having been on the receiving end of constant assaults, Night Owl raised his arm and called for the camp's inhabitants to charge. Luo Feng, accompanied by his wolf, led the charge at the forefront. Even when his ammunition ran dry and he had no time to reload, he wielded his 191 assault rifle to engage in close combat. He is a demon. God, save me. The heretic, he is a heretic. The fervent believers of the Eternal Life Palace were finally struck with fear by his relentless onslaught. As terror spread across the battlefield, the once fervent followers found themselves fleeing in a panic, driven by the instinct to survive. Though towering and powerful, the mutated individuals had no means of resistance against the firearms, destined only for slaughter. Kneel and surrender, we shall not kill. Observing the remaining individuals scattering in defeat, Luo Feng promptly called out loudly, "Howl, surrender." Undying, the burly figure pounded his chest and bellowed to the heavens, then urged others to surrender. Hands on your heads. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Upon hearing this, Ding Junmin and Chen Sheng swiftly commanded the remaining individuals to kneel and surrender. Even the fervent believers of the Eternal Life Palace, surrounded by peril, could only plead for their lives, kneeling or lying on the ground. From the onset of battle to its conclusion, not even an hour had passed. Aside from one-sided slaughter, there was no semblance of an evenly matched conflict. Luo Feng and Nangong Yin remained vigilant at the highest point, while Ding Junmin, Chen Sheng, and others rapidly secured the captives. The burly figure, Xiao Chao, and the pure-blooded humans directed others to tend to the wounded within the fisherman's camp. Ha! You must be Lord Luo Feng. I am Night Owl, the chief of this camp. Accompanied by Nightingale, Night Owl approached Luo Feng, flanked by several leaders. We honor the celestial envoy. We honor the god of war. The other leaders of the fisherman's camp bowed respectfully. Luo Feng nodded, still wary of them. After scrutinizing the surroundings, he slowly spoke. I wonder if Nightingale has informed you of everything. Yes. My daughter has shared all she has witnessed in recent days. As for the matter of consolidating the camps, we shall need to deliberate further. Night Owl's expression shifted, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he could only speak the truth. Heh. It seems you wish to burn the bridge after crossing it. Harboring no intention of joining forces with us at heart. If that is the case, I shall not force the matter. However, I shall take all the captives with me. You have no objections, I trust? Luo Feng, somewhat disheartened, shook his head, once more racking the bolt of his 191 assault rifle. This action rendered Night Owl and his companions pale, clearly aware of the weapon's terrifying nature. Father, I promise Brother Luo. We cannot go back on our word. Moreover, given the heavy casualties from this battle, should the monsters attack the camp, we may find ourselves with no means to resist, now that the one-eyed dragon of the Eternal Life Palace is dead. All his forces have been subdued. Do you truly believe we possess any strength to oppose Brother Luo? Nightingale, seeing the situation unfold, grew anxious and quickly interjected, fearing Luo Feng would abandon them in anger. Monsters. Luo Feng paused at the mention of this new term. Indeed, a massive crawling creature with incredibly tough scales and a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, preying on humans and aquatic life. Nightingale, noticing his interest, hurriedly approached him, gesturing animatedly to explain. Luo Feng fell silent. If the monster truly possessed such might, then should he leave with his people? The remaining inhabitants of the fisherman's camp would undoubtedly face annihilation. Even with his Type 10 sniper rifle, they might not be able to kill it. After all, such formidable creatures would not grant them the opportunity to engage. Brother, Nightingale speaks truth, since she has made a promise on our behalf. We ought to unite. Furthermore, it is not shameful to submit to a godlike man of such strength. The towering man beside Night Owl whispered in his ear. Very well, since Nightingale has already pledged. And we have suffered greatly. Unity is the wisest choice. I only hope you treat our kin well. allowing us the right to survive and reproduce. After a brief moment of contemplation, Night Owl reluctantly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I am not of the temple, nor of the eternal life palace. I shall not enslave you. What I seek are companions of shared beliefs. Should you ever choose to depart, you are free to do so. But we shall only protect our brethren. From now on, whether facing other humans or monsters, we shall fight side by side. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction, holstering his rifle and patiently explaining. The other leaders within the fishermen's camp, witnessing the submission of both chiefs, dared not voice any objections, all swearing allegiance to followed a T that moment. On another elevated point within the camp, the sentinel was filled with dread. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Luo Feng. Intercept the drone's signal. A voice, urgent and frantic, emanated from the earpiece. 5 o'clock from the camp. Temperature anomaly. Suspected powerful monster, the Devourer. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression shifted drastically, and he involuntarily cast a glance at Ying. Had this girl truly been blessed with the gift of foresight, it was indeed coming. Chapter 19. The emergence of the Devourer. At that moment, Ying felt an unexpected joy, for the three camps would unite from this day forth. Her kin and clansmen would be safeguarded by this formidable man before her. Luo Feng's gaze made her lower her head shyly. A girl of 17 or 18, in the bloom of youth, naturally harbored admiration for a man who was as handsome and powerful as a deity. Oh no. Could it truly be drawn by the scent of blood? Ying's face paled as fear washed over her. Are you referring to the Devourer? Yes. It must be the Devourer you just mentioned. It has caught the scent. Luo Feng nodded gravely, furrowing his brow as he contemplated how to respond. After all, many living humans were present here. Invaluable resources. While he could escape, the majority would likely fall prey to the Devourer. It's over. We will only meet our doom if the Devourer arrives. While it hasn't reached us yet, we must flee at once. Perhaps a few of us can make it out alive. This camp is no longer safe. Lord War God, leave the captives and the injured behind. Once it is satiated, it will depart on its own. Upon hearing that a powerful beast was approaching, panic ensued among the people, most fleeing in terror. Humph! A bunch of cowards. Do you not know to rise up and resist like your ancestors? How long do you think you can escape? Will you wait until every last one of your kin is dead? Without a refuge, without land to cultivate food, without adequate weapons, how do you expect to survive in this world rife with monsters? Luo Feng, witnessing the scene, was infuriated and could not help but loudly rebuke the fleeing crowd. Although Ying and several other leaders bowed their heads in shame when faced with matters of life and death, they still chose to evade. Humph! Cowards are unworthy to be our companions, unworthy to enjoy our protection, unworthy to be called our brethren. Ding Jumin. Luo Feng decisively racked the bolt of his firearm and called out loudly. It's merely a carbon-based monster. No matter how large or powerful, I refuse to believe that my sniper rifle cannot bring it down. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing the call, Ding Junmin and others swiftly approached him. Select 20 individuals immediately and gather all firearms. Divide into 4 squads, awaiting my command to attack the monster in succession. Remember, your task is to distract it, harass it, and create an opportunity for me to eliminate it. Understood, Captain. Ding Junmin, though hesitant, ultimately gritted his teeth and departed quickly. Shinsheng. Here, Captain, you gather 50 individuals, await my command, and then coordinate an attack from the side. Remember, your goal is also to distract it. Yes, Captain. Shinsheng left without any hesitation after receiving the order. Big guy, a Fei, here. The two quickly came before him, their expressions grave as they awaited instructions. A Fei, you and Big Guy gather all the followers of the Eternal Life Temple. Equip yourselves with shields and spears to engage the monster head-on. Understood. Big Guy and a Fei nodded and swiftly left to prepare. Luo Feng arranged this strategy to ensure that if they failed to eliminate the monster quickly, they would still have the means to contend with it. You cowards, hurry and flee while the Devourer has not yet entered the camp. Waving his hand in annoyance, he made his way toward Nangong Yanran. Chief. Should we not escape instead? One of the leaders from the fisherman camp, visibly frightened, asked with a gulp. Indeed, in past encounters with the Devourer, it required the consumption of over 100 people and numerous livestock from a single camp before it would depart, that we do not have enough people to satisfy its hunger. Let us flee. With them holding it off, once the Devourer is satiated, it will leave, and we can return to our camp to continue our lives. The other two leaders quickly echoed, clearly reluctant to take up arms. You truly are a bunch of cowards. Father, second uncle, we cannot run. You must understand, Luo Feng and his group are incredibly powerful. If we leave and they manage to kill the monster, we will have no path left to survive. Even if they do not kill the monster in the end, considering Luo Feng's character, he may very well choose to eliminate us all. Why else would he risk his life to rescue us? Though Yi Ying was but a child, her intelligence shone through as she grasped the broader implications. Yes, brother, their weapons are formidable. Luo Feng is not as benevolent as he appears. Just look at the wounded and the dead strewn about. He is a ruthless warrior, unflinching in taking lives. Yi Ying's second uncle, possessing keen insight, chose this moment to support her. Indeed, we cannot flee any longer. When I became the leader, our camp boasted 500 or 600 people. Yet now, we are left with barely 200. What more do we have to lose? Second brother, you gather our clansmen immediately. Inform them that anyone who dares to flee shall be met with my blade. This time, we will fight for our survival, for the sake of our descendants, and we shall not rest until we vanquish this damnable monster. Night Owl pondered for a long time, and at last, he resolved himself. You three assist in rallying our clansmen and those from the one-eyed dragon camp. We must concentrate all our strength to drive the devourer away for good. Very well, Chief. The three exchanged glances before begrudgingly accepting the orders. They did not wish to flee in secret, but knew that they could not carry away many people. If they rebelled and left, both Night Owl and Luo Feng would choose to eliminate them. When Luo Feng swiftly reached the highest vantage point, he needed no telescope to see the creature approaching in the distance, resembling a colossal ship, moving slowly toward them. Hiss, witnessing such an awe-inspiring sight. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After observing it for 2 or 3 minutes, he deduced from its appearance and posture that it was likely a mutated crocodile. Most probably, it was a saltwater crocodile. The largest reptile in our world, primarily found along the coasts of Southeast Asia. But how could it appear here? At this moment, Nangong Yanran had regained her composure and reported calmly. Take the mechanical wolf to another location to assist me in observation. We must find a way to kill it. How many 5.8mm rounds do you have left? Luo Feng slung his 191 automatic rifle behind him and raised the Type 10 sniper rifle to test the distance. I have 4 magazines left, all for you. Xiao Xiao has a base number of rounds. The Type 10 sniper's 12.7mm ammunition counts over 20. Nangong Yanran quickly removed her ammunition and exchanged all of it for his empty magazines. This should suffice for the battle. I still have 10 rounds of various armor-piercing ammunition. You will lead the command, so be cautious. Yes, you must also be careful. If you cannot kill it, you must leave swiftly. You are all I have left. Tears welled in Nangong Yanran's eyes as she planted a kiss on him before reluctantly departing. With a long exhale, Luo Feng released a deep breath. His face now stern as he knelt on the ground, determination gleaming in his eyes. He retrieved 2 12.7mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds from his ammo pouch and loaded 3 DBJ-10 Type 12.7mm multifunctional rounds. After inhaling deeply, he focused on the integrated sight, observing the auto-calculated trajectory, awaiting the moment to pull the trigger. Chapter 20. The Type 10 sniper does not believe in carbon-based monsters. The beast measured over 20 meters in length. Its head covered with a remarkably thick and hard keratinous layer. Even armor-piercing rounds might not deliver a fatal blow to its brain. The overlapping scales on its exterior would likely prove difficult to penetrate. Its abdomen was its most vulnerable area, yet even a shot there might not ensure a kill. Judging it to be relatively slow-moving, its eyes presented the best shooting target, though they too would not guarantee a lethal blow. The heart was situated within the thoracic cavity, close to the forelegs, necessitating penetration through thick scales and muscle layers. As Luo Feng awaited the opportune moment, he mentally analyzed the creature's weaknesses. When the massive beast traversed a city ruin, its heart's location was fully exposed. The perfect opportunity to strike had finally arrived. Without further thought, he decisively fired his weapon. Bang! The violent recoil jolted his body backward, leaving no time to adjust his shooting stance as he quickly focused back on the sight. Whoosh! The 12.7mm tungsten core armor-piercing round struck true, hitting the monster's heart. Yet, it did not succumb instantly. Instead, it erupted in furious rage. Roar! The monstrous creature rose to its full height, letting out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. With its robust limbs exerting tremendous force, its crawling speed surged instantaneously, akin to a colossal truck barreling down the road. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. Luo Feng, you must flee quickly. Nangong Yenran observed through a bionic bird drone, her voice crackling with urgency in his earpiece. Silly girl, I am indeed a madman. The 12.7 millimeters tungsten core armor-piercing round struck true to its heart, yet the wretched beast seemed unscathed. Once I retreat, I fear I may never have another chance to fire again. I must devise a way to take another shot, aiming for its eyes. Even if it does not perish, we can exhaust it if it loses its sight. Luo Feng remained motionless, patiently awaiting the perfect moment to shoot. You better not die on me. If you do, I have no desire to live either. The other men in this world are not worth my time. I will maneuver the drone to create distractions. If we do not have an opportunity to fire within 200 meters, you must withdraw. Otherwise, I will command the locals to their doom. Nangong Yin was evidently infuriated. She was a woman of her word. Fear not. I shall not perish. Your first blood will be assured once I slay this beast. Ha ha. Luo Feng laughed heartily, then calmed himself to await the optimal opportunity. 600 meters. The drone suddenly appeared above the creature, incessantly circling and harassing it. Upon finding an opening, it dove decisively, dropping 2 grenades. Boom, boom. Following the violent explosions, the devourer remained utterly unharmed. However, it was clearly distracted by the small object above, suddenly turning to attempt to swat the drone down with its lengthy tail. Now's the time. Just as the devourer's tail missed its target, its massive, gong-like eye became the ideal target. Bang! Fortune smiled upon him. The armor-piercing round effortlessly penetrated its eye, exiting through the other. Howl! The intense pain caused the gargantuan devourer to thrash about, its 20-meter frame wreaking havoc throughout the camp. Yet it was evident that it still clung to life with tenacity. Damn! The cursed creature! Luo Feng muttered under his breath, unhesitatingly raising his Type 10 sniper rifle and swiftly retreating. However, even in his hurried escape, he underestimated the devourer's destructive power. The remnants of the camp were sent flying as its massive body rolled through, scattering debris like arrows. Shards of wreckage tore through his camouflage, leaving several shallow wounds on his body. Howl! Damn it! Though the devourer had lost its sight, its sense of smell was remarkably acute. It caught the scent of blood and rapidly pursued him. Bang! 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 As he gasped for breath, focused solely on fleeing for his life, Ding Jumin, accompanied by the locals, made the decisive choice to fire their weapons to draw its attention. A mere glance back revealed several individuals being crushed into mere pulp by the devourer. The frail humans appeared diminutive and helpless in the face of such a formidable beast. Damn it! Luo Feng's eyes turned red upon witnessing this. He swore he would slay this monster today. Ignoring his pain, he sprinted under Nangong Yin's direction. Reaching a vantage point outside the camp, he swiftly set up the sniper rifle once more. The devourer emitted a deafening shriek, its spiked tail sweeping toward him, toppling the camp structures like a game of dominoes. Meanwhile, the howitzer behind the camp, under Chen Cheng's command, was reloaded with iron shells and aimed at the devourer, igniting the fuse. Boom! Boom! Although luck was on their side with one shell striking its massive body, it caused no substantial harm. Luo Feng, the devourer is too powerful. Even the 191 semi-automatic rifle cannot penetrate its hide, and the damage inflicted by the locals is negligible. Perhaps we should retreat while there are still some survivors. We can find another location to regroup and devise a plan to head to Spring City. Nangong Yenran, seeing the dire situation, urged him to leave without regard for the lives of others. No. If we allow it to continue mutating, it will eventually pose an immense threat. I have struck its heart, and both eyes have been pierced, and no matter how resilient its life force, it is still a carbon-based creature. I will find another opportunity to take 2 more shots. I refuse to believe this cursed thing can remain so sprightly. Luo Feng's face was resolute, stubbornly refusing to relent. Very well. When we first arrived in this area, the first monster we killed exhibited tremendous vitality as well. You can utilize the Type 10 12.7 millimeters multifunctional rounds to attempt another assault on its heart. Nangong Yenran, feeling exasperated, quickly devised a plan to help him slay the beast. Understood. Luo Feng nodded, continuing to focus on the devourer, searching for the perfect moment for a lethal strike. Ding Junmin, Chun Chong, along with the locals and the hulking mutants led by Big Guy, relentlessly sought ways to harass the devourer, hoping to exhaust its strength until it bled to death. Although the devourer was wounded and bleeding profusely, it remained violently rampaging through the camp. Numerous locals were either crushed to a pulp or swallowed whole. Faced with such a powerful monster, the locals finally broke down, crying out for their mothers as they scattered in panic. Even the deaths of a few could not deter their flight. Luo Feng. We must retreat. The drone is nearly out of power. No. Wait a moment longer. Although the butt of the Type 10 sniper rifle provided some comfort against his shoulder, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him. Finally, after the devourer had laid waste to the camp, it turned to flee. Yet, as it turned to crawl over the ruins, its vulnerable underbelly was once again exposed. Bang! The powerful recoil sent a twinge of pain through Luo Feng's shoulder. But he remained steadfastly prone, quietly awaiting another opportunity to shoot. How? After taking another shot, the devourer still did not perish. Instead, it seemed to have detected Luo Feng's position, its forelegs scrambling toward him at high speed. Luo Feng, it has spotted you. Run! Damn it! Although it has lost its sight, the scent of your blood is too strong. You are its target. Hurry and flee. Nangong Yanran's anxious voice crackled in his earpiece. Chapter 21. Slaying the Devourer. Despite the Devourer charging towards Luo Feng's position with a chilling howl, he remained unflinching, lying on the ground, intent on taking another shot. It was not that he was unwilling to flee. Rather, he knew he could not outrun it. The Devourer was like a truck racing at full speed. Once he stood up and exposed himself, he would be crushed into mincemeat in an instant. Moreover, the 12.7mm multifunctional round had penetrated the Devourer's vulnerable abdomen. Although it did not drop dead immediately, its heart must have been severely compromised. It is important to note that this multifunctional armor-piercing round possesses multiple terminal effects, including penetration, burning, and fragmentation. Now he could only gamble with his life. Gamble that the Devourer would succumb to the armor-piercing round. The gravely wounded Devourer, having locked onto its target, surged forward, while Luo Feng continued to seek another opportunity to fire. 600 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. Luo Feng could only watch helplessly as its massive body and gaping maw drew ever closer. The suffocating pressure bore down upon him, even as a seasoned Special Forces soldier. He felt his very soul tremble. 20 meters. The Devourer finally let out a wail, akin to a heavy truck coming to a screeching halt, collapsing on its limbs and sliding several meters forward. Its massive frame demolished Luo Feng's sniper position, burying him in the ruins of the camp. That moment, the locals still near the camp held their breath, pondering whether the Devourer had perished. Did that godlike man live or die? It is dead. The Devourer seemed to have fallen still. Perhaps, likely, it has been slain by the god. The locals gazed at the enormous Devourer, swallowing hard, their expressions filled with disbelief. Where is that godlike man? Has he perished as well? No, he cannot be dead. He is our god, and gods do not die. Chen Sheng, upon hearing this, was filled with rage, his eyes reddening as he glared at the crowd, vehemently rebutting he is the true deity. The Devourer was slain by him alone, and we should follow the divine. If he still lives, I am willing to follow him. Nightingale was equally astonished, clearly having been utterly conquered. All stood in silence, awaiting the fate of the man beneath the rubble. They prayed for a miracle, hoping that the man had not forsaken them. You fools, hurry and dig him out. Nangong Yanran, breathless, rushed over. Witnessing the locals still in a daze, her anger flared, wishing to draw her weapon. Oh, yes, 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 he is still alive. Quickly, clear the rubble to rescue him. Be gentle, do not injure him. Nightingale had also come to her senses. Directing Night Owl and the others to assist, a group of locals hastily cleared the ruins of the camp, discovering Luo Feng curled up in a ball, though his clothes were tattered and bloodied. Revealing his strong physique, he had not sustained any serious injuries. The Devourer has been slain by me. After Nangong Yanran helped him to his feet, Luo Feng laughed heartily, pointing the Type 10 sniper rifle skyward, bellowing at the locals before him. God of War. Nightingale, upon seeing that he was unscathed, was moved to tears, and she was the first to raise her arms in celebration. God of War. God of War. God of War. Ding Junmin, Chen Sheng, and other locals fervently raised their arms in a chorus of wrath, worshipping the deities that resided within their hearts. After the crowd had vented their pent-up emotions, Nangong Yanran tended to his wounds with a simple bandage. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he proceeded to arrange the subsequent matters. Ding Junmin, Chen Sheng, here. Yes, Commander, the fisherman's camp can no longer accommodate anyone. You are to organize the troops and transport all personnel and supplies back immediately. Understood, Commander. The two nodded and swiftly gestured for their comrades to depart. Knight Leader, would you be willing to take on the role of the third platoon leader? Luo Feng inquired with a cheerful smile, glancing at Yi Xiao and the others that of course, it would be my honor. Lord War God, we are more than willing to submit. Rest assured, we shall handle the affairs of the camp appropriately. Very well, Luo Feng replied with evident satisfaction, waving them off to attend to their tasks. Thus, all of humanity in the city of Linsong had gathered in unity, whether as a base of operations or en route to Spring City. This was of paramount importance. Brother Luo, you truly are impressive, Nightingale exclaimed bashfully as she bounced over to compliment him. Haha, that is certainly the case. However, after this encounter with the Devourer, our ammunition is nearly depleted. If we were to face a large-scale monster, we would likely find ourselves powerless. Without ammunition resupply, the weapon in his hands would become nothing more than scrap metal, and his combat prowess would be significantly diminished. Brother Luo, you could actually explore the Devourer's lair. Such formidable creatures tend to regurgitate what they cannot digest after consuming. They also have a penchant for bringing back spoils, so there must be gold and glittering treasures within their lairs. Perhaps even something valuable that you seek, Nightingale suggested excitedly after some contemplation. Indeed, there might be something to discover. Do you know where its lair is located? Luo Feng responded with great delight. Linsong City is a border town. It might even harbor an underground arsenal. If we could locate it, we could replenish some ammunition. I once heard my father mention it was near Yulong Lake. However, the exact location requires a thorough search with a team. As long as we have a general direction, that suffices. Let's postpone it for today and discuss it further after we have settled everyone. Luo Feng nodded, rising to stretch his limbs, after Nangong Yanran finished bandaging him. She took little grass and other purebloods to tend to the injured. Those with grave injuries could only be granted a merciful release. Surveying the devastation before him, Luo Feng's expression turned grave. Perhaps elsewhere outside the city, even more powerful monsters lurked. Weapon manufacturing and technological advancement are pressing issues that demand immediate attention. Relying solely on cold weapons would lead humanity to extinction. Hours later, all usable supplies from the fishermen's camp were packed and transported away. The remaining survivors also made their way to the gathering point. By the time they returned, night had fallen, leaving no time for rest. Luo Feng convened his core members to discuss the next steps for the settlement. To be succinct, we will establish 3 platoons of combat personnel, specifically tasked with ensuring the safety of the camp and engaging other monsters. These combatants will be personally trained by me, remaining distinct from the ordinary inhabitants of the camp, and will not partake in agricultural or fishing activities. Aside from the combat personnel, the remaining individuals would be managed by Nangong Yanran and Nightingale, with Duan Gua and others assisting in the reasonable arrangement of food cultivation and so forth. After a brief discussion with Nangong Yanran, he announced the restructuring of the camp. Commander, what about the camp of the One-Eyed Dragon? The others who fled should be returning to the camp by now. Without your protection, they would likely become fodder for the monsters. Yi Xiao interjected thoughtfully. You all should be familiar with his camp. Tomorrow, Yi Xiao and Yi Wu, you 2 brothers will lead a team to retrieve the survivors. Those who are unwilling to return may go their own way, for the sake of our future generations and our ability to confront the monsters outside the city. Population remains crucial to us. We should do our utmost to bring back any wandering survivors. They ask for other supplies. Everything that can be transported back must be retrieved, with the formidable monster slain. We must seize the opportunity to expand our operational territory. Yes, Commander, Yi Xiao and Yi Wu affirmed, stepping forward. After a brief discussion on various minor matters, the core personnel of the camp dispersed. However, Ding Jumin lingered at the entrance. Clearly indecisive. What troubles you? Chapter 22. Information on the Eternal Life Palace. Commander, we have captured an injured envoy of the Eternal Life Palace, but we are uncertain how to proceed. Ding Jumin lamented, stating the facts plainly. Come in and elaborate. Yanran, please summon Yi Xiao back for a discussion. Luo Feng contemplated, realizing the significance of the situation. This envoy likely possessed knowledge unknown to him. Soon, Yi Xiao, Nightingale, and Nangong Yanran entered the room. Ding Junmin and Chun Cheng brought in a tall, injured man, presenting him before the group. You are the envoy of the Eternal Life Palace, correct? What is your name? Song Xiaofei, I trust you have witnessed me personally slay the formidable devourer. I hope you will share what you know, and in return, I shall answer your inquiries. Luo Feng fixed his gaze on the towering man, speaking directly. Humph, I know you are powerful, but if you wish to avoid becoming enemies with the Eternal Life Palace, I advise you to release me. Otherwise, should the warriors of the Eternal Life Palace arrive, you will all meet your demise. Song Xiaofei retorted with a cold huff, his confidence unwavering as he stared him down. Humph, do you know us well? Are you aware if the warriors of the Eternal Life Palace are as formidable as the Devourer? Let me enlighten you. Although I am not well acquainted with the Eternal Life Palace, you are merely a group of humans who have enhanced physical capabilities. The weapon in my hand could easily annihilate you all, Luo Feng scoffed, rising with a menacing glare. How about we make a wager? Let's see if my weapon can take down one of your Eternal Life Palace warriors. He racked the pistol's slide, aiming the cold barrel at his temple. Song Xiaofei's face paled in shock. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, Dai was evident he understood that the warriors of the Eternal Life Palace were not invincible. They too were flesh and blood. I will speak. Unable to endure the threat to his life any longer, he finally relented. You are wise, as long as you tell me what you know, I shall grant you your freedom. Of course, should you choose to remain, you will be welcomed as well. Then let us begin. Luo Feng holstered his pistol, gesturing for Nangong Yanran to proceed before taking a seat to observe. She nodded, retrieving her tools to collect a sample of blood and soft tissue for analysis. However, Song Xiaofei's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively recoiled. Clearly, he understood the implications of these actions. You need not worry. I only require a small sample of blood from your injury. Are you not one of the Eternal Life Palace's people? Should you fear this? Nangong Yanran smiled sweetly at him, mocking his fear of death, eyeing the fish on the chopping block. Despite his fear, Song Xiaofei ultimately had no choice but to close his eyes and acquiesce. After obtaining some samples, Nangong Yanran departed. The Eternal Life Palace is indeed quite powerful. Once they consume genuine divine blood, they not only gain immense strength, but are also impervious to ordinary blades. After his complexion had settled, Song Xiaofei began to recount his tale slowly. Continue. A few years ago, I accompanied my captain on a hunt for monsters and stumbled upon an intriguing piece of information. The divine blood warriors of the Eternal Life Palace hunt these powerful monsters, returning their corpses to the main temple. There, a group of high-ranking sorcerers extract the residual powerful energy from the monster's remains, which is then offered to the deities of the Eternal Life Palace, ultimately resulting in the acquisition of potent divine blood. After several minutes of interrogation, Luo Feng gleaned some insights into the Eternal Life Palace. Though the equipment was rudimentary, he deduced a conclusion through analysis. The so-called Eternal Life Palace appears to be a remnant genetic research facility. They transfer the blood and genetic sequences of monsters into humans, thereby altering human genetics to become stronger than the average person. However, it stands to reason that these divine blood warriors merely evoke latent human potential. Despite their imposing stature and strength, their lifespans are likely limited. Nangong Yanran approached Luo Feng, whispering in his ear. It is likely that the Eternal Life Palace's origins trace back to a joint venture between China and foreign entities, specifically the so-called Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Trade Company. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. This explanation made sense. Even if the divine blood warriors of the Eternal Life Palace possess great strength, I doubt you have the capability to slay a creature as formidable as the Devourer. After a moment of contemplation, he posed another question. Indeed, we cannot easily vanquish such colossal monsters. However, our combat relies primarily on intelligence. The divine blood warriors spend considerable time observing the monsters, identifying their weaknesses, and setting various traps. For instance, the Devourer possesses an exceedingly formidable physique, which results in an exceptionally intricate circulatory system. Consequently, its blood coagulation abilities are remarkably poor if one can devise a method to breach its thick keratinous layer and induce bleeding. Then applying a special potion from the Hall of Eternal Life to the wound will cause it to bleed profusely and incessantly. This powerful beast is devoid of intelligence, relying solely on instinct for its actions. Therefore, with sufficient patience, one can undoubtedly discover an opportunity to strike it down. Song Xiaofei nodded and proceeded to describe their combat strategy. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression turned peculiar, and after exchanging a glance with Nangong Yanran, He nodded and continued. Indeed, you make a valid point. If such a formidable creature possessed intelligence, humanity would likely have been eradicated long ago, which is a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Are you aware of the location of the Hall of Eternal Life's headquarters? How many individuals do you have? Where is the temple situated? Which is more powerful, the Hall of Eternal Life or the temple? As soon as these words were uttered, even Ye Xiao and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Their former captain had mentioned that the headquarters of the Hall of Eternal Life seemed to be located in the northern city of Yanjing. Though the precise location remained unclear, they had heard that the hall controlled numerous major cities. But the exact number of their members was unknown. However, places like Linsong City, which are relatively remote, would likely not warrant any personnel being dispatched. That I also received a task in Spring City.as for the temple's headquarters. I have indeed heard of it. Following the Yangtze River, one arrives at a place called Xiangqing, which serves as the temple's headquarters. However, the journey is exceedingly long, and the Yangtze River is fraught with powerful monsters. Unless one occasionally encounters the fanatics of the mechanical church, it would be impossible to hitch a ride on their vessels down the river. Song Xiaofei did not withhold any information, sharing everything he knew. The mechanical church, Luo Feng and Nangong Yanran exchanged puzzled glances, clearly intrigued. Could it be that the first leader was a devoted fan of Warhammer 40k? Otherwise, why would such a juvenile name be adopted from a game? Another faction had emerged, one that was regarded as a group of lunatics by the Hall of Eternal Life, indicating that this faction was not to be taken lightly. What exactly is the mechanical church? How do they engage in combat? What is their strength? And where is their headquarters? Luo Feng, having contemplated briefly, rapidly inquired. Chapter 23. Discovering the National Defense Works. They are a group of unrestrained lunatics, fervently devoted to the creation of various weapons for combat. Thus, they primarily rely on firearms, alongside an array of bizarre equipment. They are fervent extremists who have broken away from the temple, and their headquarters is likely in Hankow City. However, their numbers exceed 1,000, and their combat prowess is truly formidable. But a look of fear crossed Song Xiaofei's face, evidently indicating he had encountered them before. Luo Feng remained silent, gleaning more information about this world from him. After a lengthy pause, he waved his hand, instructing Ding Junmin to take him away for proper care. Leader, there is no need for undue concern. These factions are still quite distant from us, for now. We have just consolidated 3 camps, so let us focus on the immediate matters at hand. Regardless of the Hall of Eternal Life, the temple, or the mechanical church, I believe you will find a way to resolve these issues. Ye Xiao, noticing Luo Feng's changed demeanor, quickly stood up to offer his reassurance. Yes, you are correct, as long as we gather all the humans in Linsong City and locate an underground military base. We need not worry about the other factions. The day is growing late. Let us return and rest. That I will ponder further. Luo Feng nodded, regaining his composure as he rose to his feet. After Ye Xiao paid his respects and departed with Nightingale, Luo Feng fell into silence once more. It was not until Nangong Yanran and Xiao Chao finished preparing dinner that he regained his awareness. After tidying up, Nangong Yanran unexpectedly nestled into his bed. Upon seeing this, Luo Feng felt a surge of joy, disregarding all else, and indulged in the moment. The two became entwined in each other's embrace for an extended period, experiencing their first truly comforting hug and kiss since arriving in this world. The humans of Linsong City had gathered, yet our ammunition was insufficient. Do you have any specific plans moving forward? After their passionate interlude, Nangong Yanran curled up in his embrace and inquired. It present. There are no extraordinary arrangements. Our priority is to enhance their combat capabilities and shift their mindset from one of subjugation. If we cannot locate ammunition, our only option would be to venture into Spring City. Though other factions undoubtedly reside there, and conflict seems unavoidable, Luo Feng, too, found himself at a loss for solutions, resolving to take one step at a time. Luo Feng, I believe you should assume the role of camp leader in the guise of a deity. You must understand that this is not our original world. Here, the law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are revered. If we transpose the laws of our former world onto this one, it may prove unsuitable, potentially inciting treachery among others. Given the regression of civilization, it seems that only an ancient monarchy would be fitting for the current circumstances. As for modern systems, they can only be emulated once we establish a robust stronghold. Nangong Yanran sat up straight, gazing earnestly at him as she spoke. However, Luo Feng, captivated by her cascading hair and the delicate curve of her exposed collarbone, found his breath quickening, his mind distracted from contemplating other matters. The fleeting night is short, and the sun rises early. Henceforth, the sovereign shall not hold court at dawn. The ancients surely do not deceive me. Luo Feng cast aside all worries, pulling her back into the warmth of the bed. The following day, Ye Xiao set out with dozens of individuals towards the camp of the one-eyed dragon. Luo Feng, supporting his waist, accompanied Nangong Yanran, Nightingale, and others to the lair of the devourer. Ding Junmin remained at the camp. As the consolidation of all three camps necessitated his local expertise for command and coordination, along the way, the group encountered several weak monsters, all of which they dispatched with ease, after several hours. They finally arrived near Yulong Lake without incident. Form groups of 10 and spread out to search. If you encounter a powerful monster, fire a warning shot, and I will come to your aid swiftly. Yes, leader. Chun Chung led the others away quickly, leaving a few individuals behind to await further instructions. After searching for a considerable time, fortune smiled upon them, and beneath the ruins of a city, they discovered a vast entrance to a nest. Luo Feng, what does this nest resemble? Nangong Yanran, her large eyes scanning the surroundings, asked with a hint of excitement. Although it showed signs of age and decay, the structure was unmistakably a military defense installation. Luo Feng also displayed a smile, clearly believing it contained what they required. According to the basic regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, such installations would undoubtedly have sealed ammunition storage rooms. As long as they were not over 300 years old. The ammunition should still be usable. Even if it were not, useful information would likely remain, allowing them to deduce what had transpired at that time. Nangong Yanran's face lit up with anticipation. She was eager to discover whether it resembled their original world. Let us proceed inside and investigate. It is likely that a portion remains buried underground, and with our current capabilities, we cannot fully access this installation. Luo Feng nodded, pulling back the gun's bolt as he stepped forward. Chun Chung and the others followed closely, brandishing torches as they cautiously advanced, fully aware that this was the lair of the devourer. Fortunately, after walking for over 10 minutes without encountering any monsters. Under Chen Cheng's direction, the locals began to search for useful items within the vast nest. Luo Feng and Nangong Yanran, equipped with night vision goggles, meticulously examined the innermost areas, hoping to discover the ammunition storage facility. However, after a prolonged and thorough inspection, they found no sign of the rumored ammunition depot. This left both of them deeply disappointed, as the lack of ammunition supplies would render them incapable of sustaining their combat effectiveness in the long run. Squad leader, do you think this is useful? Chen Cheng's voice echoed from another part of the nest, and he quickly appeared before them. A powered exoskeleton. Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment, surprised to find such a device. Are there more? Where did you find it? Just ahead, amidst the devourer's refuse pile. Besides that, there are also some bullets that Yafan discovered over there. Chen Cheng's face beamed with delight, glad to assist the leader. Let us go. Show me. Luo Feng grasped Nangong Yanran's hand and hurried toward the refuse pile. Indeed, under Chen Cheng's organization, the items within the refuse pile had been sorted by the locals, apart from a few useless scraps. Everything else had been carefully selected. This is a Type 95 rifle, but the barrel is completely rusted. This appears to be a squad machine gun, yet nearly all of it has corroded. This is quite good. The ceramic plates of the bulletproof vest are in decent condition and can still be used. The 5.8mm cartridges, though many are rusted, should still be usable as long as the gunpowder inside is intact. Luo Feng continued to rummage through the various piles of refuse, searching for useful items. However, it was evident that the items exposed to the elements for too long had largely oxidized. Nangong Yanran also selected for quite some time, managing to sift through a dozen or so spare parts. I refuse to believe that this installation contains no other usable items. Let us continue searching. Without ammunition supplies, we may find ourselves unable to accomplish anything in the future. Luo Feng was unconvinced that their luck could be so poor, certain that there were still unopened military storage rooms within the National Defense Works. Chapter 24. Sealed doors. Of years passed in pursuit of locating ammunition supplies. He issued a direct order for Chun Chung to lead dozens of individuals, torches in hand, to meticulously search throughout the National Defense Works. Captain, it appears we have stumbled upon a door, yet it remains obstinately shut. Just as he was on the verge of giving up after searching for over an hour, a soldier hastily approached to report, "Is it true? Let us go and take a look." Luo Feng finally broke into a smile, quickly following the soldier. Although the national defense fortifications were vast, many areas had collapsed, After traversing for over 20 minutes with torches in hand, they arrived at a deep corner. "Captain," as we struck the walls with our knives, we discovered that this place was somewhat different. After clearing the dust from around, they uncovered a door. Clearly, Chen Sheng was quite excited to have found this location. "Well done. Excellent work. You've earned your rest." Luo Feng expressed his delight, patting him on the shoulder in encouragement. Nangong Yanran, holding a torch, scrutinized the area, but it was evident that this was no ordinary stone door, but rather a sealed electronic gate. All the electronics were damaged. If there were weapons inside, they should still be functional, as this was a low-temperature, dry, oxygen-free environment. However, to open it now would necessitate an explosion. Yet, if they resorted to blasting, there was concern that the entire fortification might collapse. True to her technical background, Nangong Yan quickly identified the critical issue. No time to waste. The many years have passed since the construction of these fortifications without electric tools. We cannot ascertain how long it would take to open it manually. You assess several points, and I will utilize the captured explosives for the detonation. As long as the explosives are not excessively powerful, it should not cause the entire structure to give way. At this moment, they could not afford to hesitate. They must force their way through. Without delay, Nangong Yanran swiftly led the team in marking the demolition points, while Luo Feng directed others to dig holes at those points, carefully packing the black powder into oiled paper before inserting it. After several rounds of effort from dozens of individuals over the course of more than an hour, they finally drilled 4 explosive points at the door's location. Everyone, step back. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 explosive points detonated nearly simultaneously, and the tremors were distinctly felt by all. But fortunately, the entire national defense fortification did not collapse. Was there any loosening? Nangong Yin inquired with an anxious expression. Fortune favors us. After all, this alloy door has stood for hundreds of years, and 2 explosive points have managed to breach it. We can now dismantle it manually. Luo Feng observed closely, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. A crack appeared in the alloy door, and with careful manual cutting, they would eventually be able to fully open it. If that proved impossible, he would have to resort to using the 10-type sniper rifle's armor-piercing rounds to blast it open, even if it meant damaging most of the contents inside. Chen Shang, you all take turns using tools to open it completely. What lies within is the powerful weaponry forged by your ancestors. With these weapons, you shall no longer fear the formidable monsters outside the city. Luo Feng stepped back a few paces, his expression turning serious as he addressed the group of dozens. Our ancestors? Could this truly be the miraculous legacy left by our forebears? Indeed, is this really the weaponry bestowed upon us by our ancestors? I believe his words, for he is a godlike figure, one who would have no need to deceive us. Our ancestors were as mighty as he. May our ancestors bless us and forgive us for disturbing your peace. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing and the locals promptly knelt in reverence. Once they rose, silence enveloped them as they took turns to gradually dismantle the decayed alloy door. After some time, with a sharp iron rod piercing through the alloy door, the long-sealed national defense fortification was finally opened through their combined efforts. Wait, Qin Qing, filled with excitement, grabbed a torch and was about to rush inside, but was pulled back a couple of steps. After years of sealing, there is no breathable oxygen inside. Entering now would surely cause you to faint. We must wait until the air circulates before proceeding. Luo Feng explained slowly upon seeing his bewilderment. The musty odor wafted into their nostrils, raising concerns about what lay within after so many years and what could still be of use. After a few minutes, he waved for them to enter. Chen Sheng led the way with the torch, followed closely by the other locals. Upon Luo Feng and Nangong Yanran's entry, they beheld several locals kneeling in reverence before 2 desiccated skeletons. Chief, could these be our ancestors? Chen Sheng inquired, his eyes reddening. Indeed, they are your ancestors, the valiant soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Luo Feng nodded solemnly, gazing at the withered corpses and the tattered uniforms scattered by the wind. The locals knelt once more in homage, while he and Nangong Yanran stood tall, saluting in respect to the great martyrs. Be cautious and search for usable weapons. Luo Feng collected his thoughts and instructed everyone to rise and seek out the arms. The room was not particularly large, measuring only around 50 to 60 square meters. As the torch illuminated the space, he finally broke into a smile. Although the room was not filled solely with weapons, several military green crates were stacked in the corner, promising at least some ammunition supplies. Have you discovered anything? Seeing Nangong Yanran examining the ground intently, Luo Feng approached her to inquire. 2074, unknown virus, global upheaval. The knife marks etched into the ground revealed scant information, while the rest had decayed. If this is the case, it must have occurred 49 years after our world changed dramatically. But what virus spread so rapidly that it caused the entire world to collapse? Did most people not survive back then? Nangong Yanran sighed in resignation, realizing that the individuals from the National Defense Fortification likely had no knowledge of the events that transpired. If it was a virus transmitted through the air, humanity would have fallen into catastrophe within 24 hours. Fear not. I have faith that our nation has contingencies in place. What we must do is find them, unlock them, and utilize them to rebuild the Dragon Nation. Luo Feng gently embraced her, patting her back in comfort. Chief, we found something remarkable. Chun Chung's sudden exclamation shattered the silence between the two. What have you discovered? I have located the 95-style rifles you mentioned, as well as others similar to the one you hold. There are many rounds of ammunition too. His words brought an instant smile to Luo Feng's face. Striding forward, he indeed found a military green crate that had been opened, revealing several 95-style automatic rifles lying quietly inside. Although these rifles appeared rusted, with proper maintenance or replacement of parts, they could undoubtedly be made functional. After tearing away several decayed military green tarpaulins to reveal their contents, he could not help but inhale sharply. Chapter 25. Camp Personnel Allocation. Upon opening everything within the room, Luo Feng felt an exhilarating rush. With these weapons, survival in this world would at least be temporarily assured. They were fortunate indeed, with over 195-style assault rifles, around 2088-style general-purpose machine guns, and over 2092-style 5.8 handguns. Additionally, there were dozens of 81-style automatic rifles, over 1,067-style grenades, more than a dozen mortars, and several rocket projectiles, along with 4 howitzers and hundreds of assorted shells. 2 unmanned aerial vehicles were also present, along with ample ammunition, grenades, landmines, gunpowder, and explosives. This large vehicle appeared to be an 11-style wheeled armored assault vehicle. Likely the last 2 individuals entered with it, now rendered inoperable. Nangong Yanran quickly assessed and enumerated a plethora of data. While it seemed there were many weapons, it remained uncertain how many were still operable. If there were enough to equip a platoon, that would be considered excellent. However, Luo Feng did not allow himself to feel overly optimistic, knowing that after so many years, most of these weapons and ammunition were likely non-functional. Ching. Yes, Chief, your ancestors left behind numerous weapons, yet many are damaged. You must handle them with care and exercise caution. First, arrange for the transportation of these items back, and instruct others in the camp to bring tools to carry everything back. Understood, Chief. Chen Sheng promptly set about organizing personnel for the transport of the weapons. After reiterating his instructions multiple times, Luo Feng finally left the room with Nangong Yanran and made their way to the outermost section of the National Defense Fortification. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Nangong Yin and gently embraced him. Indeed, no matter the obstacles we face, we shall not yield. Luo Feng exhaled a deep sigh. Nodding solemnly, nearly the entire local populace was mobilized, expending several hours, with torches in hand, to transport everything salvageable back to the gathering site under the cover of night. At that moment, you shall return to the camp with numerous bundles. Having settled the supplies and personnel temporarily, and all key members convened to discuss matters, there were 153 individuals remaining at the One-Eyed Dragon camp, and after our persuasion, most had chosen to follow us. Ample food had also been transported back to AS for weapons. They primarily consisted of knives, shields, and staffs, with few firearms. However, considerable amounts of gunpowder had been successfully retrieved, all of which he reported meticulously. I have conducted a rough tally of our numbers. Our camp currently accommodates a total of 687 individuals. Among them, there are 417 able-bodied men and women, while the remaining 270 comprise the injured and the elderly, despite the amalgamation of 3 camps. The available food supply is woefully insufficient. Even if the mutants resort to consuming beasts, the remaining provisions are unlikely to last until the harvest season. Through a period of diligent study, Ding Junmin has acquired substantial knowledge and has become an indispensable ally. The issue of food is indeed of paramount importance. We must first devise a plan to cultivate some vegetables. Furthermore, once we are settled, let the 3rd squad leader lead a group to fish in the river. Judging by your appearance, it seems the fish in the river have not mutated. Otherwise, consuming them might result in your transformation into mutants as well. Luo Feng gazed at Yi Xiao and the others, resigned to allow them to resume their previous traits. However, upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao bowed his head in silence, clearly harboring an unspeakable burden. But in the conference room, the only sounds were the heavy breaths of a few individuals. In truth, many fish and shrimp in the river have also undergone mutations that at last. Yi Xiao lifted his head, offering a hoarse, bitter smile. Our ancestors left behind a clan rule. Any clan member who mutates is to be driven out and becomes a wanderer. Although the surviving members of our clan appear uninfected, this comes at the cost of sacrificing many of our kin to ensure the continuation of our lineage. During my grandfather's time, our camp had around 700 to 800 individuals. Yet, in my generation, our numbers have dwindled to fewer than 200. His words moved Yi Wu, Yi Ying, and the other clansmen to tears. That in these extraordinary times, we must undertake extraordinary measures. This is a desperate necessity. Your ancestors were remarkably wise, truly admirable. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression changed drastically. With a resigned sigh, he expressed profound admiration. Although we have lost many clan members, they have ensured that those who remain possess pure bloodlines, facilitating the normal propagation of human descendants. Now, having opened the armory left by your ancestors, we have recovered many weapons. However, we must further inspect how many are actually usable. Your ancestors were once the sovereigns of this land. Thus, we humans must guarantee the purity of our bloodlines, refusing to be altered by adverse circumstances. Therefore, I have decided to safeguard your kin, primarily engaging in low-risk activities such as farming, breeding, and handicrafts. This task will be overseen by Nangong Yanran and Yi Ying, who will select individuals of sound, pure blood that we may perish, but we must preserve the bloodline of humanity, the spark of life. Luo Feng rose, gazing earnestly at the assembly. Fear not, leader. We shall emulate our great ancestors in preserving the legacy of humanity, even if it costs us our lives, Qin Qing exclaimed, fervently thumping his chest in promise. Though I am not a normal human, I understand our fate. Rest assured, I will fight tirelessly for our descendants. Ding Junmin was evidently aware that his bloodline had been tainted, rendering him incapable of propagating normal human offspring. For the sake of future generations, for humanity, for our ancestors, the other key members also pounded their chests in fervent agreement. Excellent. It is gratifying that you comprehend this. Starting tomorrow, the 3 squad leaders and the burly one will select combat personnel. The remainder will be managed by Nangong Yanran for logistical support. Your ancestors left behind a wealth of knowledge. Although you may not yet grasp it, we will gradually teach you, enabling you to become as formidable as your forebears. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction, intent on training an army during this time. After concluding their discussions, the individuals departed. Engaging in further discourse by the light of the flames, he began to devise a training plan tailored to the realities at hand. The following day, Nangong Yanran and Yi Ying gathered the inhabitants of the fishing camp, along with the selected pureblood humans, to impart knowledge. The remaining individuals were supplemented into the combat personnel by the 3 squad leaders, while all mutants were overseen by the burly one. Luo Feng's training regimen for them involved ancient close combat techniques. Once all personnel were organized, Luo Feng, alongside Nangong Yanran, Yi Ying, Xiao Chao, and the astute pureblood humans, attempted to repair various weapons. Chapter 26. Training the army. Days later, under the guidance of Luo Feng and the others, through the unwavering efforts of over 100 individuals, all weapons were finally cleaned and assessed as anticipated. While there appeared to be a multitude of weapons, after maintenance and reassembly, fewer than half were functional. There were only 41 Type 95 assault rifles, 8 Type 88 general-purpose machine guns, and 10 Type 92 5.8mm handguns. Of the 21 Type 81 automatic rifles, barely over 200 usable Type 67 grenades remained. 3 mortars and 2 howitzers were rendered unusable, and the rocket artillery shells were completely inoperable. The unmanned aerial vehicles could not be utilized as all parts had been disassembled, but a mere 107 shells remained operational. The only piece of good news was that there were considerable quantities of 5.8mm ammunition. Although the armored assault vehicles were inoperative, they could be repurposed with tires to serve as mobile fortifications, posing a significant deterrent to the locals. After Nangong Yanran presented him with the list of weapons, she stretched languidly. You've worked hard, Luo Feng acknowledged. noting that these weapons would suffice for the time being. With some additional time, I could teach them to utilize these materials to craft single-shot firearms. Although their power may not rival that of these weapons, they would still provide formidable combat capabilities against the local populace wielding cold weapons. Nangong Yanran waved her hand, bringing him more good news. Well then, do as you see fit. During this time, I have also been training them, and we need to select some loyal individuals to distribute this batch of weapons. Additionally, you must choose some pure-blood individuals to form armed forces. Utilize Ying effectively. She should be able to assist you greatly. Luo Feng, observing the dark circles under her eyes, felt a pang of sympathy as he gently caressed her face. TCH, do you not realize that bringing her into your quarters would be the wisest choice? You are a unique pureblood. After all, you will need to serve as a breeding stallion in the future. By taking her in, her kin will become our staunchest supporters. Nangong Yin rolled her eyes at him, unabashedly pinching him before turning on her heel to leave. Luo Feng could only smile ruefully at the situation. This girl had truly let go since arriving in this world, yet he understood that she too was not entirely at ease. After collecting his thoughts, he made his way to the training grounds, where the 3 squad leaders were currently training the combat personnel. Through his relentless efforts over the past few days, they had begun to resemble soldiers. Many of your ancestors were soldiers. Therefore, I am training you in the ways of the military to make you as formidable as your forebears. You have been meticulously selected from over 300 individuals, and from this point onward, you will shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the camp's security. He addressed the assembly of over 100 individuals with sincerity. Subsequently, he selected 30 individuals from this group to serve as guards, with the remaining members divided into 3 squads of around 40 individuals each. Each squad received 10 automatic rifles, 2 Type 88 general-purpose machine guns, and 40 Type 67 grenades, with the squad leader equipped with a Type 92 5.8mm handgun. His guard unit was similarly outfitted, but for reasons of safety and personal interest, they were all armed with Type 95 assault rifles. The mortars and howitzers were, of course, assigned to the guard unit, with their specific use entrusted to his most trusted confidants. After distributing the weapons, some ammunition was also provided. The remaining task was to teach them how to shoot effectively. Once they had received sufficient training, despite the limited ammunition, Luo Feng still opted to have each individual fire 3 rounds. After 10 days, nearly everyone had become proficient in using firearms, although their marksmanship was lacking. Concentrated fire against monsters could still produce significant devastation. Just as he was fervently enhancing their combat capabilities, Ying approached him one day, her face pale with worry. Brother Luo, something's wrong. Sister Yanran is ill. Luo Feng was taken aback by her words, his face instantly filled with concern as he grasped her hand. What happened? Wasn't she fine just yesterday? How did she suddenly fall ill? Is it serious? He was acutely aware that in this world, there were no effective medicines to treat ailments. It seems somewhat serious. She has a fever and has vomited everything she ate. Ying, being a young girl, was also frightened and unsure of what to do. After reassuring her for a moment, Luo Feng hastily returned to the room at the mountainside. Upon opening the door, he found Nangong Yanran lying weakly on the bed. Yanran, have you used the first aid kit? Yes, I used everything that was available, but there's been no improvement. It might be a gastrointestinal illness. Perhaps she just needs some time to rest. Darling, our living conditions are precarious. I fear it might be a contagious disease like malaria. You must separate the people in the camp. Despite her weakness, Nangong Yanran managed to muster a smile. Upon hearing the words, Luo Feng's countenance changed dramatically. If it truly is an infectious disease, then the inhabitants of the camp may suffer a devastating loss. However, that seems unlikely. Let us not forget that the locals have lived in such an environment for generations, and certain genes within them may have developed resistance to this illness. Otherwise, merely this type of contagion could have wiped out the entire local population, transforming the city into a genuine ghost town. Though he was deeply concerned, he shook his head to offer gentle reassurance. Once he had calmed her down, he swiftly summoned the 3 squad leaders and other key personnel for a discussion. How did you treat illnesses in the past? Luo Feng asked directly, cutting to the chase. Chief, I feel quite ashamed. When we fell ill, it was essentially a death sentence. We would expel them from the camp, only allowing them to return if they survived. Night Owl replied with a rueful smile, compelled to speak the truth. Indeed, our elders had no knowledge of treatments. We were resigned to fate. However, we do occasionally fall ill. And even then, a few days of rest often suffices for recovery. The group chimed in, but none provided the information he desperately needed. Chief, I know where we can find medicine. Song Xiaofei, seeing Luo Feng's troubled expression, stepped forward after a moment of contemplation. Where? Chuncheng. There are many people there, and several formidable factions. The Eternal Life Hall has a branch there. They should possess what you require. Through his studies over the past period, Song Xiaofei had gleaned much about the past that he no longer believed in the beguiling tactics of the Eternal Life Hall. Are you certain? You must understand how critical this matter is to me. If true, I will be immensely grateful, but if you deceive me, you may not fathom the severity of your fate. Luo Feng stood, approaching him with fiery eyes and a countenance filled with murderous intent. I have no need to deceive you. I am certain there are individuals from the Eternal Life Hall. However, whether their medicine is effective, I cannot say. Song Xiaofei gulped, clearly frightened, yet he solemnly nodded in affirmation. Very well. As long as you have not misled me, I owe you a favor. When the time comes for you to depart, I shall also provide you with weapons and ammunition. Luo Feng exhaled deeply, placing a hand on his shoulder in gratitude. Yanran has fallen ill, and this place lacks any herbs or usable medicinal materials. Therefore, I have resolved to set out immediately for Chuncheng in search of medicine. Regardless of whether you wish to accompany me, I shall take her and leave without delay. Of course, if you are willing to join me, prepare to depart at once, gazing at those before him. He was forthright and honest. For the sake of Nangong Yanran, he was determined to confront any obstacle, vowing to keep her alive at all costs. I will go with you. I have learned much from Sister Yanran, and I recognize some commonly used medicinal herbs that I believe I can be of assistance. Nightingale did not hesitate, standing firmly beside Luo Feng. That my daughter has already been taken by you, so regardless of the dangers, I will accompany you through fire and water. Night Owl chuckled wryly, the second to express his support. You are our chief and our savior. You are kin to our ancestors, and thus, you are our family. We are willing to follow you. Indeed, you are the god of war, our ancestor. We are prepared to risk everything for you. Others stood as well, expressing their willingness to follow. I have longed to escape this cursed place. Only in Chuncheng can we propagate our kind and preserve human civilization. Many nodded in agreement. If we do not go to Chuncheng, we shall not have enough food to survive. Thus, it is imperative that we proceed there. It is a path of life, not death. Yet this path would not be an easy one, as powerful monsters lurk beyond the city, posing a mortal threat. Even with weapons in hand, it would be a formidable challenge. Ding Jumin, displaying a more rational demeanor, directly pointed out the core issue. You need not worry about that. Even if we encounter monsters like the Devourers, we can find a way to defeat them. Time is of the essence. I shall not linger further. Return swiftly to prepare. Those willing to accompany us should be ready to depart by tomorrow morning. With Luo Feng's command issued, the remaining individuals began to disperse to prepare. However, he retained Nightingale to care for Nangong Yanran and kept Song Xiaofei in the room to ascertain the safety of the route to Chuncheng. Chief, several years ago we journeyed from Chuncheng to here, and at that time, it was relatively safe, as the Eternal Life Hall and the Elders had dispatched combat teams to clear the powerful monsters along the route. However, that was several years ago. I fear we may encounter monsters. Yet even if we do, they should not be as formidable as the Devourers. Song Xiaofei spoke candidly, clearly wishing to avoid death. Then you should have some recollection of the route. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a firearm and designate you to lead the way. Do not even think of fleeing. I am the deity of the jungle. Luo Feng fixed his gaze upon him, issuing a stern warning. Understood. He swallowed hard, clearly indicating his intention not to flee. After issuing a series of commands, the camp became a flurry of activity. Nearly everyone understood that without their chief, they would not survive. As such, old and young alike began to mobilize, discarding all but the essential weapons, ammunition, and provisions. Fortunately, the fishing camp had always engaged in aquaculture, and the last few water buffalo became their primary means of transportation. Though the one-eyed dragon's camp lacked large water buffalo, it possessed several mules and numerous one-wheeled carts, even a few iron-wheeled vehicles. Ultimately, Luo Feng abandoned the armored assault vehicle but loaded 2 howitzers onto iron wheels, each drawn forward by a pair of water buffalo. On the following day, once all preparations were complete, a single command was given, and Ding Jumin led Song Xiaofei and a dozen soldiers to scout ahead. Luo Feng arranged for Nangong Yanran to be transported on a wooden cart, pulled by a large individual. Nightingale and Xiao Chao took turns caring for her, ensuring she suffered no harm, along the overgrown and dilapidated highway. Several hundred individuals slowly made their way toward Chuncheng, guarded by Chuncheng and Night Owl, who led armed soldiers. Despite the road being in disrepair, with many sections collapsed, it did not impede the group's progress. For several days, they encountered no formidable monsters. Even when faced with smaller wild beasts, they were swiftly dispatched, providing sustenance for the mutated populace. Fortunately, the weather remained fair, and for several days, they did not encounter torrential rains or other adverse conditions. However, Nangong Yenron's health continued to deteriorate, causing great concern among the group. Report, Chief. One of the squad leaders has encountered trouble. Just as Luo Feng was deeply worried about the illness, a soldier rushed in. Panic-stricken, what is the matter? What has happened? His mood was already grim, and upon hearing of trouble, his expression darkened further. Ding's squad encountered a group of locals in the city ahead, and they clashed. How many are there? What weapons are they using? Qin Sheng, take your team to provide support that I wish to see who dares to act so brazenly. Luo Feng roared in anger, unwilling to waste time at such a critical juncture. Yes, Chief. Upon receiving the order, Qin Sheng quickly gathered his men to provide assistance. He carefully tended to Nangong Yenron, gesturing for the team to continue onward. When they reached the outskirts of a city, they found Ding Junmin and Qin Sheng entangled with a group of locals. What is going on? Seeing they had not yet engaged in combat, Luo Feng approached with a stern expression. Are you the esteemed chief? A frail elder stepped forward, his murky gaze fixed upon him. I am. I heard from these two great individuals that you are a godlike figure. You are of the same lineage as our ancestors. I beseech you to take us in. The frail elder trembled, nearly bowing down. Upon hearing the elder's words, the 300 to 400 locals behind him surprisingly knelt in disarray. Stop this. Luo Feng was taken aback, swiftly stepping forward to support the frail elder, preventing him from kneeling. What is happening? Speak. Seeing the two lower their heads, he revealed a glint of menace in his expression. There is a group within this city that has been oppressing and enslaving us. Upon encountering our scouting team, they resorted to gunfire, killing one and injuring two. After Qin Sheng abandoning them like this weighs heavily on my conscience. When those who fled return, the fate that awaits these locals is likely grim. They will continue to be enslaved. Brother Luo, let us take them along. Sister Yin once remarked that you are a man of great ambition. If we are to establish a base, we require more people, and consequently, more labor. Besides pure-blood humans, let these individuals consume the flesh of beasts. As long as they remain alive, they will inevitably prove useful to us. Noticing his troubled expression, Nightingale approached him and softly suggested her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng furrowed his brow, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Humanity already faces numerous challenges for survival. Was his initial intention not to rescue those who are enslaved? Very well. The chaos you two have instigated shall be your responsibility to manage. Each squad will select a few individuals and choose some robust humans from among them. Prepare provisions and gather all useful items. Guide them to follow at the rear of the ranks. But should they flee in the face of beasts or monsters, I shall not offer them refuge again. Understood, Chief. Upon hearing this, Ding Junmin and Qin Sheng sighed in relief, saluted, and swiftly entered the city to make arrangements. The entire team seized the opportunity to rest in the city, for they had been weary from their continuous journey. The next morning, the formidable group set out eastward once more. Chief, within this city, we have procured several single-shot rifles and over 100 rounds of ammunition. In addition to some food, we have also acquired a few livestock. Beyond these, I ensured that all usable items, including unicycles and four-wheel carts, were taken along. On the march, Ding Junmin quickly reported to Luo Feng. Well done. Continue scouting ahead. Time is of the essence. We should avoid any conflict or contact with the locals for now. His concern for Nangong Yenron's condition precluded any distractions, compelling him to press forward. Yes, Chief. Noticing Luo Feng's sour mood, Ding Junmin departed swiftly. During this period, Luo Feng busied himself, often accompanying several members of the guard to protect Nightingale and Xiao Chao as they searched the nearby mountains for various herbs. Though not as proficient as Nangong Yenron, he had previously learned first aid. Furthermore, Nightingale and the others had acquired considerable knowledge, gathering a substantial amount of medicinal materials. When Nangong Yenron regained consciousness, she directed them in preparing and brewing the medicines. Regrettably, despite their efforts with various herbs, her condition showed no sign of improvement. Days later, as Luo Feng grew increasingly anxious, contemplating a direct route to Spring City with Nangong Yenron, Ding Junmin suddenly approached, drenched in sweat, to report. Chief, in front of us, a group of peculiar individuals is engaged in combat with monsters. Should we provide assistance? What? Luo Feng exclaimed in shock, taken aback by the prospect of encountering beasts at such a moment. Please elaborate. What kind of monsters are we dealing with? From my observation at a distance, it appears they are beset by a pack of wolves. Yet, astonishingly, the individuals encircled seem to be able to command beasts to fight alongside them. Among the animals are not only cattle and sheep but also tigers, leopards, elephants, and bears. The battle is fierce, as the number of wolves is overwhelming. Ding Jumin clearly harbored fear of the wolf pack. Recognizing that the sheer number of these creatures rendered them nearly invincible, leave a guard detail and prepare the others for battle. Bring the big guy along with the mutants. We need to assess the situation. After a brief moment of consideration, he resolved to move swiftly to provide support. If he chose to ignore this situation, the peculiar individuals would surely be devoured by the wolves, and their large contingent would inevitably face the same fate. However, if they could successfully drive off the wolves with a two-pronged attack, not only would they gain the friendship of these people, but they might also acquire livestock in exchange upon their rapid arrival. They found the humans desperately clinging to a defensible position. After surveying the scene through binoculars, even the seasoned Luo Feng could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This world was truly a nightmare. Gigantic Asian elephants towering at over 10 meters, colossal tigers spanning 8 meters, bears resembling small mountains, and a horde of wolves as large as calves. The sight was nothing short of grotesque. Over 100 wolves surrounded the group, baring their teeth, while small packs continuously launched surprise attacks. The acrid scent of blood only intensified the savagery of these beasts. Prepare the mortars and target the wolves for bombardment. The first squad will attack from the left, while the second squad will advance from the right. The big guy will lead the mutants in a frontal charge. The third squad will leave half their ranks to defend the mortar position, while the others provide cover for the main assault. Remember, we must strike with ferocity to intimidate these vicious wolves. After a thorough assessment, Luo Feng immediately commanded the support to be dispatched, lest it be too late and the humans be completely torn apart by the wolf pack. Yes, Chief. The 4 men, having received their orders, swiftly departed to organize their unit to the Mountain Bend camp. An elder, aged over 50, looked anxiously at the wolves. Amon, there are simply too many of these beasts. We may not hold our ground. You take a dozen people and protect Yue and the children as they escape from the back mountain. Grandfather, we will not leave. We will fight these beasts to the death. Even if we perish, we shall do so together, Xin Yue replied, tears streaming down her face, stubbornly grasping her grandfather's hand. Go, child, if you can escape from the back mountain, then find a way to survive in Spring City. In this dark world, every day we live is a blessing. The chief, his eyes reddened, reluctantly released her hand. Rest assured, Chief, even if Amon meets his end, I will ensure that Sister Yue and the others escape. I believe in you. Take your tiger brothers and let Yue and the others ride away on the good horses from the camp. You and your dozen tribesmen are capable. I hope you all survive. The chief patted Amon's shoulder, gesturing for them to leave. They were all too aware that the wolves were commanded by a wolf king. Even if they escaped from the back mountain, they might still face pursuit from the pack. Yet remaining here would ultimately lead to certain death. Taking a chance to flee from the back mountain might offer them a chance at survival. Amon, a towering figure, resembled a small mountain even when kneeling. After bowing and rising, he took Xin Yue, who was but half his size, and turned to leave. With a fierce roar, a striped tiger also answered with a mighty roar, swiftly approaching Amon and nuzzling against him. Brother Ahuang, we must protect the young clan leader's escape. Even if I perish, you must ensure her safety. Amon leaned his head against the massive tiger's forehead, gently stroking it to soothe its spirit. Roar. Although the striped tiger was also injured, it seemed to sense something and shook its large head as if expressing its disagreement. Yet, in this dire situation, they had no choice. Once the dozen strong youths were prepared, they turned to lead Xin Yue and 2 young boys away. Chapter 29. Repelling the wolf pack. Luo Feng personally adjusted the mortar, setting the angle before allowing the trained gunners to conduct the first test shot. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 shells landed precisely among the wolf pack, and the violent explosions frightened the wolves, causing them to retreat a few steps. Oh, seeing this, the Wolf King let out an enraged howl, prompting several wolves to break away and charge toward the mortar's position. This is up to you all. Fire a few more rounds, then retreat that I will seek out and eliminate the Wolf King. Luo Feng slung his Type 10 sniper rifle over his shoulder and quickly sought a vantage point. Ding Jumin, Chen Xin, and the others rallied the troops, launching their assault following the mortar's explosions. This was their first battle, and the 4 men were brimming with determination. They hoped this fight would demonstrate to everyone in the camp that humanity would no longer cower before the beasts and powerful monsters lurking outside the city. The big guy at the center of the charge let out a thunderous roar, raising his shield and sword as he led the charge. Simultaneously, the left and right flanks surged forward almost in unison. Bang! 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 Rat-a-tat! 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 Watch out! Before Ding Jumin could finish his warning, a gray wolf lunged from the side. The roar of his automatic rifle echoed through the valley, bullets carving a bloody path through the wolves. Yet more shadows surged forward from behind. A dozen rifles required no aiming. Simply point at the wolf pack and pull the trigger, though the wolves were initially pushed back by the sudden onslaught. Their bloodthirsty instincts drove them to retaliate fiercely. Hold the line, spear wielders, finish them off. Ding Jumin shouted as the wolves charged. The remaining fighters, armed with knives and shields, steadied themselves. Fortunately, Luo Feng had conducted extensive training, and the combatants remained composed. Throw grenades. With a fierce command, several individuals produced grenades and hurled them into the fray. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Out of 5 grenades thrown, 4 detonated, while 1 was a damp dud. The grenades exploded among the wolves, showering the area with blood and gore. Although the explosions inflicted casualties among the wolves, it only served to provoke them further. The mutated wolves, now more bloodthirsty than ever, charged at the frontline fighters, even after sustaining severe injuries. Thud! A large blade pierced a wolf's body, and warm blood splattered onto the face of the knife-wielding defender. Though fear gripped him, the sight of blood ignited a primal rage in his eyes. "Awoo!" The Wolf King, hidden in the distance, howled defiantly, commanding the pack to turn their focus from the camp to the approaching reinforcements. Damn! What an astonishing transformation this has become. The howl of the Wolf King pierced the air, causing a sharp pain in one's eardrums. This beast was even more colossal than a great water buffalo. Luo Feng, drenched in the blood of wolves, after slaying more than a dozen, finally pinpointed the location of the Wolf King. He set up the Type 10 sniper rifle, meticulously adjusting his breathing rhythm. The Wolf King, sensing the impending threat, glanced around before attempting to retreat. Yet, a beast is still a beast, and at this juncture, it was clearly too late to escape. Bang! A 12.7mm multifunctional round erupted from the barrel of the sniper rifle, striking the Wolf King squarely in the head. A crimson spray erupted, and evidently, the Wolf King had not anticipated that such a towering and robust creature could be felled by a single shot. Awoo! Awoo! The 2 loyal wild wolves mourned before the corpse of their king, clearly bewildered by the sudden demise of their leader. Awoo! Awoo! Ultimately, these 2 wolves unleashed heart-wrenching howls, prompting the entire pack to join in their mournful cries. Deprived of their king's commanding presence, they were reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter at the campsite around the mountain bend. The elders urged, "Quickly, the Wolf King is dead. Rush out to aid our comrades and drive the remaining wolves away." The clan leader, overjoyed by the sound of the howling wolves, decisively commanded a charge. Muow. Under human guidance, the towering elephant trumpeted loudly as it lifted a wild wolf with its sharp tusks, subsequently trampling it into a pulp with its massive limbs. Roar! The black bear rose to its hind legs, its enormous paw smashing the skull of yet another wild wolf. Clad in protective iron gear with a sharp helmet, he surged into the fray against the wolf pack. Roar! Roar! Upon hearing the gunfire, a man led the vibrant tiger back to the camp. Now emboldened by the absence of their king's intimidation, he urged the tiger to join the slaughter, caught in a pincer movement. The wolf pack suffered heavy casualties, and in the anguished howls of the lead wolves, the remnants, tails tucked, retreated into the forest. Victory! Blessed by our ancestors, we have triumphed over the formidable beast. Long live the leader! As the wolf pack fled, Ding Jumin, Chen Cheng, and Yu Zhao's team erupted in thunderous cheers. They knelt on the ground, tears brimming in their eyes as they bowed in reverence to their ancestors. It was they who left behind powerful weaponry, enabling their descendants to drive away mighty monsters. Though this battle incurred significant losses, they would no longer live in fear of such creatures. They believed their leader could guide them to establish a new homeland. After the resounding victory, Ding Junmin, Chen Cheng, and others composed themselves quickly, directing efforts to tend to the wounded. Various squads dispatched individuals to stand guard, wary of the emergence of even stronger beasts. Thank you for saving our lives. May I inquire who you are? After the wolf pack scattered, the clan leader approached with several clan members to express their gratitude. No need for formality. We hail from Linsong City. We happened upon your plight while traversing here and, being fellow humans, naturally came to your aid. Ding Junmin responded graciously, clearly intent on forging an alliance with these individuals. We migrated from Rayleigh, having encountered formidable beasts in our homeland to survive. We were compelled to journey eastward. Esteemed benefactors, why not rest within our camp for a spell? We would like to repay your kindness. The clan leader beamed, bowing in invitation. I apologize, but I cannot make that decision. I am not the leader. However, if you wish to express your gratitude, might I inquire if you have a healer among you? Ding Junmin, well aware of Luo Feng's situation, knew that the vice leader's ailment had shown no signs of improvement, and he could not afford to waste time. Which benefactor is unwell? Our clan members and companions often sustain injuries. We possess some healing methods and a modest supply of medicinal herbs. Upon hearing of a patient, the clan members seized the opportunity to repay the favor. Is that true? How wonderful! The leader exclaimed in delight, raising his voice to call out. Luo Feng, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly approached his side. Upon learning that there was indeed a healer among the group, a smile spread across his face. Please, my wife is unwell. For reasons unknown, she has taken numerous medicines with no improvement. Then let us take a look. Rest assured, we will do our utmost, the clan leader assured, nodding in acknowledgement and swiftly instructing those nearby. Yue, fetch the medicine bag and bring all the usable herbs. Additionally, have the clan members comfort our companions and ask a man to gather the wolf carcasses. Understood, grandfather. Shen Yue glanced at Luo Feng, slightly bowing in respect before departing. Chapter 30. The mysterious tribe. The clan leader clearly regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, not only bringing forth all available medicinal herbs, but also summoning every healer from the clan. 6 or 7 individuals accompanied Luo Feng to the cart of Nangong, Iran, swiftly examining the patient with their time-honored methods of traditional medicine. However, the patient's condition appeared dire. After some observations, the other healers could only step aside in silence, unable to ascertain a diagnosis. How is she? Is there anything seriously wrong? Luo Feng's anxiety was palpable, for he dreaded the silence that often accompanied dire circumstances. Typically, such silence indicated a lack of viable remedies. He could not bear to lose his only companion in this world. The situation is somewhat intricate, but you need not worry. The clan leader, after engaging in a thorough dialogue with the other healers, finally spoke, his brow furrowed in concern. Her constitution is exceedingly delicate. She has encountered a distressing event that has greatly affected her. Furthermore, being in such a harsh environment has kept her in a constant state of tension. Additionally, as a woman, her nature is inherently yin, and the current frigid weather has exacerbated her condition. Moreover, her diet has likely been quite monotonous. The prolonged absence of meat and vegetables has caused her digestive system to falter, leading to her illness. The clan leader's words brought relief to Luo Feng, who exhaled deeply. We possess some gentle herbs. Let her take them for a few days. Furthermore, we shall prepare some meat-based porridge for her. She should gradually improve. And this ginseng, snow lotus, etc. we will slowly nourish her body once she feels better. Within a few dozen days, she should fully recover. The clan leader, lacking absolute certainty, decided to prepare additional potent medications for gradual nourishment. Thank you. Luo Feng nodded appreciatively, bowing deeply in gratitude. You were too kind. Leader, had it not been for your decisive orders to support us, our clan members would have surely become fodder for the wolf pack. The clan leader appeared somewhat taken aback, hastily stepping forward to assist him back to his feet. May I inquire, esteemed elder, are your meats sourced from domesticated livestock? As for creatures like wild wolves, can ordinary people consume them? Luo Feng, upon receiving the offered piece of meat, promptly posed this crucial question. It is best to avoid consuming mutated beasts, as there is a significant risk that we may also undergo mutation. However, some wild beasts are only slightly mutated. After being cooked with certain herbs, they can be consumed. For instance, the wolf pack we encountered, the Wolf King, and some of the lead wolves are clearly mutated. Yet, the other wild wolves, while large, can still be eaten after proper cooking. However, if we have access to other grains, plants, or fruits, it is advisable to refrain from consuming these wild beasts. The elder's words brought satisfaction to Luo Feng, as it seemed the issue of food could be managed. After slaying dozens of wild wolves, his team now numbered over 1,000. Without consuming wolf meat, their supplies would scarcely suffice. They would have to resort to the elder's method of preparing wolf meat for sustenance. Only grains, plants, and fruits were deemed worthy of pure-blooded humans. Having defeated the wolf pack, they should no longer dare to disturb us. Many of our members are injured, so let us set up camp here for the night. Yes, leader. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Feng issued orders to Yi Xiao beside him before departing to make arrangements. Elder, I entrust Iran to your care. I hope you will do everything possible to heal her. And there will certainly be generous rewards afterward. You were too kind, leader. Rest assured, I will treat her as if she were my own granddaughter. The elder replied with a respectful bow, fully aware of the girl's significance. After a few more instructions, Luo Feng turned to leave, for he was the leader of the entire team and had numerous matters to attend to. The elder wasted no time, signaling for his clan members to escort Nangong Iran to the camp for treatment. Despite the camp being in disarray from the attack, it still provided shelter from the elements. Once they returned to the camp, after 2 doses of traditional medicine, Nangong Iran surprisingly regained consciousness to ensure her well-being. Luo Feng decided to establish the camp right there. Squad leader Ding. This location is not far from Mojang City. There should still be some people there. Why not investigate and see if we can exchange for some ammunition and food? Song Xiaofei, upon encountering Ding Junmin, greeted him warmly. Humph, I suspect you harbor ulterior motives. If I were to trust you and lead people to your gathering, only for you to turn around and collaborate with them to kill us and seize our weapons, wouldn't that put the leader in grave danger? Ding Junmin retorted with a cold smile, unwilling to engage further. You are mistaken. Through this time of interaction and understanding, I have come to know what I truly desire. I believe in the leader's words. This world was once resplendent that I believe that humanity is the rightful sovereign of this land, rather than being reduced to prey for the beasts beyond the city walls. Living in fear and hiding, Song Xiaofei shook his head. The events of this period had evidently left a profound impact on him. Indeed, I once shared your disbelief, for this world has been as such since I can remember. But the arrival of our 2 leaders shattered my previous perceptions of this world through their actions, whether it is the site of our ancestors' bones or the weapons they left behind. Both instill in us a profound belief that this world once thrived in remarkable advancement and prosperity, that we must not allow our descendants to continue living in a chaotic world fraught with uncertainty. We ought to rally behind our leader to forge a new era, an age that prioritizes humanity above all else. Qin Sheng, standing nearby, was equally stirred. He was indeed the first to choose to follow the leader. Therefore, you may choose to disbelieve my words for now, but we must learn to think critically. The leader is merely a person, not an omnipotent deity. The vice leader is unwell and likely cannot concern himself with other matters. However, we must strategize for the development of our camp, seeking ways to acquire weapons, food, and more human resources. In Mojang City, there exists a group of people, whether it be them or the weapons and food they possess. All are crucially needed by our camp. We shall merely gather intelligence, and once we ascertain the situation, we will report back to the leader for his decision. I am but one individual. Are you all truly afraid? Song Xiaofei gazed earnestly at them as he spoke. What is your motivation for undertaking this? I wish to follow the leader, to witness the future world he envisions. That I aspire to be a true warrior, wielding a weapon to combat the monsters. His words exchanged glances between Ding Junmin and his companion. Very well. I shall accompany you with a few others, but should you deceive us, you ought to be aware of the leader's methods. Ultimately, Ding Junmin acquiesced, knowing full well that the camp required more personnel and resources. After a brief discussion, Song Xiaofei and Ding Junmin, along with several others, ventured into the city, while Qin Sheng and other warriors awaited outside for support. After conferring with Yi Xiao, the trio, accompanied by 2 squads of men, swiftly departed the camp, marching eastward with urgency. Chapter 31. Mojang City. After a day of marching, Song Xiaofei and Ding Junmin finally arrived at the outskirts of Mojang City. The city was similarly overrun with weeds, a landscape littered with dilapidated ruins. The stench of decay wafted through the air. Outside the city, amidst the withered branches and fallen leaves, a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, scattering the dry foliage to reveal stark, white bones beneath. Remember, I am the divine envoy of the Changxing Hall, and you are my subordinates. Except for squad leader Ding, refrain from speaking once we 5 enter. The rest should conceal yourselves. Should an explosion sound from within, you must provide immediate support. After surveying the area, Song Xiaofei solemnly conveyed his instructions. Fine, we shall proceed as you say. I must remind you once more. Do not play tricks. If you are truly earnest about following the leader, he shall not disappoint you. Ding Junmin cautioned him again. 3 Agile and clever warriors trailed behind the 2, concealing their weapons as they proceeded cautiously into the city. The ruins were rampant with untamed vegetation. After nearly an hour of navigating, They finally reached the city's center to discover a small gathering place. Halt. Who are you? A vigilant young guard, brandishing a large blade, pointed it at them. Have your eyes gone blind? You dare to aim a weapon at the divine envoy of the Changsheng Hall? Ding Junmin shouted angrily, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap. Master, please enter. Just a moment. The youth was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Song Xiaofei's robust figure, he swallowed hard and hurried inside. Shortly after, a middle-aged man emerged with a dozen others, after scrutinizing the five. He burst into hearty laughter. Ah, the divine envoy has graced us with his presence. Welcome. I am the camp leader, Meng Luo. Please, come in. Leader Meng Luo greeted them with a broad smile, gesturing for them to enter the camp. Song Xiaofei nodded in satisfaction, his expression grave as he led the way into the camp, with the others silently following suit. After exchanging a few idle pleasantries within the camp, Song Xiaofei produced a metal plaque from his person and tossed it onto the table. This time, I am in charge of the reconnaissance, but we suffered considerable losses in an encounter with monsters. I intended to select some personnel from you. However, seeing the caliber of your people, it seems they are not up to par. And your equipment is utterly substandard. Leader Meng, do you have any viable solutions? The plaque on the table bore the insignia of the Changsheng Hall, depicting a grand temple with the words Changsheng Hall inscribed prominently. The reverse side contained the envoy's name and identification details. Typically, envoys of the Changsheng Hall do not need to present such tokens. I beg your pardon, divine envoy. Although our camp is composed of followers of the Changsheng Hall, we have long been at odds with the Wuamba camp, resulting in numerous conflicts and significant losses. If you wish to gather personnel, why not lead us to conquer our rival camp? You may then select some elite individuals to serve you, and the weaponry is at your disposal. Leader Meng Luo, evidently astute, seized the opportunity to propose conditions. Should he successfully annex another camp, he would become the undisputed leader of Mahjong City, even if he lost a few individuals. The remaining forces would still suffice for him to exert his influence. No problem. While the temple's weaponry may not harm me, others cannot say the same. For the sake of victory, you must relinquish command to me. Song Xiaofei nodded, yet his expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon him. That may not be appropriate, but rest assured, divine envoy, I will relay your orders without fail. Meng Luo, clearly apprehensive of losing authority, was reluctant to cede command. Do you intend to betray the Changsheng Hall? Song Xiaofei's fury ignited as he stood, glaring intently at him. Crack. Ding Junmin rose abruptly, racking the bolt of his automatic rifle, aiming it at Meng Luo's head. Should he make even the slightest move, he would unhesitatingly pull the trigger. Meng Luo, undeterred by the rifle, instead brightened at the sight, and, with a swift flick of his eyes, he conceded, Divine Envoy, please do not be angry. We shall heed your directives. Meng Luo, despite harboring ulterior motives, ultimately chose to comply. Song Xiaofei gestured for Ding Junmin to lower his weapon. After a sigh of relief, Meng Luo ordered food to be brought forth and summoned the camp's core members for a meeting. This is Divine Envoy Song of the Changsheng Hall, who fortuitously arrived at our camp to fulfill a mission. Henceforth, all members of the camp must obey the envoy's commands. After a gathering of a dozen core members, he announced that the camp would temporarily be under the envoy's authority. Yet, during their meal, several individuals stealthily vanished from the camp. Upon learning the true state of the camp, Song Xiaofei furrowed his brow in dismay. To his astonishment, only about 50 individuals were capable of combat, while the Wuamba camp boasted over 100 and possessed a dozen firearms. Divine Envoy, might we not conduct reconnaissance at Wuamba? Under your command, while we may be outnumbered, with the advantage of terrain, we could swiftly eliminate their leader, and the remainder would surely surrender. Meng Luo thoughtfully proposed a most reasonable suggestion. Agreed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Xiaofei nodded in acceptance. After all, the followers of the Changsheng Hall excel in reconnaissance and tracking. If they adeptly leveraged their geographical advantages, victory would be within reach. Following a brief discussion within the camp, Meng Luo assigned two familiar with the terrain to accompany Ding Junmin and the others to familiarize themselves with the geography, eager to prove himself and gain Luo Feng's approval. Song Xiaofei, as the divine envoy of the Changsheng Hall, had surprisingly lost his keen sense of insight and observation. It was not until they had walked for over 2 hours, nearing the Wuamba camp, that they noticed an eerie stillness enveloping the city ruins. Halt! Something feels amiss. Ding Junmin furrowed his brow, quickly seeking cover. The others followed suit, swiftly finding concealment. What's the matter? Song Xiaofei asked, still oblivious to the looming danger. It is too quiet. Ding Jumin pulled back the bolt of his rifle, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Speak. What is happening? Are you plotting to betray the Changsheng Hall? Do you not fear the retribution of the enforcement team? Song Xiaofei's face paled as he seized the guide by the neck, angrily interrogating him. Humph, just a little trickery. This must be the strategy the leader spoke of, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Ding Jumin scoffed, clearly unfazed. Retreat. They have over 100 men and a dozen firearms. If a fight breaks out, we could all perish here. Let us return and report to the leader. After a moment's reflection, Ding Jumin decisively ordered a withdrawal. At this point, Song Xiaofei also came to his senses, realizing that Meng Luo had schemed against the divine envoy of the Changsheng Hall, infuriating him to the point of snapping the necks of the two guiding believers. Just as they turned to retreat, the temple's followers unleashed a cacophony, firing their weapons and charging at them like madmen. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 32. The Underground Nuclear Great Wall Flee. Do not linger in battle. Await support from those outside the city. Ding Juanmin's face turned ashen as he hastily commanded a counterattack before swiftly retreating. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Although they possessed only 4 automatic rifles, the Wuamba camp's firearms were subpar, and their marksmanship even worse. They failed to land a single hit. However, with dozens of individuals assaulting the 5, the sheer volume of the attack left them rattled. Years of survival in the post-apocalyptic world compelled them to instinctively flee the scene. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. In the ruins of the city, a cat-and-mouse chase ensued, and before long, both sides suffered casualties. At this juncture, Song Xiaofei's eyes blazed with rage, evidently pushed to the brink. Do not act impulsively. We shall discuss this upon our return. 2 brothers have already perished. With your immense strength, you can carry Lao Chong while wielding their weapons, and I will take charge of covering our retreat. At this moment, Ding Juanmin's face was ashen. This vendetta must be avenged. Although they were unfamiliar with the geography, fortunately, the personnel at the Wuamba camp dared not charge in recklessly to meet their demise. After fleeing for over an hour, they reunited with the reinforcements outside the city. What transpired? Qinqing inquired with a grave expression as he approached and supported the injured trio. It was a trap. The people inside the city intend to seize the weapons we hold. Ding Juanmin sighed in resignation, compelled to speak the unvarnished truth. Humph. They've grown audacious. We shall retaliate immediately. Chen Sheng, evidently unable to endure the affront, declared his intention to lead a contingent into the city. With our current armaments and manpower, annihilating them would be a trivial task. However, we must await the leader's decision, as the populace within the city is a vital resource. Very well. Let us return and report to the leader. After a brief discussion, the 3 swiftly led their troops back to the temporary encampment. After several days of recuperation, Nangong Yanran's health gradually improved, which brought a sigh of relief to Luo Feng. Everyone in the camp felt immense joy. Having devoted the past few days to her careful care within the tent, upon hearing that Ding Juanmin and the others had matters to report, she offered a few words of comfort before stepping outside the tent. Leader, yesterday we stealthily infiltrated Mahjiang City. Our original intention was to negotiate an exchange of supplies while also gathering intelligence. There are 2 factions in the city, totaling around 500 individuals, all followers of the Hall of Longevity and the Temple. Previously, due to the presence of wolf packs outside the city, they dared not venture out, let alone relocate to other cities. However, upon entering this time, they fell into a trap, resulting in the sacrifice of 2 brothers. We are uncertain about our course of action and have come to seek your judgment. Upon hearing this news, Luo Feng furrowed his brow but then comforted Ding Juanmin with a pat on his shoulder. What are your thoughts? Speak boldly. In terms of long-term development, we require a larger population. Having slain numerous wolves, food is no longer an issue, especially with the cold weather. We can liberate our kind who are enslaved here and lead them to Spring City. We believe this is a rare opportunity, and we are fully capable with our strength. After some contemplation, Ding Juanmin articulated his thoughts. I need to reflect on this. Luo Feng was not preoccupied with the population issue at this moment. His concern lay with Nangong Yanran. Ding Juanmin, understanding this, offered a respectful bow before departing. With a resigned sigh, he adjusted his emotions and returned to the tent. Luo Feng, I overheard your conversation. Nangong Yanran, though still somewhat frail, managed to maintain a smile to reassure him. I am now largely recovered. Perhaps it was merely the effects of acclimatization. We remain rootless and adrift, necessitating the establishment of a stronghold with more of our kin. Let us take them to Spring City and then train them into a military force. Though feeling weak, she forced herself to speak slowly and clearly. What you say makes sense. Shanxing has always been a capital. Strategically, if a nuclear war were to occur, Shanxing would become the new capital, and the nation's strategic focus would shift there and to Jinxing. If this place is indeed our familiar world. These two significant cities must house a vast amount of strategic resources. By using Shanxing as our base, we can ignite the flame of civilization left by our ancestors and reignite human progress, thereby radiating to surrounding cities. Luo Feng nodded solemnly, clearly recognizing the gravity of the matter. The flame of civilization must not be extinguished, and its legacy must endure. This location is undoubtedly one of the strategic points for rekindling the embers of human civilization. The responsibility of preserving the historical legacy of the Dragon Kingdom will rest upon our shoulders. Nangong Yenran's emotions heightened. As soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, this was a mission they must undertake. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. First, we must devise a plan to capture Spring City, expand our population, and then take a moment to regroup. Once we have trained our troops, we will promptly march towards Shanxing. Luo Feng understood the arduous nature of this journey, yet they must spare no effort. After comforting Nangong Yanran, he stepped outside the tent. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to rescue all the humans within Majiang City, whether heading to Spring City or the more distant Shanxing. He needed to assemble an army. Spring City should have an underground weapons cache sufficient to arm a formidable force. Fei, go notify the elder, the squad leaders, and key members. I have an important announcement. Yes, leader. After Fei departed, Luo Feng quietly awaited within the largest tent. Shortly thereafter, the elder, several squad leaders, and key members all entered the tent in succession. Noticing his grave demeanor, they greeted him but fell silent. Is everyone present? Then I shall proceed with the matter at hand. The humans within Majiang City have been enslaved by the so-called Hall of Longevity in the temple for an extended period, actively assaulting our warriors. This is an open provocation against us. Since these selfish individuals seek their own demise, let us grant them their wish. We shall assemble our forces immediately to rescue our compatriots. Luo Feng rose, his face radiating a fierce determination as he surveyed the room. Chapter 33. Capture Majiang City. This battle will serve as a testament to your training's efficacy and accumulate valuable experience for future confrontations with our kin. Except for the camp's guard team, mobilize all mutated personnel. Ding Jumin, present, Captain. Your ancestors once imparted wisdom stating, rise where you have fallen. This time, you shall lead the charge to rescue our enslaved kin. Any who dare resist shall be met with no mercy. Yes, Captain. Ding Jumin was profoundly moved, not expecting the leader to continue placing his faith in him. Elder, Leader Luo. The elder quickly stood upon hearing his name. After these past few days of interaction, you should have a clearer understanding of the kind of people we are. I intend to lead your kin to Spring City. Of course, Spring City is not our final destination. After a period of rest, I plan to take the troops to the distant Shanxing. Luo Feng regarded him with utmost seriousness. Ladies and gentlemen, I must inform you that beneath Shanxing lies the ember left by your ancestors. If we can reach it safely, human civilization will be reignited. At that time, we will not only possess formidable weapons, but also various machinery to assist us. Most crucially, ensuring that our descendants do not mutate. The so-called Hall of Longevity does not grant you eternal life. They are merely a group of deranged researchers implanting monstrous genes into your bodies. Though the envoys of the Hall of Longevity may appear tall and strong, most are grotesque in form and do not live long. Their offspring have a high probability of being deformed. The gravity of his words caused the crowd's expressions to shift dramatically, prompting animated discussions among them. Elder, your kin's medical knowledge is a legacy passed down from your ancestors as traditional Chinese medicine. However, due to the survival crises of the apocalypse, much of this knowledge has become fragmented. If you accompany me to Shanxing to establish a stronghold, I will willingly share all the medical knowledge that remains with your kin. Is that true? Before the elder could respond, Shen Yue stepped forward. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and represents a treasure inherited by our Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years. Your ancestors may have lost it, but I cannot afford to let it be lost forever. Luo Feng gazed at her with utmost seriousness. This matter requires discussion among our kin. After all, Leader Luo has also stated that the journey to Shanxing is exceedingly distant, fraught with countless formidable beasts along the way. Given the weapons our warriors currently possess, even if we were to encounter another wolf pack, we might not be able to drive them away. The elder appeared notably more prudent, unwilling to lead his kin into a reckless adventure. That I fully understand your concerns, Elder. How about we make a wager? Luo Feng nodded in agreement. yet a broad smile graced his face as he spoke. Ha ha. The venerable elder furrowed his brow before breaking into a smile. It seemed that leader Luo would not easily permit our clansmen to depart, but in light of this, let us hear what he has to say. Rest assured, as long as you accompany us to Spring City, I shall arm all our warriors with the weapons left by our ancestors. Should I fail to deliver on this promise, the elder may go wherever he wishes without hindrance. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow once more, taken aback by Luo Feng's assertiveness, yet concerned that he might turn hostile. For the safety of his people, he reluctantly nodded in temporary agreement. Very well. If you can indeed equip a force of several hundred and provide my people with 50 of the firearms you possess, I shall consent to lead them to the distant mountain city. Excellent. A gentleman's word is as good as a chariot team. Should the elder have a change of heart later, let it not be said that this young man lacks respect for his elders. Luo Feng nodded enthusiastically. He was determined to secure the allegiance of the few dozen individuals from this clan. In this apocalyptic world, humanity faces not only the formidable threats posed by monstrous creatures, but also numerous diseases that jeopardize our very survival. This clan possesses a foundational knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, and with Nangong Yin Ran as their instructor, the medical team could swiftly expand. Additionally, they have some mules and horses, and can tame elephants, tigers, and black bears, all of which would greatly aid in combat. In the absence of vehicles, we must rely on elephants to pull the artillery, for human strength alone would scarcely suffice to transport them to Mountain City. The meeting concluded swiftly, and everyone departed to organize their respective groups. Ding Junmin gathered his team and set off immediately. Luo Feng remained in the conference room, contemplating the best route to the distant mountain city. Following the Yangtze River downstream seemed the most prudent choice, yet encountering fearsome monsters along the way could spell disaster. Traveling by land, though lengthier, appeared slightly safer, even if they were to face terrifying creatures. He could at least ensure the survival of himself and Nangong Yin Ran. After much deliberation, he resolved to follow the pre-apocalyptic highway eastward, passing through Bijie, Junyi, and Nanchuan until reaching their ultimate destination. He sketched several rudimentary maps on paper, noting that the remaining battery power was a mere 15, indicating the necessity of finding a charging device in Spring City. The following day, after ensuring Nangong Yinran had breakfast and assisting her in light exercises within the camp, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Leader, good news. Lieutenant Ding has achieved a resounding victory. Both the leaders and key members of the two camps have been eliminated. He is currently reorganizing the camp, and Lieutenant Chun has returned with his troops. A Fei shouted excitedly as he rushed in with the report. Luo Feng, I'm feeling much better. It's not advisable to linger here. Let us head into Mahjong City and take the opportunity to expand and reorganize our forces. Agreed. Luo Feng replied. Fei, please inform them to prepare everything for immediate departure to Mahjong City. Yes, leader. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng swiftly issued the command. The camp's inhabitants sprang into action, particularly the elders' people, who moved with remarkable speed. Others, although somewhat slower, completed their tasks quickly under Chun Cheng's supervision. 2 large cannons were drawn forward by sturdy elephants, while the other livestock were pressed into service as laborers. Though the clansmen grumbled, they dared not voice their complaints under Luo Feng's imposing presence. Fortunately, luck was on their side. After nearly 10 hours of travel without encountering any formidable beasts, they entered Mahjong City just as darkness fell. Unscathed, leader, what are the casualty figures? 3 were killed on the spot, and 11 were injured, all during the skirmish with the temple's followers. Ding Junmin displayed no sorrow, but rather a look of exhilaration. Both the leaders and key members of the two camps have been eliminated. A few followers managed to escape in the chaos, while the remainder surrendered. We have approximately 450 individuals left, with about 130 able-bodied men. We seized 2 damaged automatic rifles, 15 single shotguns, over 80 rounds of ammunition, and the rest were cold weapons. In terms of supplies, aside from some food, we have the meat of wild beasts and various medicinal herbs, with a few individuals in the camp possessing some medical knowledge. But beyond all this, the most exciting news, leader, you will surely not guess. Chapter 34, Expansion of Combat Forces. Luo Feng, seeing the barely contained excitement on his face, inquired eagerly, I cannot guess. Please share it with us so we may all rejoice. The most thrilling news is that we have captured a male and a female water buffalo, 3 fine horses, 2 pigs, and 3 sheep. These were hard won by the leader of the Wamba camp, who originally intended to breed them slowly, but we managed to capture them all in one fell swoop. Ding Junmin was astute enough to recognize that what the camp needed most were means of transportation and livestock for breeding. Well done. Here's the plan. Select 2 good horses. Yin Ran and I shall each take one, while the rest will be used for communication. Today, everyone is exhausted from the day's work. Please arrange for a rotation of night watchmen and ensure the injured are sent to the elder for treatment. Yes, leader. After bowing respectfully, Ding Junmin quickly departed and a night of silence ensued at dawn. Luo Feng summoned the 3 platoon leaders, other key personnel, and the elder to discuss the expansion and reorganization of their forces. Once about 20 individuals were gathered in the room, familiar faces began to engage in lively discussion. Through this period of advocacy and guidance, most had gradually come to believe that the leader's words were indeed correct. To be succinct, although we still lack sufficient firearms, the urgency to expand our ranks is paramount. Henceforth, I shall serve as the camp leader, and the 3 platoon leaders shall be directly promoted to company leaders. The guard team will be expanded into a security company, responsible for the safety of the camp and nighttime patrols. Luo Feng scanned the room before issuing his orders straightforwardly. Aside from 1 platoon that will utilize firearms, the other 2 platoons shall employ cold weapons. The shortage of firearms is only temporary. However, we must still conduct training in their use. The usual protocol remains unchanged. The 2 platoons must not neglect their regular combat drills. We will continue the 3-3 system, with 1 shield bearer responsible for defense while those wielding sabers and spears lead the offense. Hunters skilled in archery should be assigned to provide range support and can be reasonably allocated across the platoons. Regarding cold weapon combat techniques, I will also take time to provide training. Our enemies, aside from the powerful beasts outside the city, include the fanatical followers brainwashed by religion and our own kind, whose humanity has eroded and beastly instincts have emerged. Our ultimate goal is to establish a harmonious gathering place characterized by equality, justice, rule of law, and civilization, gradually restoring the prosperity, strength, and democracy of our ancestors' era. Seizing this rare opportunity, he vividly recounted the once thriving nation of the local ancestors from various perspectives. Leader Luo, was the technology of our ancestors truly that advanced? Did they not have various fighter jets in the sky and aircraft carriers and warships in the sea? A man stood up, his face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as he inquired. We of the Lahu tribe are born hunters. Having survived by hunting in the forest, in our earliest tribe, our ancestors left much information etched upon stone walls. Among it were symbols and texts resembling those of the aircraft carriers you describe. But after so many years of wind and rain, many of the images and inscriptions have faded. Each generation of leaders and elders has passed down these tales, yet regrettably, by my generation, much of the information has become fragmented, leading us to believe that this world must be as it is now. After the elder concluded, he sighed deeply, astonished at the might of the ancestors' nation, which was beyond his wildest imagination. Ever since the leader vanquished the devourer, I have pondered whether he is a celestial being or merely one of us humans. In the eyes of the Changxing Palace or the temple, the formidable monsters outside the city symbolize slaughter and fear, possessing an absolute power that humanity cannot rival. They are the supreme life forms, nourished by divine blood, sent by the gods to punish the greedy and wicked among humanity. We are to worship the gods, become their servants, and pray for divine blood to enhance our strength, becoming blood warriors capable of conquering these powerful beasts. Yet now, I finally understand that our worldview has been fundamentally flawed. These monsters are not manifestations of divine power. They are merely highly mutated life forms. As long as we dare to fight, we can devise ways to treat them as targets for annihilation. These monsters, mythologized by religion, can perish just like us humans. At this moment, Song Xiaofei, the divine envoy of the Changxing Palace, spoke passionately. From the ruins within the city, we can see the remnants of this world's former glory. It is upon you to slowly uncover these truths in the future. What is most crucial now is to assemble our army, a formidable force that will obey orders without question, ready to battle the monsters and protect our fellow compatriots. Are not the people of the Changxing Palace known as blood warriors? Then we shall henceforth be dragon warriors, the powerful warriors of the ancestral dragon nation. Our camp now boasts a population of over 1,300 individuals, given the exceptional circumstances. Each company will be organized with around 120 members, and the company leaders must swiftly recruit and reorganize their forces. Luo Feng raised his hand to halt the ongoing discussions. Time is of the essence. I am granting each company leader 5 days to complete the formation of their troops. As for training, it is imperative to ensure that the warriors do not flee at the sight of monsters, dare to desert, and you shall face merciless execution. Those who cannot comply need not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Furthermore, Yi Ying and Shun Yue, you are to select personnel to assist Nangong Yanran in crafting a banner for the Dragon Warriors. From this day forth, all of you shall be recognized as Dragon Warriors. And the military flag shall serve as your faith, as long as the banner stands. The fight shall not cease. The final phrase erupted from him in a fervent roar. The banner must not fall. And the battle shall not extinguish. The crowd, stirred by his fervor, raised their fists and echoed in a thunderous shout. After the discussions concluded, the company commanders and key figures of the camp departed in succession. Yet the elder chieftain remained, clearly with matters to discuss. Leader Luo, we have yet to reach Spring City, and our wager remains unresolved. How can you now incorporate my kin into your army? The elder chieftain's anger was palpable. Did you not claim that your kin are born hunters? Thus, they are the finest dragon warriors. Rest assured, they will only engage in ranged attacks, reconnaissance, and trap-making that I will not allow them to face the monsters in a deadly struggle. How about this? I shall provide you with 3 automatic rifles and 200 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, I will furnish you with a handgun for self-defense and train a dozen guards for you. I am unconcerned with your displeasure. Your kin are the talents I require. They are pure-blood humans, essential for the future propagation of our settlement. Luo Feng wore a broad smile, for he could not permit these individuals to leave. You are nothing but a bandit, a thief. The elder chieftain seethed with indignation, and no matter how the elder chieftain cursed, it would change nothing. The camp had yet to stabilize, and he had many matters to attend to. He hoped for the elder's assistance. Chapter 35. Ashan City. The elder chieftain was acutely aware that if he dared to flee with his kin, this seemingly warm-hearted yet ruthlessly cold leader would annihilate them. Moreover, without the camp's protection, encountering formidable monsters would likely result in grievous losses. Even if they reached Spring City, the powerful within would undoubtedly exploit his kin even more harshly. Ultimately, upon recognizing the harsh reality, the elder chieftain had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce. He not only allowed his kin to assist in guarding the livestock, but also led a portion to gather medicinal herbs in the vicinity. Mahjong City was merely a small town, with scarce provisions to sustain pure-blood humans. However, with the elder chieftain's guidance, the kin managed to hunt a considerable amount of food during the days spent organizing the military. Over 5 days may not seem long, but Luo Feng personally led the dragon warriors in training. His demands were not excessive. They simply needed to follow orders and fight. After achieving a semblance of military structure, Nangong Yanran had also nearly recovered, prompting the entire camp to swiftly set out once more. Given the scale of this migration, Luo Feng dared not be negligent. He dispatched several reconnaissance teams to surround the migration convoy. Wary of sudden encounters with powerful monsters, fortunately, luck was on their side. Aside from 2 sightless mutated beasts attempting to ambush the convoy, they traversed several days without incident. Leader, ahead lies Ashan City that we sent scouts inside. And no signs of human habitation were found, reported Chun Chung as he approached. What? An empty city? How can there be no living soul in sight? Luo Feng's brow furrowed, for this was indeed peculiar. Perhaps the inhabitants have all departed for Spring City. After all, in their pursuit of expansion, they would dispatch combat teams to nearby towns in search of humans, Ding Junmin speculated. Indeed, you make a valid point. Since there are no humans in the city, let us enter and rest for 2 days before resuming our journey. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng ordered the entry into the city. They had been on the move for several days, and both livestock and humans were in need of respite. The suitable interval to recover their strength was of utmost importance. The long migration convoy slowly entered the dilapidated county town, each seeking shelter from the elements. The guard company was tasked with securing the temporary encampment from all 4 directions, while the other soldiers finally had the opportunity to rest. After everything was arranged, Luo Feng joined Nangong Yanran, Yi Ying, and others in seeking a relatively decent dwelling for recuperation. By the following afternoon, all was well, and the camp's inhabitants busied themselves with preparations for departure, as the journey to Spring City still lay ahead. Leader, it's bad. Our team spotted a colossal serpent to the south. and it is rapidly approaching our migration camp. A soldier responsible for outdoor reconnaissance galloped in, tumbling from his horse, but disregarding the pain as he scrambled to report in a state of alarm. What? A giant serpent? Where did it come from? Luo Feng's expression changed dramatically, realizing their misfortune in a Wonder Eshan city harbored no living souls. They likely fell victim to the serpent's jaws. Perhaps the overwhelming scent of humanity during their migration had drawn the serpent's attention. Nangong Yanran's countenance shifted as well, but she swiftly donned her weaponry. This battle was unavoidable. Otherwise, these humans would surely become the serpent's meal. The urgent report from the scout incited panic throughout the camp. If the news of the giant serpent reached them, chaos would ensue, and they would likely scatter in flight. Ying, a Fei. Here, leader. The two approached him, their faces grave, fully committed to executing his commands. Order the guards to maintain discipline within the camp. Anyone who dares to disobey or incite panic among others will be executed on the spot. Yes, leader. They swiftly departed to carry out their orders. Shen Yue informed the elder chieftain to arrange assistance. We must devise a strategy to slay the beast, or the entire camp will be doomed. Understood, leader. Shen Yue, having been by their side absorbing new knowledge, had already undergone a significant shift in her worldview. Once he secured the camp's affairs, the three commanders responsible for combat gathered at his side, awaiting orders. First Company Commander, present. This will be our first battle against a formidable monster since forming the army. Those who dare to retreat shall face death without mercy. I hope you do not disappoint me. Do you see that collapsed gap? Lead your men there to quickly form a battle array. Remember, increase the distance between every 3 men. Yes, leader. Ding Junmin left swiftly to fulfill his orders. Second Company Commander, here, leader. You and your men are responsible for the left flank, and no matter what tactics you devise. You must not allow the monster to breach your formation and attack the camp. Understood. Qinsheng nodded solemnly before hurrying away. Third Company Commander, leader. You are in charge of the right flank. Similarly, you must prevent it from assaulting the temporary camp. Look for suitable opportunities to launch coordinated attacks on the giant serpent. All right. Night Owl inhaled deeply before swiftly turning to leave. After Luo Feng swiftly arranged the battle, Nangong Yanran donned her gear and stood beside him. They were not only lovers but also comrades in arms. I will be cautious. You too. He began to speak, but Nangong Yanran, smiling, gently touched his cheek and preemptively responded. Same old rule. You oversee the overall command. Prepare the artillery. If it comes to it, I'll obliterate that wretched creature with a howitzer. Luo Feng mounted his horse, carrying a Type 10 sniper rifle, and advanced to find the optimal sniping position. On the rooftop of a dilapidated 5-story building, he set up his sniper rifle, awaiting the monster's appearance. At that moment, the second bionic drone took to the skies, and he heard Nangong Yanran's voice in his earpiece. Luo Feng, can you hear me? Yes. This second drone is down to 50 battery. It may only last through this battle. Report your weapon status. My integrated helmet system has 20 battery left. My PDA is at 15. The power system is at 20, and I have 17 armor-piercing rounds, along with 4 magazines of 5.8mm ammunition. But he quickly and succinctly relayed his status that IT has arrived. It appeared to be a king cobra, measuring approximately 40 meters in length, its head covered in numerous scales. Based on the physiology of serpents, the 7-inch mark is likely a weak point, although its belly also bore numerous scales, being a mutated creature. Even a successful hit might not guarantee its demise. Nangong Yan was evidently shaken. She had never encountered such a colossal serpent, causing her breath to quicken. Chapter 36. The fierce battle with the giant python. It is recommended to use 12.7mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. If all goes well, this should penetrate its keratinous scale layer. Understood. After loading the armor-piercing rounds, Luo Feng remained still, waiting for his quarry to appear. The lengthy giant serpent moved rapidly, suddenly halting upon entering the city. Perhaps sensing a hint of threat, IT raised the front third of its body, opening its massive maw to reveal colossal fangs, flicking its tongue as it surveyed its surroundings. Clearly entering a combat state. Bang! Such a prime opportunity would not be squandered. Luo Feng aimed for the 7-inch mark and decisively pulled the trigger. The enormous serpent's body erupted in a spray of blood, indicating significant injury. Yet, the wretched creature was not slain. Instead, it seemed to incite its ferocity. Hiss! Hiss! A colossal serpent, hissing fiercely, surged rapidly toward him, crushing dilapidated buildings into mere heaps of rubble along its path. Damn! Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Hastily fleeing without a moment's hesitation, if this monstrous serpent had him in its sights, he feared he would have no chance of survival. Thud, 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 he weaved through the ruins of the city, taking refuge behind weathered structures to evade the serpent's presence. Perceiving the imminent threat to his life, a contingent of warriors decisively opened fire in support. The muzzles of several automatic rifles belched flames, and bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the serpent's scales, merely igniting a shower of sparks and leaving faint white marks on its armor. Scatter, use the buildings for cover and continue to harass it, Ding Junmin commanded, his expression shifting dramatically as he swiftly rolled behind a crumbling wall. The serpent's tail swept past, demolishing half a building behind him. Amidst the swirling dust, he caught a glimpse of the leader escaping danger, swiftly ascending to the rooftop of a nearby 3-story structure. Luo Feng, aim for its eyes. If you can strike them, you can bleed it to death. Nan Gong Yenron's urgent voice rang out. The serpent wreaked havoc at the city gate, its roar echoing like rusted blades scraping against glass, sending chills down spines. Its gargantuan body was riddled with grotesque scars, remnants of countless battles with other beasts. Its eyes glowed crimson, pupils slitted, radiating a chilling malevolence. Bang! The scope of the Type 10 sniper rifle glinted coldly. The serpent's brief pause presented the perfect opportunity for a shot. The bullet struck true, piercing one of the serpent's eyes, causing it to writhe in agony on the ground. Blood gushed forth, pooling beneath it, yet it still clung to life. Damn it! Luo Feng cursed, frustrated, and swiftly repositioned himself. Indeed, as the serpent regained its composure, its massive head smashed into the building he had just sought refuge in. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted several dragon warriors darting through the ruins, brandishing spears and shields. Moving with the agility of mountain monkeys, that a braided dragon warrior suddenly leaped from behind a broken wall, thrusting his spear fiercely toward the serpent's weak spot. Watch out! The spear was effortlessly deflected by the serpent's scales. Yet its long tail whipped around, sending the warrior flying several meters away, crashing against a wall with a dull thud, leaving his fate uncertain. The serpent, now thoroughly enraged, reared its head and opened its gaping maw. Luo Feng was instantly assaulted by a foul stench, a nauseating blend of decay and venom. Be careful. Nangong Yenron's voice crackled urgently through the earpiece. It's about to spray venom. He observed a bulge moving up the serpent's throat, a clear harbinger of danger. Scatter! Before he could finish his warning, a dark green liquid erupted from the serpent's mouth. Countless droplets rained down upon the city's ruins like a celestial shower, immediately rising in plumes of white smoke as the corroded concrete sizzled under the onslaught. A chill ran down his spine. Had he been a moment slower, he would have ended up like the other fallen dragon warriors, nothing but a puddle of blood. Luo Feng sprinted onward, carefully surveying the terrain around him. The area was strewn with remnants of buildings, the fallen structures creating natural barriers. The dragon warriors continued their relentless gunfire. Though it inflicted no real damage, it was sufficient to enrage the colossal beast. Their purpose was to create an opportunity for the leader to slay the serpent, firmly believing that this godlike man would emerge victorious. True to form, the serpent's attention was drawn away, twisting its massive body to pursue Ding Junmin and his comrades. Seizing the moment, Luo Feng dashed from his cover toward a nearby taller building, needing to flank the serpent and seek another opportunity to strike. The serpent rampaged through the city's ruins, emitting thunderous roars as it crushed all obstacles in its path, like a runaway bulldozer. Luo Feng's breath quickened, sweat soaking through his combat uniform. He could feel his heart pounding violently in his chest, each breath tinged with the metallic scent of blood. The serpent had consumed many dragon warriors and was now making its way toward the temporary camp behind them. If it was not slain swiftly, all would be lost. Upon reaching a 5-story building, he set up the Type 10 sniper rifle, aiming for the serpent's other eye, holding his breath as he awaited the perfect moment to fire. Bang! The bullet struck the serpent's remaining eye with precision, causing a torrent of blood to spray outwards. The serpent writhed in agony, its piercing shrieks reverberating throughout the city. Quickly, it has lost both eyes and lacks a target to attack. This venom will cause it to bleed profusely. With the poisoned arrows and spears, we can bleed it to death. The elder chieftain had already positioned himself with his tribe, waiting for the right moment. Though selfish and reluctant to have his people engage such a formidable serpent, he could not remain passive now that the beast was blind. Once the serpent was slain at a heavy cost, Luo Feng would undoubtedly hold him accountable. He knew that whatever transpired, it would not be something he wished to witness. The Lahu tribe's warriors armed with poisoned arrows and spears scattered. Instinctual hunters seeking opportunities to deliver a fatal blow amidst the ruins. The serpent, now blind and wounded at its vital point, was losing its will to fight. When its life was threatened, it had lost interest in its prey. Hurry, keep firing. Throw spears to enrage it. Do not let it escape. It holds grudges and will undoubtedly seek revenge. The elder chieftain, taken aback, bellowed orders for the dragon warriors to launch an assault, quickly. Continue throwing grenades in front of it. Even if they do not inflict harm, the explosions and flames inherently deter it. Upon receiving the news, the 3 squad leaders acted decisively. Boom, boom, boom. The area erupted with intense explosions, forcing the blind serpent to instinctively evade. It could not discern an escape route, resorting to demolishing surrounding structures in a fit of rage. Although the arrows and spears inflicted minimal damage, they hastened the flow of its blood. Chapter 37. Slaying the Serpent. Ultimately, the serpent overcame its innate psychological fear and broke free, leaving a trail of blood in its wake, indicating the elder chieftain's potion had played a crucial role. Quickly, right after it, we must confirm whether it is dead and search for its lair. The elder's command spurred several tribesmen to mount their horses and pursue the blood trail. Thank you for your assistance, Elder Chieftain. Luo Feng sighed in relief as he reunited with his companions. No need for gratitude, leader. Had you not subdued the serpent, our tribesmen would likely have been devoured. This is merely self-preservation. However, the mutated serpent must be slain. It may have developed some intelligence, and once it recovers, it will certainly seek revenge against humanity. Moreover, this serpent is a treasure trove. Its flesh can be processed into food, its scales possess remarkable defensive properties for crafting armor, and other parts can serve as medicinal ingredients. The elder chieftain's words sparked excitement among the group. In that case, I shall lead another expedition. Xinsheng, assemble your squad and follow me to search for the serpent. The rest stay at the camp to tend to the wounded and organize. Yes, leader. The group swiftly divided and took action. Although the serpent had not consumed the camp's inhabitants, this battle had still exacted a heavy toll. The dragon warriors suffered significant casualties, and ammunition had been heavily depleted. Mounting his horse, Luo Feng followed the blood trail, venturing several kilometers outside the city without sighting a corpse, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. The serpent's vitality was astonishing. It was no wonder it could escape despite sustaining such grievous injuries. Analyzing the extensive blood trail, he deduced that the serpent's pace was gradually slowing. Eventually, around 5 kilometers outside Eshan City, he discovered its tracks. Leader Luo, what is the situation? Is it dead? Not yet. It's on the brink of death. But it clearly won't last much longer, a hunter promptly replied. Xinsheng, have the armed warriors maintain a perimeter while the rest search for its lair. Yes, leader. Following orders, dozens dispersed to search. After half an hour of waiting, the serpent suddenly writhed, attempting to crawl again, prompting everyone to drop to the ground in fear. After releasing a defiant hiss, the serpent lay still, lifeless. The hunter cautiously approached to inspect it before shouting, Leader, this cursed beast is finally dead. Quickly return to report to the elder chieftain. Have him arrange for people to skin and process it. Since this serpent is valuable, we cannot allow it to rot. Luo Feng finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Finding a spot to sit, he felt an urgent desire to reach Spring City. Yet, he worried about potential damage to the underground armory or excavation by the temple's people. Without ammunition resupply, all his plans would falter, and reaching the distant mountain city with so many individuals would be impossible. While lost in thought, Xinsheng rode up on horseback, his voice brimming with excitement. Leader, we found the lair. There are so many treasures inside. Instantly, Luo Feng sprang to his feet, inquiring loudly, what treasures? Having taken a cursory glance, he observed a plethora of items, yet he remained uncertain of their usability. Firearms, ammunition, and numerous objects whose names eluded him. Xinsheng approached him swiftly, providing a rapid report with gestures. Let us go. The giant serpent is already dead. Gather your men and lead me to see it. He mounted his horse, and promptly, Xinsheng followed suit, galloping alongside him. After riding for over 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the edge of Staolongtan.at, the entrance of a long tunnel. The two dismounted and continued on foot. Like the torches, several dragon warriors, who had been waiting there, ignited their torches and guided them into the tunnel. To their astonishment, the tunnel was remarkably dry, littered with shed serpent scales and countless human skulls, alongside various bones of unknown creatures. Once the central area of the tunnel was illuminated, Luo Feng began to search through the surroundings. Indeed, he uncovered some useful items, which filled him with great joy. In addition to some remnants of the Type 95 automatic rifles and the QBZ-191 assault rifle, he also discovered damaged components of the Type 171 light machine gun. It seemed that the giant serpent had devoured many living beings, including not only those from the temple but also individuals from the Chongqing Palace, as it had likely carried many items back to its lair. After rummaging through the debris, Qin arrived at a startling truth. However, Luo Feng remained silent, for he had spotted something intriguing, a set of radio equipment. Although it was rusted, perhaps it could be salvaged with some effort. These items are useful to us, and I have imparted all the knowledge you need. Once reinforcements arrive, we shall transport everything valuable back. Yes, Chief. After patting him on the shoulder, Luo Feng exited the tunnel with the radio equipment in hand. There were more pressing matters to attend to at the camp, and he entrusted the task of sorting the equipment to his subordinates. Upon riding back to the camp, he was met with the sounds of many weeping voices. It was evident that the dragon warriors had suffered significant casualties in this battle. What are the losses? 24 sacrificed and 41 injured to varying degrees. Half of the warriors have relatives in the camp, and they are all profoundly saddened. The news of the giant serpent's assault had reached the camp, and even though the guards had slain a few, it had not deterred others from attempting to flee. After you severely wounded the giant serpent, some individuals shamelessly returned to the camp. This matter is beyond our control. It is up to you to decide. Night Owl's expression darkened. Most of the people in the camp were cowardly and fearful of death, although Luo Feng's face bore a semblance of distress. He could not allow it to show. It was becoming clear that safeguarding these individuals on their journey to the distant mountain city was utterly impractical. It was human nature to fear for one's life when confronted with formidable monsters. They had been subjugated for so long that they had long lost the spirit to resist. Let us continue to shelter those who fled, but as punishment, all physical labor in the camp will be assigned to them. After giving a few instructions and patting him on the shoulder, he turned to leave. He arrived at the temporary quarters where Nan Gongyan, Ying, and Shun Yue were engaged in discussion. Upon seeing him return, the two women discreetly took their leave. He stepped forward and embraced Nan Gongyan, drawing in her scent with fervor. Having been in this world for over a month, he felt an overwhelming weariness. I need you. We all need you. You must become strong. I understand, but I have never encountered such a colossal python before. I am uncertain of what insurmountable monsters we may face in the future. At this moment, Luo Feng too felt the profound insignificance of humanity. No matter how powerful the monsters, they were all carbon-based beings, and before formidable firepower, they were merely a mass of flesh and blood. We will undoubtedly triumph over the monsters. Moreover, as a border province, there must be an arsenal underground in Chun City. Likely more than one. I recall my grandfather mentioning the Dianchi base. We should first head to the vicinity of Dianchi. If we can uncover the underground arsenal, we could swiftly arm a battalion. Nan Gongyan wrapped her arms around his neck, softly soothing his emotions. Chapter 38. Changing strategies. Having engaged in a fierce battle with the giant serpent the previous day, Luo Feng quickly succumbed to sleep. When dawn broke, he awoke to find his spirits rapidly restored. Whether for their survival or to rekindle the flames of human civilization, he knew he must remain resolute. Report, Chief. We worked through the night to transport all useful items from the lair, and the old chieftain led his men to skin the giant serpent. Though Qin appeared fatigued, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent work, Fei. Notify all the company, platoon, and squad leaders, as well as the old chieftain, to gather. Let us see what treasures we have. After making arrangements, Luo Feng departed the room with Nan Gongyan. They soon arrived at the street where the battle had taken place the previous day. A chaotic heap of items lay scattered on the dry ground. Yanran, take Xiao Chao and Ying to sort through the useful items and see if we can assemble a few firearms from these materials. Nan Gongyan nodded and waved her hand, summoning the pure-blooded humans who had been learning alongside her to assist. Upon entering the makeshift command room, the company, platoon, and squad leaders, along with the old chieftain, were already awaiting him. Through this battle, I have realized that reaching the distant mountain city with this group is utterly impossible. Therefore, I have decided to settle them in Chun City. Though we suffered considerable losses, I was impressed by the courage displayed by the companies in confronting the powerful monsters. I have resolved to set out for Dianchi tomorrow, for there is likely something I need there. If not, we shall proceed to Chun City to exchange for supplies. Given the significant casualties, we must select able-bodied young recruits to replenish our forces. In the future, we may face more formidable monsters, so I hope you will intensify your training. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of voices erupted among the crowd. Chief, many of the warriors' relatives are in the camp. If we settle them in Chun City, some warriors may refuse to leave. Indeed, if that is the case, our troop numbers will certainly dwindle, and consequently, our combat effectiveness will decline. However, it should not be said so. As long as they are not old, weak, sick, or disabled, relatives who wish to join us in the mountain city may accompany the troops. This is the nature of the Dragon Kingdom's people, even in the apocalypse. It is difficult to part with their homeland. You must undertake the task of persuasion first, select the able-bodied young men without relatives, and then those whose relatives are all strong-bodied. Only in the most desperate circumstances should the elderly and infirm be brought along. Of course, all of the old chieftain's people must accompany us to the mountain city. Those with special abilities, even if physically weak, must be brought along. They will be needed in the future. Luo Feng's words were indisputable. For all events during this period had proven him correct. The meeting soon concluded, and everyone dispersed to begin preparations. He too began sifting through the pile of debris to assemble firearms, as this was the most pressing need. How is it? With the previously salvaged parts, we can only assemble 2 rifles. Most of the other components are too rusted to be used safely. The only good news is that a few dozen 5.87mm rounds are still usable, along with several bulletproof ceramic plates. Moreover, many components of that radio equipment are damaged, and those parts are not easy to find, making repair exceedingly difficult. Nangong Yanran expressed her frustration. Pondering the technological level of this world, let us wait until we reach the Dianchi base. If there is no weapons depot there, then we will need to alter our strategy. Luo Feng could only offer a reassuring smile. For this chaotic world was truly in disarray. The following morning, a long line of the camp set out once more. Perhaps they were drawing closer to Chun City, as they had not encountered any monsters for several consecutive days. As they neared Yushi City, Luo Feng ordered all reconnaissance teams to venture out for intelligence gathering. Several hours later, the scouting teams returned one by one, but 2 teams that had headed toward Yushi City remained unaccounted for. Causing him great concern, it was not until the next morning that a single, bloodied and disheveled member of a scouting team appeared before him. What happened? Did you encounter a powerful monster? The scouting team comprises elite members equipped with Type 95 automatic rifles and a few grenades. No, it was not a monster. We were attacked by a group of mutated humans. They were extremely brutal and bloodthirsty, and the sacrificed dragon warriors became their food. The leader of the scouting team wore a face of sheer terror. Still haunted by the horrors they had faced from the mutated humans. What? They eat people? How can this be? Luo Feng was taken aback, as were those around him. Incredulous at the revelation, we paid a heavy price to learn that a group of human warriors bearing the banner of the temple seems to be encircling these mutated beings. After steadying his nerves, the scouting team leader revealed a shocking piece of news. The temple. How many of them are there? What kind of weapons and equipment do they possess? Luo Feng inquired urgently. I am not entirely certain about their equipment, but their numbers are roughly around 100. Chief, these individuals should be warriors from the temple in Chun City. Regardless, I believe it is necessary for us to make contact with them. Although the Chongqing Palace is at odds with the temple, there are times when they may collaborate closely. I once represented the Chongqing Palace in Chun City, and as a divine envoy, I should be able to communicate. At this moment, Song Xiaofei stepped forward without hesitation. Are you sure? This journey is extremely perilous. Not to mention the mutated humans, the temple's people will likely not spare you either. Luo Feng furrowed his brow as he gazed at him. Unable to comprehend why he would voluntarily undertake this task. I wish to become your companion. Rest assured, with my identity as a divine envoy of the Eternal Life Palace, the people of the temple would not dare to easily take my life. Please trust me. There was no one more suitable than him, and this declaration moved him deeply. I believe you will not disappoint me. What manpower and weaponry do you require? Everything will be provided for you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. I need a strong man, as well as Ding Ju Min and Yi Wu to serve as my attendants. Additionally, I require the selection of several mutants to accompany me. Furthermore, I need the proof of the beasts you have slain, such as the Devourer, Wolf King, and Giant Serpent. Aside from instilling fear in them, these trophies can also yield a reward. Song Xiaofei pondered and outlined the necessary personnel and supplies. No problem. I will agree to whatever you need, but remember, exercise caution and return alive. Luo Feng looked at him with surprise, then approached him seriously and embraced him tightly, patting his back. Song Xiaofei was immensely moved. Feeling the weight of this trust, after preparing everything, He departed swiftly with a few companions, not looking back. Their journey was fraught with battles against monsters, and now facing a horde of bloodthirsty mutants left Luo Feng feeling uneasy. Continue to scout the enemy. Dragon warriors, prepare for battle. The team will proceed. Chapter 39. The son of the city Lord Song Xiaofei led a few individuals through the dense forest, whether they were divine blood warriors or mutants. Their stamina was impressive. Dodging and weaving to avoid the bloodthirsty mutant patrols consumed most of the day, but they finally arrived at the perimeter of the temple's military camp unscathed. Something feels amiss. The smell of blood is overwhelming. This temple unit must have suffered significant casualties, Ding Jumin remarked quietly as he crouched in the underbrush. Indeed, they must have engaged in fierce combat. The military camp, built by the water's edge, was billowing with thick smoke from multiple sources. Could it be that these mutants possessed artillery? The temple's forces had chosen not to break out but instead to hold their ground. Likely surrounded on three sides by the mutants, with reinforcements from Spring City still 2 or 3 days away. A change was afoot. Yiwu took 2 individuals back to report to the leader. Such a fortuitous opportunity requires our intervention to assist this temple army. If we can defeat this group of mutants, not only can we seize a large cache of weapons, but we can also gain the friendship of the temple, which would be of immense benefit to us. After observing for a while, Song Xiaofei decided to send someone back to gather reinforcements. And what about you? Yiwu inquired. Puzzled, we need to infiltrate the camp after dark and negotiate a collaboration with the commander of this unit. We must extract a hefty sum from them. Once the agreement with the temple forces is reached, I will signal by releasing smoke within the camp, and the leader can then launch an attack. All right, be extra cautious. Yiwu nodded and swiftly returned with 2 companions. The remaining few stayed hidden in the dense woods, patiently awaiting the onset of night before acting. Old Ding, it's dark now. The rest is up to us. Hours later, Song Xiaofei began to act. They did not choose a direction that would lead them to be surrounded. Instead, they sought to bind together dead trees to cross the river without alerting the mutants. Once they reached the shore safely, they discovered that many of the temple soldiers were injured, with wails of anguish echoing throughout the camp. Song Xiaofei waved his hand and suddenly pulled a temple warrior aside from the darkness, causing the soldier to struggle in fright. Don't move. I am a divine envoy of the Eternal Life Palace. I mean you no harm, that I am here to rescue you, and need to meet your commander. He whispered softly in the soldier's ear and placed a token in his hand. The temple warrior, gripped by fear after the ambush, hesitated but eventually ceased struggling after examining the token. We will release you. But do not scream and attract the mutants outside. Once freed, the warrior gasped for breath but refrained from shouting. Divine Envoy, please allow me to report to my squad leader first. No problem. Song Xiaofei helped him up and dusted off his clothes. The warrior quickly departed into the darkness and soon returned with a dozen comrades surrounding them. You are Song, the Divine Envoy of the Eternal Life Palace. What is your purpose for infiltrating our camp? You are not in a position to take me to your commander. Arrogant. The squad leader was evidently angered by this statement. If you wish to be devoured alive by these mutants, then shout all you want. I will say nothing without seeing the commander. Given this, the squad leader had no choice but to let the soldiers escort them to the commander's tent. After a round of reporting and inquiries, Song Xiaofei, Ding Junmin, and the others were brought into the tent. Bound at a young man in his 20s sat in the commanding position, a frown etched upon his face. You are the Divine Envoy of the Eternal Life Palace? Has someone from your palace infiltrated my camp with intentions of declaring war upon us? The young man scrutinized him before rising, clearly displeased. Humph. It is evident that your defenses are lacking. May I ask who you are? Do you hold authority here? How dare you speak of war against the Eternal Life Palace? Bold. This man was the 3rd son of the city lord of Spring City, and a scarred officer. Drawing his pistol and pointing it at him, bellowed. Oh, so it is the 3rd young master. My apologies. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaofei's spirits lifted. This individual's status was indeed significant. 3rd young master. We are all intelligent people. Let us speak candidly. After all, the Eternal Life Palace and the temple merely differ in ideology. In critical times, we should join forces to overcome adversity. It is clear that you have been deceived. These mutants not only outnumber you, but also possess formidable combat prowess. Given your current strength, you may not withstand until the Spring City reinforcements arrive. Should your camp be breached, the consequences are dire. Not only would you lose your chance to vie for the position of city lord, but your very life would also be at stake. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the tent shifted dramatically. How many men do you have? What is your combat capability? I recall that there are no substantial divine blood warriors from the Eternal Life Palace near Spring City, the third young master mused after a lengthy silence. Ultimately opting for full disclosure, clearly unwilling to perish here. Indeed, there are no large numbers of divine blood warriors. However, over the years, I have trained a contingent of warriors in Linjiang City, sufficient to aid you in crushing the present foe. Linjiang City. You hail from Linjiang City? Impossible. You will not deceive the third young master. Without a significant escort of divine blood warriors from the Eternal Life Palace, it is inconceivable that you would not encounter powerful monsters on your journey. Yet you have arrived here unscathed. The scarred officer was furious, clearly unconvinced by this assertion. This journey has undoubtedly entailed numerous battles, and we have paid a heavy price. Third young master, if you remain unconvinced, I implore you to witness the evidence for yourself. After saying this, Song Xiaofei gestured for the strong man to unveil all the contents of his pack. The scarred officer snorted, clearly skeptical, but upon inspecting the contents, he was taken aback. The young master, noticing this, also approached to take a closer look. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps of astonishment filled the tent as they witnessed the trophies. These are the devourers from outside Linjiang City. We encountered a pack of wolves along the way and not only slew many wild wolves, but also killed the Wolf King when ambushed by a giant serpent in Eshan City. We also dispatched it that I shall refrain from elaborating on the other formidable beasts. Thus, third young master, please rest assured, our capabilities are beyond question that I can present these trophies to you as leverage in your quest for the city lord position. A smile graced Song Xiaofei's face as he waved his hand nonchalantly. You are quite sincere. Now, let us discuss your terms. The third young master was evidently intrigued. Yet he was no fool. Such opportunities were rarely as favorable as they appeared. I am on an important mission to Linjiang City. Now that I have nearly completed my task, I am preparing to return to the temple to report and receive the divine blood baptism anew. The population I have brought from various cities can also be handed over to you. This is a significant asset for competition, but my demands are simple. I seek only to return to the temple alive. However, the journey is long, and without a substantial escort of divine blood warriors, I hope to exchange for weapons and ammunition. Additionally, I require food, horses, and other supplies. Song Xiaofei adopted a humble stance, presenting conditions ample enough for the third young master to concede. Chapter 40. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. The third young master fell into a contemplative silence, neither agreeing nor refusing, clearly torn within. The people of the Eternal Life Palace cannot be so benevolent. There must be information unknown to him. You may discuss with them, but I hope you can provide me with an answer soon. After all, if these mutants were to launch a sudden assault, my people would struggle to provide swift support. After stating this, Song Xiaofei turned to leave. Third young master, perhaps you should agree first. Your safety is paramount. We have fallen into the trap of the eldest young master. Only by surviving can we seek retribution. Indeed, within Spring City, there are individuals from the Eternal Life Palace. This Song Divine Envoy would not dare deceive us. Such a golden opportunity should not be squandered. The individuals within the tent were desperate to survive, their faces etched with urgency as they implored him to acquiesce. Military strategist, what is your perspective? The third young master must weigh his options carefully. He must first ensure his survival before seeking vengeance against the leader. Completing the encirclement mission would undoubtedly be ideal. The eldest brother, fully aware of the formidable strength of this group of mutants, still incited their father to allow him to lead an assault, clearly aiming to employ him as a pawn for his own ends. This grudge cannot go unavenged. His words should carry truth. Yet he is certainly not the one in control. Consider this. Would a leader of one faction dare to venture into our camp? An elderly man with white hair pondered for a considerable time before slowly speaking. However, third young master, I would suggest acquiescing to their demands. First, we must eliminate these wretched blood god minions to ensure your safe return to Spring City. Nonetheless, you must converse directly with their leader. I suspect this individual is quite extraordinary. We need to cultivate a good relationship with him, ideally to assist you in vying for the position of City Lord. As long as their demands are not excessive, we should strive to accommodate them. After all, instigating a war with the Eternal Life Palace is hardly a prudent course of action. The elder's words elicited a nod of satisfaction from the third young master. After a swift discussion within the tent, they untied Song Xiaofei and his group, courteously inviting them into the camp that I can agree to your requests, but I must speak face-to-face with your leader. There is no need for further subterfuge. I trust my judgment. The third young master gazed at him with unwavering certainty. Very well, no problem. I believe he is also very much looking forward to a pleasant exchange with you. Initially, Song Xiaofei intended to deny it, but after some contemplation, he nodded in agreement. After completing this task, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. He was convinced that from this point on, the leader would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. Upon learning of the plan, Luo Feng promptly commanded his team to accelerate their advance. Even when faced with wild beast attacks along the way, he insisted on marching with torches. It was not until the following morning, approximately 5 kilometers from the outskirts of Yushi City, that he ordered the camp to be established. The security detail was tasked with ensuring the safety of the camp, while the remaining dragon warriors were mobilized. 2 cannons were also brought up to minimize casualties among our soldiers. Old clan leader, your kin must provide some support this time, but rest assured, they will merely serve as a reserve force and will not be engaged unless absolutely necessary. After arranging the camp, he swiftly commanded the assembly of the troops. Very well, I will have a man accompany you. Remember your promise. The old clan leader nodded, fully aware of the gravity of this battle. Once all arrangements were in place, Luo Feng and Nangong Yanran, fully armed, set out with their team. That a man also affixed a grenade launcher to the back of an elephant, trailing behind, awaiting orders. The main force lay in ambush among the trees outside Yushi City, while Luo Feng and several company commanders cautiously approached to observe the temple and the mutants' condition. What are they doing? A ritual? Nangong Yanran inquired. Perplexed by the throng of mutants, Luo Feng remained silent, continuing to survey the surroundings. He too could not comprehend the purpose behind the mutants' actions. They were seen binding the limbs of a living man and woman to tall wooden stakes, while the frenzied mutants celebrated wildly. After a cacophony of howls, they rushed to lick the blood, some even resorting to knives and swords to tear off chunks of flesh and devour them ravenously. The more the man and woman struggled in terror, the more frenzied the mutants became. They smeared blood across their faces, howling madly to the heavens. Blood God, grant us your protection. Blood sacrificed to the blood God. We offer our heads. The grotesque ritual persisted for nearly half an hour before the 2 fresh heads were severed and neatly arranged upon an altar. Leader, they appear poised to launch an attack. Look over there. What is that ominous black object? Shuncheng suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Luo Feng adjusted the direction of his binoculars and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. What has become of this world? This group of mutants possesses artillery. Blood God, protect us. Slay them. We offer their heads to the blood God. For the blood God. Following their ritual, the mutants immediately initiated their assault. Boom, boom, boom. 3 cannons were inexplicably aimed at the temple army's temporary encampment, leaving the observing dragon warriors utterly stupefied. Damn, this group of mutants actually understands how to coordinate artillery with infantry. It's utterly absurd. Luo Feng could not help but curse upon witnessing this. Clearly, you are overthinking. Look where the shells are landing. They are striking the open ground in front of the camp, while they can operate the artillery. It is evident that they only know how to fire it. They do not understand how to use it properly. It's merely a toy in their hands. Nangong Yanran chuckled after observing the scene. A stroke of luck amid misfortune. Otherwise, if we had attacked, our casualties would have been significant. Those 3 cannons are being wasted in their possession. Operating artillery is not done this way. It's a waste of my ammunition. Luo Feng was infuriated, gazing at the cannons with greedy eyes. Leader, look, the temple camp has ignited signal smoke, just as agreed with company commander. Shuncheng pointed at the thick smoke rising from the camp. However, Luo Feng did not immediately order an attack, for the people of Spring City were not their allies. Their relationship was merely one of temporary cooperation for mutual benefit. Only when faced with life and death circumstances would divine intervention occur, and they would be taken seriously. Moreover, the temple's forces had suffered heavy losses, providing a measure of security for them. Bolstered by artillery, hundreds of mutants roared as they charged forward. They wielded automatic rifles, as well as modified single-shot guns. A portion of the mutants brandished iron shields in their left hands and knives in their right, eagerly rushing to the front, within the temple's temporary encampment. The third young master, with a face twisted in rage, shouted, "Song, the signal smoke has been lit. Where are your promised reinforcements? If these monsters breach the camp, even if I perish, I will ensure you pay the price." The third young master was now a picture of despair, having spiraled from initial hope to utter hopelessness. Haha. Given the current situation, even if you kill me, it will be of no use, even without reinforcements. Do you truly believe you can survive against this horde of mutants? You might find yourself begging me to help you escape. Song Xiaofei laughed heartily, unperturbed by the lack of reinforcements. He was confident that the leader was out there, waiting for the right moment. Chapter 41. Defeating the mutants. Humph. You are indeed ruthless. Go inform your leader that as long as he can send reinforcements, I will agree to any terms. I do not wish to perish. If I die, you will gain nothing. Good. A straightforward deal. I require 20 large carts filled with assorted food, 20 barrels of diesel, 50 mules and horses, a complete set of communication equipment, 200 automatic rifles, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 1,000 grenades. As for any other necessities, the leader will discuss them with you in detail. However, let me kindly remind you, if you dare to go back on your word, you will meet a most dreadful fate. Observing him in a desperate plight, Song Xiaofei seized the opportunity to make a bold demand. Last night, he had gone to great lengths to gather intelligence on the supplies needed by many leaders in Spring City, and he intended to take advantage of their vulnerability. Captain Ding, let us assist. As long as we make an appearance, the leader will surely launch an attack. Very well, I will accompany you to the death. Captain Ding Junmin nodded, grabbing an iron shield and a long knife before following him out of the camp. At this point, the battle had escalated dramatically. The temple's warriors, numbering only a little over 100, were equipped with rifles and demonstrated commendable combat skills. It was clear these individuals had been meticulously trained by the third young master to vie for the position of city lord. But this time, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Although the mutants possessed lower intelligence, the ritual had rendered them bloodthirsty and fearless. The rear ranks continued firing, while the front lines of mutants wielded iron shields, relentlessly charging the camp's defenses. The temple's warriors retaliated using machine guns, automatic rifles, and even mortars, but the camp's defenses were precariously vulnerable. Luo Feng kept a close watch on the camp until he spotted Song Xiaofei and Ding Junmin safely appearing within his line of sight, at which point he let out a long sigh of relief. Ching. Here, leader, you take your men and launch an attack from the right flank to support the temple's forces in stabilizing the camp's defenses. Understood, leader. Following the orders, he swiftly departed with his men. Night Owl, leader, you and your men will execute a flanking maneuver from the left. Leave no survivors. Strike them down with all your might. Understood. Night Owl nodded, his expression serious as he departed. The rest of you will follow me in a frontal assault. Remember, these mutants deserve to be sent to hell, so no mercy should be shown. Yes, leader. The soldiers of the first company gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to follow their leader into the fray. Luo Feng led over 100 soldiers in a low crawl, attempting to get as close to the mutants as possible before firing. However, it was evident that the mutants were not dull. They spotted him at around 200 meters. New sacrifices have been discovered. Kill them and offer them to the blood god. With a decisive squeeze of the trigger, Luo Feng's 191 automatic rifle spat fire. The bullet struck one mutant squarely in the chest, yet the creature merely staggered before charging at him once more. Damn it! Luo Feng cursed, quickly rolling behind a shattered wall. The mutant's single-shot rifle struck the wall, sending shards of stone flying. He could perceive the pervasive scent of blood wafting through the air, accompanied by the distinct stench of decay emanating from the mutated beings. The dragon warriors behind him had commenced their assault, while others wielded iron shields and spears, launching their offensive under the cover of gunfire. The battlefield was strikingly peculiar. Not only were some engaged in gunfire exchanges, but there were also occasional explosions of grenades, alongside the lethal strikes of cold weapons such as iron shields, spears, and bows. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted before Luo Feng, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Damn it! How dare they bombard me with my own artillery? He peered out and spotted 3 cannons in the distance, manned by several towering mutants who were in the process of loading shells. Luo Feng, watch out for the artillery. Quickly seize the artillery position. I will cover you, came the anxious voice of Nangong Yanran. Understood. Bang! Nangong Yanran's gun fired, a bullet striking the artilleryman squarely in the head, causing him to collapse without comprehension. Seeing this, Luo Feng wasted no time and dashed forward. Navigating the rubble of the city, his 191 fired incessantly, swiftly taking down several mutants. Chief, be careful. A dragon warrior shouted from behind him. Just as he turned his head, he was nearly overcome by the grotesque sight before him. 3 mutants, howling as they charged within 10 meters, recover. The third young master evidently does not wish to part with an excess of weaponry and ammunition. However, allow me to present you with a grand gift. This wretched group of blood god devotees has suffered considerable casualties. Why not summon the third young master to deploy troops, and we shall utterly eradicate them? Luo Feng gazed at him with a smile. Very well, I am grateful for the assistance of Leader Luo. As allies, we shall naturally lend our full support, but how shall we divide the spoils of war? That is easily arranged. I desire nothing for myself. But the head of the blood goddess chosen must belong to me. Haha, splendid. The two reached an accord and departed to make their preparations. Luo Feng, accompanied by Song Xiaofei and others, left the camp and rendezvoused with Nangong Yanran outside. The troops had long since cleared the battlefield and were assembled, awaiting orders. How does it look? Quite well. I have gathered a wealth of useful information. Let us eliminate this detestable band of blood god devotees. A Fei. Yes, leader. Go instruct the artillerymen to bring over 2 cannons. Let these wretched beings witness the might of my artillery. Understood, leader. After receiving the order, a Fei swiftly departed. Company commander, 2nd company commander, 3rd company commander. Here, leader, bring along armed dragon warriors to assist the forces of the third young master. Eliminate every last one of the blood god devotees. But remember, we are merely aiding the assault. Do not rush into the fray. And strive to minimize our casualties. Understood. The 3, having received their orders, quickly departed to organize their troops. Minutes later, the forces of both sides were assembled. The mortars of the third young master's troops opened fire first, followed by an offensive. Chapter 43. Exoskeleton suit. Luo Feng and Nangong Yanran personally assessed the distance in front of the artillery, adjusting the angle before commanding the gunners to load and fire. Boom, boom, 2 shells struck the camp of the blood god devotees with precise accuracy, reducing the mutated beings guarding Yushi City to a bloody pulp. Precisely. This is how artillery should be used. Seeing this scene, he felt immense satisfaction. At that moment, the dragon warriors, led by the 3 company commanders, initiated their assault. However, they merely flanked the attack, leaving the main battlefield to the temple warriors. Extend the strike. Fire another shell. Following his command, the gunners swiftly adjusted the range and loaded another shell. Boom, boom. The sturdy fortress of the blood god devotees was toppled, and the temple's troops, witnessing this scene, launched an even fiercer assault. The humiliation endured over the past 2 days could only be redeemed through slaughter. The battle progressed exceedingly smoothly. After firing 4 shells, Luo Feng, unwilling to waste any more ammunition, remained outside the city, quietly awaiting the final victory. Yet, half an hour passed, and the battle showed no signs of concluding. Instead, Song Xiaofei approached, his face filled with anxiety and sweat. Leader, we have discovered the blood god as chosen. His entire body is covered in iron armor. Ordinary firearms cannot harm him at all, and he is stubbornly resisting in his final lair. What of the third young master? Haven't devised a way to defeat him. Luo Feng furrowed his brow at these words. Could there truly be such a monstrous entity? At that moment, the third young master, flanked by several guards, approached him, his expression clearly troubled by significant losses in his ranks. Leader Luo, this blood goddess chosen is far too powerful. My troops are utterly incapable of dealing with him, but I implore you to lend your hand. What? Is it possible that even mortars cannot pose a threat to his life? His iron armor possesses an extraordinarily strong defensive capability. Even if a shell hits, it inflicts minimal damage. Moreover, he is a mutated evolved being, possessing formidable vitality and terrifying recovery abilities. We truly have no means of dealing with him. The third young master appeared to be caught in a dilemma that if such a great cost yielded no results in eliminating him, he would likely return to Spring City without the strength to contend for the position of City Lord. If you can eliminate him, I promise you that I will do everything within my power to provide you with whatever resources I can obtain. Very well, I shall go take a look for myself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Feng swiftly donned the individual combat suit. When he appeared fully armed before the third young master and the others, they gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. You are the ghost of the pre-cataclysm, the divine chosen, the mimetic heretic, the third young master, the strategist, and the others exclaimed in unison. They were utterly terrified, trembling as they struggled to brandish their weapons. Yet, even with firearms clutched tightly in their hands, they were still gripped by an existential dread. Insolence, seeking death, Ahu roared, unhesitatingly positioning himself in front of Luo Feng, while the others swiftly subdued them with the ferocity of tigers. I do not know why you refer to me in such a manner, nor why you harbor such fear, but I assure you, I am human, just like you, and not an evil heretic. Disarm them and escort them to the front lines. Let the third young master witness how I eliminate the blood goddess chosen. Luo Feng waved his hand, seized a Type 10 sniper rifle, and turned to depart. At that moment, Nangong Yin and was also fully armed. Her fierce gaze betraying an uncontainable bloodlust, heightening the trepidation of the third young master and the others, who regarded her as a demon. The group quickly entered Yushi City, and upon finding a vantage point, Luo Feng used a telescope to carefully survey the battlefield. Over 100 blood god devotees remained, firmly entrenched in their final lair under the leadership of the blood god as chosen. Although they were encircled, the situation was evidently not optimistic. Roar! An angry howl erupted, and Luo Feng, gazing at the colossal creature before him, nearly dropped the Type 10 sniper rifle in shock. The individual combat exoskeleton system. Nangong Yenran also gasped in astonishment. This world is utterly absurd. Luo Feng, witnessing this scene, felt equally speechless. This must be the latest creation of Research Institute 202. Its structural design clearly surpasses the standards of our world. This is a devastating weapon. You provide cover for me while I seek an opportunity to eliminate it, but we must not damage the exoskeleton system. Agreed. After a brief exchange, they swiftly maneuvered through the ruins of the city. The blood goddess chosen, relying on its formidable defensive capabilities and individual exoskeleton system, unexpectedly launched a counteroffensive from its lair, pushing the temple warriors into retreat. As they fell back, the dragon warriors were forced to withdraw as well. The enemy, defeated by the blood goddess chosen, erupted in a thunderous cheer. The blood god protects. Blood for the blood god. The blood god S chosen is invincible. Howl! The blood god S chosen reveled in the adulation of its devotees. Refusing to allow any challenger to its authority, for reasons unknown, it even removed its cumbersome helmet, revealing a head of golden curls and a bearded, mutated foreign face. What the hell? Luo Feng, witnessing this, couldn't he help but curse. Then decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! There was no need for the Type 10 sniper rifle. With merely the 191 in hand, he could easily eliminate it. The reveling blood goddess chosen was struck in the forehead. Its face still bearing an expression of euphoria, likely bewildered until its last breath as to how it had met its demise. Boom! The towering figure collapsed like a small mountain, leaving the surrounding blood god devotees utterly bewildered as to why their powerful leader had suddenly fallen. The monster is dead. Eliminate them, and do not damage my spoils. Luo Feng exhaled a deep breath and bellowed the order to attack. War God, the leader is magnificent. Kill. Eradicate the heretics. Upon hearing this, the dragon warriors erupted into a thunderous roar, swiftly launching an assault on the lair. The temple warriors, not to be outdone, recognized that the threat posed by the blood god as chosen had been neutralized. The remaining heretical devotees were theirs for the taking. Indeed, the divine chosen is terrifying. The mimetic heretic is truly fearsome. The third young master and his companions were left agape, their fear of Luo Feng intensifying. The remaining devotees required no further command. With the death of the blood goddess chosen, they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter, offering little resistance. The battle concluded swiftly, and Luo Feng, along with Nangong Yenran and others, hastened to the corpse of the blood god as chosen. Gazing hungrily at the individual exoskeleton system lying on the ground, it is powered by lithium batteries, and oh, it even has an additional drive system. No wonder it can accommodate iron armor externally. It appears to have recently been unearthed. It should still be operational for some time, sufficient for us to reach 186. Nangong Yenran bent down to examine it before quickly comprehending its structure. Then pressed a few buttons, causing the exoskeleton to fully open. Bring this so-called blood god as chosen to the third young master. After the body was removed, he crouched down to caress it. This device is a close combat killing machine, immensely beneficial for future battles. Leader, there are still living beings inside the lair. You should personally take a look. Song Xiaofei, covered in blood and bearing a grave expression. Approach to report. Chapter 44. New information. What is happening? Upon hearing this, Luo Feng straightened up, puzzled. There are still some living beings inside, all young men and women who have been kept as food. However, a few of them are evidently different from the rest. Let us go take a look. This piqued his interest, and he followed Song Xiaofei to the entrance of the lair. Yet, the scenes he encountered along the way nearly made him retch. These wretched heretics had actually dried and stored human flesh as food. You go fetch them out. I will not enter. He angrily kicked Song Xiaofei, exasperated that the fellow did not realize he was about to vomit. Having found a favorable windbreak, he inhaled deeply the fresh air, though the stench of blood and decay was nearly unbearable. Over 20 young men with murky eyes and vacant expressions were led out of their lair. Luo Feng sighed helplessly, gesturing for the dragon warriors to provide proper accommodation that in an instant. He comprehended everything when a bespectacled middle-aged man and 2 youths appeared before him. May I inquire your surname? You are from the temple, are you not? Rest assured, we have eradicated this group of heretics. You are safe now. Luo Feng waved his hand and took 3 portions of food and water from the dragon warriors, handing them over. May the god of 3 heavens bless you. My name is Li Bowen, a level 4 mechanic of the temple. Li Bowen exclaimed, raising his hands to accept the food, devouring it eagerly. Thank the god of 3 heavens. You have not fallen victim to the heretics. The armor of their leader must have been modified by you, correct? I did not receive any mission to protect you. What brings you here? Seizing the opportunity, Luo Feng inquired about their purpose. Li Bowen lifted his head, casting a dubious glance his way that it was evident that he had come with an ulterior motive. Consider it as if I never asked. This place is not safe. Some followers of the blood god have escaped. Without our protection, not only is your life at risk, but you also may fail your mission. If you prefer not to speak, there is no need for coercion that I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you. May the god of 3 heavens bless you to survive and complete your mission. Observing his vigilant demeanor, Luo Feng stood up, intending to leave. Upon seeing his resolute departure, Li Bowen appeared flustered. Without military protection, they were mere fodder for the monsters. Wait, I have no qualms in telling you. We follow the guidance of the god of 3 heavens to seek weapons, equipment, and technical knowledge here. Luo Feng could not help but roll his eyes at Li Bowen's words. What exactly is the revelation from the god of 3 heavens? Perhaps I could assist you in finding more relevant information. The 14th Army, number 35201. We are also striving to comprehend the revelations of the celestial deity. Very well, settle yourselves first. I will have the warriors assist you in your search. Luo Feng nodded and departed, beckoning Song Xiaofei to his side. Your performance has impressed me. You have successfully passed the test. I believe you will be a companion on our journey henceforth. When we reach Dianxi, I will allow you to lead a separate team. I hope you do not disappoint me. Ensure these 3 are well accommodated and that no one approaches them. Yes, leader, Song Xiaofei responded with great excitement. Nodding earnestly, after patting his shoulder to show camaraderie, Luo Feng turned and ordered the battlefield to be cleared and the team to prepare for their return to the temporary camp. Once the dragon warriors had finished tidying up, they all gathered to rest beside the temporary camp of the 3rd young master. Luo Feng, accompanied by Nangong Yanran, entered the tent to discuss subsequent arrangements. I will lead the troops back to Chunqing tomorrow. This camp will be left to you to do not worry. I will not disclose this matter. After some interaction, the 3rd young master was no longer fearful. Congratulations on successfully overcoming your inner fears. I wish to understand why the temple, the Palace of Longevity, and other factions refer to those adorned in such gear as mimetic heretics. Luo Feng smiled, seated himself beside the 3rd young master, and took a sip of water to be honest. I am not entirely sure, but my father is a steward of the temple. He warned us from a young age to never engage with mimetic heretics. Every city controlled by the temple and the Palace of Longevity possesses portraits of these heretics, and the followers propagate the threat they pose. They are exceedingly powerful, eloquent, and skilled at disguise. The 3rd young master's words left Luo Feng bemused. Is it merely based on appearance that you label them as mimetic heretics? Would donning such armor render you a heretic as well? It is utterly absurd to know. It is not so. The temple's headquarters contains records from when the temple was newly established, based on the timeline of the new era following the Great Cataclysm. Approximately 200 years ago, mimetic heretics emerged. They claimed to have arrived from the sea and accused the god of 3 heavens of hypocrisy. They spread a mental plague, urging humanity to rise against the temple. To preserve the newly established world and maintain order, With the help of the God of Three Heavens, a heavy price was paid to utterly eradicate this group of heretics. The third young master recounted his memories. Imparting all that he knew, Luo Feng fell silent. His expression darkening. It became clear to him just how formidable the challenges would be in establishing a new order in this world. Yet, he pondered whether the so-called mimetic heretics of yore still existed. Whether they had left behind a legacy, tirelessly striving to restore the former order to survive in this world. One must fully integrate into it, becoming one of them. Only then could one possess the strength to alter the order of this realm. It is utterly ridiculous. Have you ever considered that this is a means for the temple to control humanity? Have you not thought that perhaps the mimetic heretics' claims are the truth? Otherwise, it would make no sense why the temple would go to such great lengths to eradicate them. Even at a tremendous cost, Nangong Yin and rose in anger, directly challenging them. I greatly appreciate you sharing so much information. Our people have long dwelled within the forest, utterly unaware of the happenings beyond. However, I can candidly inform you that we are not mimetic heretics. This weaponry and equipment were fortuitously discovered from underground. Moreover, we have come across some inscriptions, from which we gleaned ancient knowledge, and rest assured, I will not remain in Chunqing. Lastly, could you tell me what year it is in the new era? After gently squeezing Yinran's hand, Luo Feng offered a confident smile. According to the temple's new era, this year is 225. Thank you. We shall take our leave now. Hoping for a pleasant collaboration, he was concerned that Nangong Yinran might lose control of her emotions and inadvertently reveal more information. Having learned all that was necessary, they should prepare to set off once again. Upon returning to the adjacent camp, Chen Sheng approached excitedly to report, Leader, we have discovered many treasures within the lair. Is that so? Lead us to see. Upon arriving at the heap of spoils with Nangong Yinran, he too displayed an expression of exhilaration. This band of blood god followers had seemingly acquired a significant amount of valuable items. Among them was a complete set of 713 factory TCR 220-3 Model 125W shortwave radio. Albeit appearing somewhat damaged externally, many electronic components were likely broken, rendering it functionally impaired. Yet, he cautiously handed it to Ahu, hoping to find similar parts in the future to attempt repairs. After all, its original functionality was immensely powerful and crucial for establishing future communication devices. They also unearthed several batteries that astonishingly still functioned. Much to their delight, as their equipment could finally be charged, it seemed batteries, particularly lithium batteries, were vital trading commodities, alongside gold as hard currency. Much of what the third young master had said was indeed true. In that case, let us have him seek out transportation for us. There must still be some weapons and equipment left in the armory beneath Dianchi, judging by the timeline of the new era he mentioned. If preserved well, many items from over 200 years ago should still be usable. Nangong Yinran shared in the excitement. Realizing they would no longer have to live as primitive beings, the remaining items comprised various firearm components. Over 20 single shotguns, several ceramic plates for bulletproof vests, and hundreds of 5.8mm bullets. Additionally, there were dozens of 82-2 type all-plastic hand grenades, which the mutated beings likely did not know how to utilize. There were also several artillery shells of various types. This world was exceedingly chaotic. Every city's technological level varied widely. The mutated beings could even operate exoskeleton suits and use batteries. Yet, in places like the fishing camps of Linsong City and among the elders, the most they could do was wield firearms or cold weapons, with alarmingly low cultural standards. Nangong Yinran sighed in exasperation. It is quite simple. For the humans of this world, weapons that ensure their survival will undoubtedly be preserved. Everything else related to electricity has been forsaken. Without relevant written records, generations have lost a significant amount of technology. The exoskeleton suits, for instance, were likely only barely usable by Li Bowen under the duress of the blood god's son. Otherwise, to the mutated beings, they would merely be ornamental collectibles. Luo Feng tightened his grip on her hand, smiling to comfort her. After assembling the various weapon parts, more than a dozen could be made operational, all of which were assigned to the dragon warriors. The next morning, the third young master, along with his troops and spoils, departed first, while Luo Feng chose to follow closely, continuing north towards Dianchi, perhaps as they approached Chunqing. The temple's forces became increasingly active in the vicinity. The journey proceeded smoothly without any monster attacks on the convoy. After several days of arduous travel, they finally reached Dianchi. Although the troops were fatigued, it was evident they collectively exhaled in relief. That I recall that the 14th Group Army was stationed near Dianchi Lake, originally designated as the 35201 unit, belonging to the Chengdu military region. It should not be untraceable. After searching for an extended period without success, Nangong Yin Ran began to feel a sense of urgency. Do not fret. After all, it has been at least 200 years, and many places may have turned to ruins. It is entirely normal not to find anything immediately, she was reassured. Let us remain calm and establish a temporary camp at the coordinates. If we diligently seek out any clues, we are sure to make a discovery. Luo Feng, displaying a more composed demeanor, found himself unperturbed by the situation. Once the team reached the vicinity of Chuncheng, they would be safe from monster attacks. The likely adversaries they might face now were the temple forces from Chuncheng. The temporary camp was swiftly erected. To avert any food shortages, the Night Owl's kin brought small fishing boats to catch fish from the lake. After a brief respite, Luo Feng resumed training the dragon warriors. He selected several individuals from the security company and a few from the Laku clan, reconstituting a special forces unit. Although lacking a complete individual combat system, their weaponry was of the highest quality. And the training methods adhered strictly to formal special forces protocols. After several days of acclimatization, Luo Feng instructed Ding Jumin and Qin Qing to lead 2 companies of dragon warriors to begin searching the area surrounding Dianchi Lake for information left by their ancestors. Let us also explore the surroundings, he proposed. Armed to the teeth, he and Nangong Yin Ran, accompanied by the newly formed Special Operations Team, scoured the vicinity of Dianchi Lake. More than 200 individuals spread out to search for most of the day. Yet no significant findings emerged. All that surrounded them were towering trees and the remnants of urban ruins, devoid of any trace of the former military encampment. Report, Chief, Commander Chin announced, having discovered a rather peculiar location approximately 5 kilometers to the east. Please, come and take a look. Just as the two began to feel disheartened, a dragon warrior came sprinting towards them. A peculiar sight. Lead us there at once, Luo Feng exclaimed with delight, realizing that this young warrior had swiftly matured to identify an unusual area. Upon arriving at the site identified by Qin Cheng, a closer inspection revealed distinct differences. The terrain was notably leveled, and the spacing between the trees was remarkably uniform, predominantly consisting of Yunnan pines, redwoods, and ginkgo trees. It was evident that these were artificially cultivated. It appears that this grove may indeed be the base of the 35201 unit, Nangong Yin Ran asserted after her observations. Luo Feng was equally exhilarated, yet he maintained the composure befitting a commander. After surveying the area with binoculars, he promptly issued orders. Notify Company Commander 1 to advance towards us swiftly. All personnel should be on combat alert in case of unknown creatures lurking within. Qin Qing, disperse the soldiers of Company 2 to search ahead in groups of 3, maintaining a 3-meter distance to ensure continuous fire suppression. Yes, Chief, Qin Qing acknowledged, waving his hand as he led the dragon warriors forward. Yin Ran, activate the drone for reconnaissance ahead. Report any heat sources immediately to ensure the safety of this grove. Amon, Ahu, stay close to me. The Special Operations Team will maintain vigilance in the middle. Should any monsters appear, they shall provide fire support. Understood. Following the mission orders, he shielded Nangong Yin Ran, holding his 191 as they ventured into the woods. After traversing a patch of forest, they emerged into a vast expanse of relatively flat grassy terrain. Although the area was littered with ruins, it was evident that this was once a military camp. Collapsed and weathered structures, numerous decaying trucks, various armored vehicles, and tanks of diverse models, though all were corroded. The formidable firepower of the past was still discernible. The current scene suggested that when the great catastrophe occurred, the military had likely received orders to swiftly mobilize. Aside from the numerous military transport vehicles, there are also civilian transport vehicles, indicating an urgent shipment of supplies, Nangong Yin Ran remarked, a wave of sorrow washing over her as she surveyed the scene. Indeed, although they assembled in haste, they remained unaware of the identity of their enemy. Obeying orders is the soldier's duty, and they clearly executed it admirably. While the exact events that transpired remained a mystery, it was apparent that within lay much more of what they wished to uncover. Luo Feng's mood darkened, but he sought to comfort her with kind words. Qin Sheng and the dragon warriors continued their search, yet the bionic drone had detected no heat sources, compelling them to proceed cautiously. Report, Chief, a dense thicket has been discovered ahead, and upon inspection, The soldiers found numerous decayed human skulls. Before long, a soldier approached with a face full of terror. Skulls? Nangong Yanran's complexion turned pale at once. Let us proceed. They must be the remains of your ancestors. Luo Feng responded with a serious expression, clearly aware that this group of soldiers had suddenly encountered a dire threat. When they arrived at the foot of a great mountain, they were astonished by the lush vegetation before them. Spanning approximately a kilometer, the area was littered with various decayed and disordered materials. Most of them perished here. Nangong Yanran's eyes reddened, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. Indeed, most likely they did not have time to take refuge underground. This must be their burial ground. Luo Feng lamented, feeling immense sorrow as he reflected on the fallen comrades from his world. Those beloved warriors he had never met. What could have caused such devastation that even the mighty dragon nation was left powerless? What exactly was this great catastrophe? Why were there still some survivors in many cities, managing to thrive and endure to this day? They are your ancestors, once formidable soldiers, he declared solemnly. All units, attention, salute. Luo Feng commanded with a grave expression. All the dragon warriors stood tall, saluting with utmost seriousness. After the ceremony, some warriors even knelt, bowing their heads and shedding tears in profound sorrow. Though they have departed, we must strive to strengthen ourselves. Let us continue our search. The weapons left by our ancestors should be in this vicinity. Now was not the time for sorrow. He had to locate the underground armory. Yes, Chief. Qin Cheng was the first to rise, leading the troops onward. After cutting through dense underbrush for several hundred meters, they finally discovered a distinctly barren area where the underground armory should be located. The reinforced concrete underground fortifications, despite the passage of years, still revealed their original structure. Indeed, Nangong Yanran noted after surveying the site. Qinqing, instruct the dragon warriors to clear the underbrush. Let us hope that the weapons and equipment inside have been well preserved, allowing us to acquire ample armaments. The dragon warriors took turns clearing the underbrush, soon revealing a thick stone door covered in moss. This was likely the primary nuclear defense door, and with the electronic devices damaged, they would have to blast it open. I shall do it, Nangong Yanran declared after a careful examination, directing the dragon warriors to excavate a blasting point with bayonets. Boom! After several minutes, the explosives were set, and the long-decayed stone door was blown open. Qin Sheng, witnessing this, was filled with disbelief and hastily rushed to enter, only to be halted by Luo Feng. Wait, there is a sense of death within. Entering now could result in fainting. Prepare to light torches. Let one person enter first to assess the situation. Moments later, a dragon warrior brandishing a torch stepped inside. Unfortunately, he quickly returned with alarming news. Chief, there are over a dozen ancestral skeletons inside, and we have also discovered another door. Let us proceed. Upon issuing the command, he cautiously entered the underground facility. The passage was not lengthy, but the scattered bones and remnants of clothing indicated that the individuals had held relatively high ranks. Could it be that those within the underground facility had not wished for them to enter alive? Or was it that they simply did not have the time, after traversing a few more meters? They indeed discovered another heavy alloy door. Even in the oxygen-deprived underground, the door had succumbed to corrosion. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but feel disheartened, despite knowing that powerful weaponry and equipment left by their ancestors lay within. They were utterly unable to unlock it. Ding! The UOS system is at your service. With the synthetic electronic voice, a look of unrestrained joy spread across Luo Feng's face. Please enter the password. As he gazed at the prompt, tears welled up once again in Nangong Yanran's eyes, betraying her composure. The full name of the nation, the March of the Volunteers, the 4 great classical novels, and other such codes were all cryptic passwords understood only by the people of Longhua. Amidst her tears, she input the correct commands, and after entering 3 password sequences, she finally heard the long-awaited ding. Turning the circular iron wheel to assist in unlocking it, Luo Feng directed the effort with his commands. Over a dozen long warriors strained to rotate for what felt like an eternity, and at last, the heavy door creaked open. Upon seeing the equipment inside, he immediately ordered the opening of all the pressure relief valves. As several jets of gas erupted, the long-sealed armory was finally unveiled. This place was in a vacuum environment, with excellent protection. It was likely that many of the weapons and equipment remained intact. Nangong Yanran sighed in relief, clearly realizing that the military base had been prepared for future generations. Minutes later, as the air began to circulate, Luo Feng eagerly donned a soldier's helmet and, along with Nangong Yanran, was the first to step into the armory. Illuminated by the torch mounted on the helmet, they were both overwhelmed with excitement. Luo Feng even spun her around in his arms to express his joy. Chapter 47. The Flame of Civilization. This was an underground military base that housed a vast array of supplies. In addition to various weapons, there were many types of equipment and living necessities. However, these supplies were haphazardly strewn about, clearly indicative of a lack of time for organization. Although there were traces of human activity within, it was evident that no human remains were present. They had moved the various devices into this underground facility without intending to dwell there, clearly for the purpose of allowing survivors after a cataclysm to unlock it. Luo Feng, come quickly. Nangong Yinran's exclamation drew him to her side, where he discovered a thick sheet of paper, judging by the material. It seemed to be acid-free paper, written with special ink to ensure longevity. The handwriting was quite rushed, suggesting a sense of urgency. It appeared to have been penned by a general. Her expression was one of excitement as she leaned over the iron table to read it carefully. December 24, 2054, 10:00 a.m. The United States suddenly reported an emergency event involving mass biological fatalities at 10:23 a.m. The nation initiated a state of emergency. Information gathered from various channels revealed that it was neither a meteorite impact nor an invasion by extraterrestrial civilizations, but rather an unprecedented disaster of human origin. At 10:40 a.m., orders were received from higher command to urgently assemble troops, and various emergency supplies began to be transported to the underground facility. By 11:55 a.m., an urgent investigation into the cause of death was released, with preliminary findings indicating organ failure, suspected to be triggered by an unknown virus. At 2:00 p.m., saplings for biological chronologies had been planted. With most comrades exhibiting symptoms of hemoptysis. To maintain the supplies in a vacuum state, we must evacuate entirely. At 2:14 p.m., we can no longer hold out. We must seal the facility and adjust it to permanent storage mode. The flame must endure, and the legacy must not perish. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must continue to strive. The two fell silent, reflecting on the greatness of those revolutionary warriors. Rather than delving deeper into the underground facility, they wished to distance themselves from the fragile remnants of civilization left behind. They hoped that if any humans survived, they could unlock the treasure trove and reignite the flame, ensuring the continuity of the Huaxia nation. So that was it. At that moment, Luo Feng finally understood why the world was in such disarray. Even the mighty Longwa found itself in such a predicament. Other nations had likely long since perished. It should be noted that Longwa had always been preparing for future nuclear conflicts, for apocalyptic warfare. The underground nuclear Great Wall stretching 5,000 kilometers in Mianyang served as a prime example. Alas, our warriors faced an unknown, intangible enemy. From the moment the United States reported mass fatalities to the initiation of military readiness, the rapid transport of emergency supplies to the eventual sealing of the underground facility occurred in just over 4 hours. They sacrificed their own survival and abandoned every means of ensuring their own existence for the sake of preserving the civilization of Longwa. They placed their hopes in the future, trusting that the surviving descendants of Longwa would be able to use this flame to kindle the torch of Huaxia civilization. They were truly remarkable. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Nangong Yin collapsed into his embrace, weeping. Fortunately, we have arrived now. Huaxia civilization shall not become extinct. Luo Feng gently patted her back in a comforting manner. Though his heart felt heavy, Commander, the company commander has arrived. Who entered the facility, reporting somewhat awkwardly. Understood. Let the special operations team, along with all the company, platoon, and squad leaders, and key personnel come in. Yes, Commander, before long. Over 30 individuals entered the underground facility. Comrades, please allow me to address you this way from now on. This is the armory your ancestors risked their lives to leave for you, and it is now our responsibility to ignite the flame of civilization. Luo Feng gazed solemnly at them, reiterating the last words of their ancestors. All stand at attention. Salute. Swish. All the Long warriors, with tears in their eyes, saluted with profound solemnity. The ceremony concluded. After taking a few deep breaths, he gradually regained his composure. The road ahead was long and fraught with challenges. He had to think ahead, be cautious, move everything inside out. Yes, Commander, the underground facility was not particularly large, comprising only 2 levels. The ground floor was filled with various infantry weapons. Luo Feng and Nangong Yan proceeded to the lower level, where they discovered another door. After exerting considerable effort to open it, the equipment within elicited an even greater expression of astonishment from him. The sealed environment was superior, and everything remained in optimal storage condition. Gazing at the dazzling array of equipment, he finally exhaled a long breath of relief. The DZJ-0880mm multi-purpose individual assault rocket launcher, the 03 automatic rifle, the tin-type sniper rifle, a 35mm grenade launcher, various ammunition, and artillery shells, the PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher, equipped with both armor-piercing and multi-purpose rocket projectiles, with a caliber of 120 mm. Moreover, there was something remarkable. Upon closer inspection, he found the QN-202 new mini-missile. This micro self-guided missile, weighing just 1.2 kilograms and with a caliber of 40 mm, boasts a range of up to 2 kilometers, making it exceptionally suitable for his current firepower deficiencies. The electronic components inside appeared to be in excellent condition, warranting further research later on. He was confident that he could restore it once the appropriate electronic devices were found. Eye in the corner. There were also several sets of individual exoskeletons, drones, and mechanical wolves, although he was uncertain about the condition of their electronic components. Medical vehicles, transport trucks, 99A main battle tanks, and several Jaguar all-terrain vehicles. All aspects had been thoroughly considered. Xiao, Fei, gather your teams and transport all these medical supplies. They may still be usable. Upon seeing the medical supplies, Nangong Yanran immediately arranged for their transportation. After so many years, they had likely expired, but let us select the useful ones to take along. Regardless, let's take everything. Many boxes still have relevant ratio configurations, which the elders should find quite interesting. However, these supplies primarily consisted of anti-radiation medications and treatments for organ failure, clearly intended to aid as many survivors as possible. A plethora of routinely stocked antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medications, and more. Truly, they were deeply concerned for the future generations. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that these individuals had left behind everything they could conceive for posterity. Hoping that they would continue to survive and thrive, there were also several sets of stainless steel surgical instruments, seemingly well preserved. You should personally safeguard these. Once the settlement is established, we must set up a medical institution. This location is a considerable distance from our camp, making it more suitable as a base. Amon, send someone back to inform Night Owl and the Elder that we should establish our camp here. Yes, Commander. Amon, stationed at the entrance, swiftly departed to relay the orders. Many of these items may no longer be usable. It is best to let the soldiers gradually clear them out. We have a more pressing matter at hand, which is to establish a timeline. Since we mentioned the planting of saplings, the trees outside must have been left for us. By employing dendrochronology, we can precisely deduce the current year of the Common Era. Chapter 48. 316 years after the cataclysm, the two exited the underground facility and instructed the Long warriors to begin chopping trees in the vicinity as they intended to set up a temporary camp. Dozens of individuals joined in the effort. Lacking specialized lumbering tools, they resorted to using large knives and axes, with groups of 3 to 5 individuals encircling a towering tree, taking turns to fell it. Fortunately, with a significant number of people, their collective strength proved effective. Over 100 Long warriors took turns chopping, and after considerable effort, they managed to fell a dozen trees of various types. Once the soldiers arranged the many stumps in the clearing, Luo Feng and Nangong Yanran approached to examine them closely, silently counting the tree rings. 287 rings. How many do you count? Nangong Yanran inquired. 287 years. By this calculation, 287 years have passed since the cataclysm occurred. Luo Feng nodded, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. According to the new era established after the temple's construction, it was set at 225 years, but there was a gap of 62 years. Could it be that humanity has been engulfed in chaos for these 62 years? The temple must indeed be the most formidable force in existence. Yet was it incapable of safeguarding humanity at that time? Why has the use of the Anno Domini calendar not persisted? Nangong Yanran appeared to be somewhat perplexed. Do not forget, the inherent flaw of humanity lies in its proclivity for vying for power and profit. Throughout history, how many wars have erupted as a result, and how many of our kind have perished, whether it be the temple in the south or the hall of eternal life in the north? They enslave and exploit humanity under the guise of religion, all in pursuit of power, are they not? Take for instance the nearby Spring City, where the struggle for the position of a lord a mere 10,000 inhabitants, has led to fratricide. This alone speaks volumes. Luo Feng shook his head in resignation. Indeed, it is akin to the exploitation of the common people by capital in times past. If we were to calculate using the Anno Domini calendar from our world, we would find ourselves transported to 316 years later. It should be the year 2341 AD. Nangong Yinran quickly calculated the precise year. Yes, it cannot be mistaken. The majority of the annual rings correspond to this number, indicating its accuracy. Henceforth, let us continue to record in the Anno Domini calendar. We shall personally forge a new era in the aftermath of the Great Cataclysm. Let our group regroup here for a time and hasten to the mountain city to establish a base. After a brief contemplation, Luo Feng decisively made his decision. He was eager to assemble a highly capable fighting force to restore human order. Following the issuance of orders, the next day, a security team swiftly arrived at the camp. And under the command of the elder chieftain, they rapidly constructed a new encampment. After a few days of rest, both the common folk of the camp and the dragon warriors had regained their vigor, and the weapons and equipment had been accounted for. In order to enhance the combat effectiveness of the troops as soon as possible, Luo Feng summoned the key personnel, including company, platoon, and squad leaders, along with some members of the elder chieftainess tribe, to discuss matters. Ladies and gentlemen, you have previously regarded us as the favored ones or the chosen ones. Yet, I must inform you that I, like you, am merely an ordinary human, possessing only technological knowledge. I believe you have heard of the numerous weapons and equipment we unearthed from the depths of the earth. These are the legacy of your ancestors. The people of the temple and the hall of eternal life refer to me as the ghost from before the great cataclysm or the mimic heretic. Their intent is to prevent us from growing powerful enough to threaten their enslavement of the common people. Luo Feng continued, his expression grave as he regarded the assembly. The so-called temple, whose deity they worship, is but a massive heavy industry corporation from before the great cataclysm. To put it simply, your ancestors utilized machinery to manufacture various weapons and equipment. It is not the divine beings you envision. The followers of the temple believe that weapons are gifts from their deity, but I tell you, they too have merely excavated the weapons left by our ancestors. He paused before declaring, comrades, from this day forth, I will guide you to a different way of life. Together, we shall establish a new world, a realm once powerful under your ancestors. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into animated discussions, gradually embracing the new worldview that Luo Feng had introduced, yearning for the prosperous, autonomous, and powerful nation their ancestors once inhabited. Numerous events have sufficiently demonstrated that this world is ailing, requiring them to, like their forebears, lay the foundation for a new world for future generations. Leader, just tell us how we should proceed. Yi Wu was the first to express his support. Indeed, with the treasure trove opened, and so many weapons left to us by our ancestors, we will undoubtedly be able to create a new world. Our ancestors above, your ungrateful descendants, shall fight tirelessly for your former glory. We need a larger population. We must liberate more of our peers enslaved by religion. And we must prepare for war against the temple and the hall of eternal life. The assembly was either voicing their support or contributing ideas. After an intense discussion, Luo Feng raised his hand to quell the chatter. And gradually, silence fell over the group. With the current weapons and equipment, equipping a battalion is entirely feasible. On this basis, I will establish an artillery company, personally selecting personnel for training. Simultaneously, we shall form a medical department, overseen by Nangong Yinran, with Xin Yue, Xiao Chao, and others managing the specifics. The communications department will be led by Ying, who may choose personnel as she sees fit. The logistics and supply department will be managed by the elder chieftain. According to our prior agreement, I have emerged victorious. Thus I shall provide you with 30 firearms to arm the La Ku tribe. He aimed to gradually cultivate these individuals into a core unit resembling a regular army. As for the third young master of Spring City, whether he will honor his promise remains uncertain. Should he betray us, conflict with the temple is highly probable. Therefore, our task in the coming days is to select personnel from each company and platoon to reinforce our ranks, and swiftly complete training to enhance combat capabilities. Although our ammunition is not abundant, we shall adhere to the old rules. New recruits shall be issued 3 cartridges each to familiarize themselves with marksmanship. I must remind you once more, those unwilling to accompany us to the mountain city, or those with numerous relatives, as well as the elderly, sick, and weak, are not permitted to join the ranks. We have traversed many days, and we cannot predict the dangers or difficulties that await us. We cannot allow them to accompany us into peril. This is non-negotiable. as he was unwilling to let these individuals burden the entire army. Yes, leader, the crowd nodded in agreement, fully aware of the situation. Leader Luo, you have mentioned the various dangers and challenges we will encounter along the way, that if you wish for our Laku tribe to accompany you to the distant mountain city at the risk of our annihilation, you must agree to one condition. The elder chieftain, who had been silent in his chair, now presented a condition. What condition? Rest assured, as long as it is within my power, I will certainly grant your request. Chapter 49. Supplies from Spring City. Upon hearing Luo Feng's eager consent, the elder chieftain revealed a cunning smile akin to that of AFOX.IT. Is quite simple. It involves a marriage alliance. My granddaughter Xinyue, who has lost her parents since childhood and was raised by our tribe, is nearing 18 years of age. If you agree to marry her, our Laku tribe will follow you. At this declaration, the members in the conference room displayed expressions of joy. The leader is immensely powerful. In this chaotic world, having multiple wives poses no issue. Moreover, which faction's leader does not have numerous women? The elder chieftain's proposition held merit. Our Nightingale has diligently served by your side, and our people wholeheartedly support you, for the sake of future generations and to provide our tribe with a sense of closure. You ought to marry both of them. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao's eyes lit up. He had long discerned Nightingale's affection for Luo Feng. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he could not neglect his daughter's happiness. Ha ha. Indeed, whether marrying one or two, it is all the same. The leader is so handsome and robust. Acquiring several wives is perfectly reasonable. Song Xiaofei chimed in with a playful tone. Congratulations, leader. We celebrate your future endeavors. The leader should set an example, striving for our future and the propagation of our kind. The assembly laughed and rose to congratulate him. Luo Feng felt quite embarrassed. Refusing would be inappropriate, yet accepting was equally awkward. Not only was Nangong Yanran beside him, but the two girls, Nightingale and Xinyue, were also not far from him. You all make compelling arguments, whether from an emotional perspective or the perspective of preserving pure humanity's legacy. I should indeed marry them both. However, let me clarify. I shall take the lead as the eldest, and you both should have no objections, correct? Sensing his discomfort, Nangong Yanran stepped forward with a smile to diffuse the situation. However, her small hand discreetly pinched the flesh at Luo Feng's waist, her face beaming as she gave him a gentle twist. Nightingale and Xinyue both lowered their heads, their cheeks flushed. Clearly elated by the turn of events. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The assembly erupted into joyous laughter. What are you laughing at? Laughing at what? You all get back to training right now. Immediately. Go now. Luo Feng did not expect Nangong Yanran to be so magnanimous. Feeling exceedingly awkward and seeking an outlet for his frustration, he feigned anger and ordered the company and platoon leaders to the training ground. He left the room, pulling and kicking the three company leaders along. And upon gathering the troops, he commenced military training with utmost seriousness. With both leaders gone, the others busied themselves, fully aware of the urgency that required everyone to take action. In the following days, Luo Feng avoided confronting the three girls, instead committing himself to rigorous training on the original training grounds. Report, leader. The third young master of Spring City has sent someone. A soldier from the security team approached, his face brimming with excitement. You seem quite pleased. Has he truly sent supplies? Luo Feng halted his training, exhaling a long breath as he inquired. Yes, leader. A convoy has arrived, comprising several horse-drawn wagons and those four-wheeled vehicles you described, laden with various provisions. The soldier gestured animatedly, clearly fascinated by the vehicles. Let us go and take a look. It seems the reconnaissance team has made contact, and unexpectedly, this third young master has indeed kept his promise. Though he likely has his own motives. As he arrived at the entrance of the military base, he indeed found the old clan leader engaged in casual conversation with the military advisor of the third young master, while Nangong Yanran was overseeing the inventory of various supplies. Leader Luo, the materials you requested can only be delivered in batches, as the city governor maintains stringent control, the advisor explained, adopting a modest demeanor. Of course, this is merely an initial delivery. The elderly military strategist beamed upon his arrival and offered a low-key explanation. You have worked hard. Please, step inside. Luo Feng nodded and entered the tent first. Let us get straight to the point. Our time is limited, so speak plainly. Once the host and guest were seated, he directly addressed the matter at hand. Aside from weapons, we can negotiate the other conditions. As the temple exercises strict control over firearms, and the third young master can procure only a limited amount, the advisor appeared taken aback by his forthrightness. Very well, since the third young master is keeping his promise, I shall not make it difficult for you. I can forego the firearms, but surely we can find a way to procure ammunition, shells, and explosives. Additionally, we should increase the supply of mules, horses, and food to adequately sustain our 700 to 800 men for 3 to 5 months. Naturally, he added, I shall not let the third young master suffer losses. I can entrust some of the local populace to you, which should provide the third young master with an advantage in the struggle for the position of city lord. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Feng resolved to rid himself of these burdensome assets sooner rather than later. He had no intention of taking along those who were not pure-blooded humans, as leaving them behind would simply waste resources. Especially since most were unwilling to relocate to the mountain city. Is that truly the case? Then I thank you, Leader Luo. The advisor was overjoyed upon hearing this and bowed deeply. Rest assured, the gifts you provided last time have significantly enhanced the third young master's standing. With the return of such a population, his claim to the city lordship increases by 30%. Whether it be carriages, mules, horses, food, or the medicinal supplies you require, we shall do our utmost to provide. Excellent. Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction. What he needed most were means of transportation and sustenance. As for weaponry, he expected to find in abundance at the 816 underground facility. The elderly military strategist was in no rush to return, as he had his own tasks to fulfill during this outing. If he were to return in just a few days, it would not suffice to maintain the ruse. After staying for 2 days, he left several vehicles at the camp. If others inquired about their absence, he would simply state they were lost in combat. Of course, bringing back a portion of the population would certainly silence any inquiries, especially since he was the youngest son most favored by the city lord. A day later, the advisor arrived at a temporary camp with 200 to 300 men. Upon seeing his safe return, the third young master hurried over to inquire about the details. How did it go? Leader Luo understands your predicament and agreed to reduce the number of weapons requested. However, he hopes to acquire more ammunition, shells, and explosives, along with vehicles, mules, and the necessary provisions for our long journey. It seemed he was not lying. He likely wished to leave Spring City as swiftly as possible. The old strategist recounted everything he had seen and heard. What did that matter? Is he willing to take action? He may have guessed my intentions, for as soon as I mentioned it, he stopped me, insisting that you must speak with him personally. He claims this is of utmost importance for both parties, and only you two should negotiate. The third young master frowned, clearly perplexed. What do you think? Luo Feng was astute, and his concerns were not unfounded. I believe you should engage with him more. He is a ghost from the world before the disaster, and you should be able to glean more information from him. After all, we all know that whether it be ghosts or aberrant beings, they are merely tools for the temple to better control the hearts of men. Chapter 50. The third young master's ambition. Indeed, the strategist makes a valid point. After pondering deeply, the third young master eventually nodded in agreement. His weaponry was of superior quality compared to that of the temple's high priests, even featuring some that were previously unheard of. The armor of the blood goddess Sun, he could discern at a glance, was merely exoskeletal. Perhaps he truly was the ghost from before the cataclysm, possessing a profound understanding of how to wield such weaponry. As he stated, he should know how to manufacture these weapons rather than having received them as divine gifts. He was shrouded in mystery, exuding an aura distinct from the humans of our world, coupled with the creative capabilities of a bygone era, making him worthy of my time and study. His words caused a shift in the old strategist's expression. Young master, until you secure your position as city lord, you must rely on the temple. Even if you harbor doubts about the deity, you must keep them to yourself. Understood? The third young master nodded solemnly. He had undergone much during this period and had begun to mature. Let the troops rest for a day before we return to the city. Next time, I shall personally visit the camp. He was determined to ensure there was no threat to his life, and, by all means, would make another trip. The original 14th Army Group base. Ultimately, Luo Feng was dragged back to his quarters by Nangong Yanran, as many matters still required discussion and his judgment was needed. You mean the third young master of Spring City wishes for your assistance in assassinating his father and elder brother to seize the position of city lord? Upon learning this news, Nangong Yanran's expression changed dramatically. Though not explicitly stated, it was nearly implied, yet I had declined, insisting that the third young master come to negotiate in person. Even a personal meeting is out of the question. We cannot openly oppose the temple for now, let alone engage in warfare with the Spring City army. She firmly rejected the notion. I understand. However, if he leans more towards us, it would greatly aid our control over Spring City in the future. We must plant a seed. Whether the temple or the Hall of Eternal Life, they were both far too powerful. A confrontation was inevitable, and allying with him would also weaken the temple's combat strength. Luo Feng could only smile wryly, attempting to explain gently. So, you mean that once we engage in full-scale war with the temple, Spring City will dispatch troops to support us, but the journey is long and fraught with monstrous beasts. Do they not fear heavy losses? Nangong Yin and evidently found this hard to believe. Do not forget, Spring City is under the temple's control, which indicates they possess a relatively safe route, even if some casualties occur. The temple has always been willing to pay any price to eliminate aberrant beings like us. Luo Feng, at this moment, was exceedingly serious. He understood that for survival and development, a life-and-death struggle between both sides was inevitable. Nangong Yenran fell silent. She was well aware that the two sides were irreconcilable. The old order and the new order, the old world and the new world, would undoubtedly lead to a bloody confrontation. I am so tired. I can't deal with this anymore. You handle it. She resolutely turned away to attend to other matters. Sighing, Luo Feng reflected on the third young master's ruthlessness and contemplating fratricide and patricide. Even if he were to be offered more supplies, he would not fully comply. The troops trained rigorously, as the dragon warriors were acutely aware of their impending journey to the distant mountain city, where they would inevitably encounter formidable monsters. They might even find themselves in conflict with local mutants or other fanatical cultists. Mastering the art of killing was essential to survive until their destination. Luo Feng delegated training to the various companies and platoon leaders while focusing more on the security company and special forces, for these were his ace elite troops. Days later, as anticipated, the third young master personally arrived with an even larger convoy at his camp. Leader Luo, you look more spirited after a few days. Haha. The third young master also appears radiant. Let us dispense with such formalities. I am Tang Qingya. Shall we address each other as brothers? Tang Qingya clearly sought to further cultivate their relationship. Very well, Brother Tang, please, come inside. Brother Luo, please. The two men exchanged laughter as they entered the tent, leaving all but Nangong Yenran outside. The deputy leader. She merely arranged for food and water before taking her leave. This time, I wish to stay by your side to observe and learn, to personally experience what the so-called aberrant beings truly entailed. Of course, I have prepared 10 four-wheeled vehicles, 20 oxen and horse-drawn carts, 80 mules, as well as various foodstuffs, medicinal supplies, and seeds. I have done my utmost with the provisions, but please forgive me, as I am not the city lord of Spring City and cannot offer too much. Tang Qingye was candid, indicating he had put considerable thought into his preparations. Indeed, Brother Tang has been diligent, but what if I were to exchange for 5 artillery pieces? You must understand, I am about to leave this place. It would be quite inconvenient to carry such heavy artillery. Would it not be better to trade with the city lord? Luo Feng intended to travel light, discarding these flawed cannons. Is that truly the case? Tang Qingye exclaimed, rising from his seat in excitement. He began pacing within the tent, clearly agitated. Finally, as if having made a significant decision, he sat seriously beside Luo Feng. Spring City is a large city under the temple's control. I can provide a relatively safe route free of charge. If you assist me in ascending to the position of city lord, I promise that one day, should you grow strong enough to defeat the temple, I will join you and help establish a new world. Though he appeared earnest, Luo Feng merely smiled at him without responding. To be frank, whether it be the temple or the Hall of Eternal Life, I did not regard them highly. Defeating them was merely a matter of time. However, in this world, humanity was already in a vulnerable position, beset by many powerful beasts and mutated creatures. They were the true enemies of humankind. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I have no desire to engage in battle with the temple or the Hall of Eternal Life, which would result in excessive loss of kindred lives. Luo Feng pondered for a moment and then looked at him with great seriousness, stating, if you wish to contend for the position of city lord, you must rely solely on your own formidable strength, even if you were to employ cunning and deceit to seize the title. Can you guarantee that you would be able to maintain your hold on it, since you intend to stay by our side and learn, subjected to our ideological influence? I shall earnestly instruct you on how to ascend to the position of city lord with integrity and honor. Of course, should others not provoke you, you shall not provoke them. In certain exceptional circumstances, you may choose to act for the greater good, even if it means turning against kin. He did not close off the conversation entirely. After all, in this chaotic world, anything could happen. I understand your meaning. It pertains to the benevolence and righteousness that our Father often teaches us. Although Tang Qingye felt somewhat disappointed, he nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. You may rest here for a few days, and upon your return, Bring along 5 artillery pieces. Do your utmost to exchange as many resources as possible. I sincerely hope that in our lifetime, we can join forces to forge a new world, restoring the glory of our ancestors. After concluding their discussion, Luo Feng patted him on the shoulder and departed the tent. Chapter 51. The New Long March in the Apocalypse. In the following days, Luo Feng assumed the role of a dedicated teacher, diligently imparting knowledge to Tang Xingye, which significantly challenged his distorted worldview. However, upon witnessing the ancestral graveyard, where ancestors sacrificed their own salvation for the sake of future generations, and the remains of ancestors in the underground military base, along with the numerous decayed yet powerful weapons and equipment left behind, he gradually began to accept the harsh truths of this world. A new worldview began to take shape, and he slowly comprehended the reality of this existence. No longer the third son enslaved by religious dogma. After several days, Tang Xingye had learned a great deal of new information. He left nearly half of the convoy behind, returning with 5 artillery pieces and a portion of the populace. Will he come again? Nan Gongyan and inquired. I don't know. Perhaps the next time, it will be the temple's army. Therefore, we must prepare for battle and be ready to depart. Luo Feng had no regrets. He needed to disseminate the knowledge of the new world. I inspected the 4-wheeled vehicles, which were quite rudimentary with diesel engines. However, they could utilize diesel fuel, though we might not have enough. If the road conditions are poor, some inclines may be insurmountable. The 3 small vehicles from the underground base, after repairs, could be barely operational. Nan Gong Yanran nestled against him, reporting other information from the camp. No matter the hardships, we must head to the mountain city and reignite human civilization. What we are experiencing is surely easier than the Red Army's long march of 25,000 li. From Lingsong City to Fuling, the distance on foot is merely 1 or 2,000 kilometers. This can be considered a new long march, necessary for establishing a new order in this apocalyptic world. Luo Feng's face was resolute. He believed he could overcome the numerous challenges, just as his predecessors did, to establish a new order in this world. Days later, Tang Xingye did not appear again. He merely sent someone to deliver additional mules and various supplies. The third son conveyed that the city lord was gravely ill and he could not extricate himself. Wishing his master a smooth journey and great success, the messenger solemnly conveyed his respect and quickly departed. Something significant must have occurred in Spring City. He is urging us to leave swiftly. After a moment of thought, Luo Feng comprehended the situation entirely. What shall we do? Should we assist him? Nan Gong Yanran asked. Furrowing her brow. No. We must leave quickly. This fellow is ruthless and likely intends to wage war against his brother under our name. Let us not forget, he has taken back over 1,000 people from us. Even if we exclude the elderly, weak, and sick, by utilizing some deformed mutants, his army could increase by at least 500 men, and with our 5 artillery pieces, these formidable weapons and troops are sufficient for him to defeat his adversaries and successfully claim the title of City Lord. Even if the temple's higher-ups intervene, faced with his prior preparations, they may ultimately have to acquiesce. After a brief contemplation, he swiftly deduced the general outline of the situation. Send word to everyone. Prepare immediately. And we shall depart at dawn tomorrow. Based on the route map provided by Tang Xingye, combined with our understanding of the terrain, this path should be relatively safe. Very well, I shall prepare as well. Nan Gong Yanran nodded, having long wished to leave this place. Once the orders were given, the 700 to 800 individuals in the camp sprang into action. After this period of training, the guards could barely operate the 4-wheeled vehicles. At dawn the next day, several reconnaissance teams set out on horseback. Soon after, the camp began its journey in 4-wheeled vehicles and horse-drawn carts, under the protection of the Dragon Warriors. The vicinity of Spring City was quite secure, and the speed of the march was noticeably swifter than before. Within 2 days, they arrived in the vicinity of Choming City. Shall we halt the convoy for rest? After all, we must face unknown monsters. Nan Gong Yan inquired as she rode beside him. No, let the convoy continue onward. We have not yet left the safe zone. What if the temple's forces pursue us at all costs? They would rest near Xuandin City, where they would have to confront the mutants and wild monsters. Luo Feng shook his head, still concerned about unexpected developments. Although the troops were weary, military orders were paramount. The Dragon Warriors and some family members could only grit their teeth and persevere. Fortunately, there were some mule-drawn carts and old ox carts for transportation, allowing the elder and some family members to intermittently rest. The 3 companies of Dragon Warriors did the same, taking turns to ensure combat readiness. The others could only march alongside the convoy, which also served to strengthen their resolve. After 2 more days, they finally reached the vicinity of Xuandin City. Only then did he order them to find a sheltered spot, clustering the convoy together to establish a temporary camp. If they continued for a few more days, they should reach Guizhou territory. Although this route was considered safe, it was likely that formidable beasts and monsters would roam the area. After washing up, Nangong Yanran, feeling exhausted, came to lean against him. Fear not, as long as they are carbon-based life forms, my sniper rifle is not to be underestimated. Moreover, there are several JS 12.7mm sniper rifles in the underground base that fire 12.7 108mm rounds. We also have plenty of depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, all in excellent condition. We have a few dart arrows that can still be used, providing sufficient firepower. With our current firepower, we could easily dispatch the wolf pack we encountered earlier. Now, he felt strong and unafraid of carbon-based monsters. The land-based monsters were manageable, as various forces had been exterminating them for over 2 centuries. However, he had always harbored concerns about the monsters from the sea. We all know that marine life is often more diverse and formidable than terrestrial life. Should there be many mutants among them, it would spell disaster for humanity. Nangong Yanran, evidently sentimental, was also preparing for the worst. Let the future take its course. Once we reach Mountain City, I believe what you said will come to fruition, and we will be able to deal with them. Do not forget, the Dragon Kingdom has long suffered from a fear of insufficient firepower. I trust that in Mountain City, Jincheng, and the underground nuclear Great Wall, there must be a vast stockpile of weapons and ammunition. Luo Feng did not dwell on these thoughts, clearly unwilling to seek unnecessary troubles. After 2 days of rest, the entire group had nearly recovered, and they resumed their journey along the pre-catastrophe highway toward Mountain City. Along the way, they encountered numerous mutant beasts launching attacks, but they were all easily dispatched by the dragon warriors. Luo Feng took the opportunity to train them in mountain warfare. When the convoy faced collapsed roads, they repaired what they could. If repairs were impossible, they had to choose to detour, moving forward and stopping intermittently. Several more days passed. They were nearing Guilin County in Sichuan Province. In 2 days, they should enter the Mountain City region, continuing along the Yangtze River to Fuling. Nangong Yanran stretched lazily, glanced at the map, and sighed in relief. Although they had not encountered any large monsters along the way, various mutant beasts had been abundant. Despite some casualties, they were all manageable. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging that the journey had not been easy. Although there had been rest stops and sources of water to wash up, after 20 days of moving and stopping, the convoy resembled a group of beggars, reporting, "Chief, a group of formidable monsters has been spotted ahead." Truly, just as he had begun to relax, his heart raced anew. Chapter 52. The Giant Panda. Everyone, prepare for battle. Luo Feng swiftly issued the combat order. Since evasion was no longer an option, they could only engage in battle. Swiftly eliminate the threat, and then continue onward. The guard unit established a defensive line to protect supplies and families. The 2nd and 3rd companies were assigned to the flanks, while the 1st company held the center. Let us go and see what kind of formidable beings we are facing. After a brief arrangement, he and Nangong Yanran mounted their horses and quickly set off for reconnaissance. The Special Operations Team, fully armed, followed closely behind. After about 20 minutes, guided by the scouts, they cautiously observed the creatures in the woods. However, when he took out the high-powered binoculars to scrutinize them, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. Strange occurrences abound each year, but this year's were particularly numerous. Pandas? Nangong Yanran's face lit up with a beaming smile. Are these the monsters you were referring to? Luo Feng turned around with a peculiar expression and inquired. Indeed, their size is colossal, comparable to that of a ferocious black bear, and the reconnaissance team has discovered 3 locations nearby where such creatures reside that we are apprehensive that once they catch wind of human scent, they may launch an attack, compelling us to retreat swiftly to report our findings. The reconnaissance personnel were somewhat perplexed but could only speak the truth. Phew. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. These are iron-eating beasts, reminiscent of the era of your ancestors. Due to their dwindling numbers, they were once regarded as national treasures, characterized by their gentle disposition and endearing softness. Luo Feng could only explain patiently. Iron-eating beasts? Given that they subsist on iron and are wild creatures, what if they were to attack? Would we not suffer tremendous losses? Chief, many beasts in this world have become exceedingly bloodthirsty after mutation. The scouts were evidently still quite concerned, for the sheer size of these creatures posed a threat to humanity. He spoke with great reason. We cannot view this situation through the lens of normalcy. For the sake of safety, we must be prepared for combat. However, We could attempt to have the elder tribal leaders people drive them away or tame them. It is best to avoid conflict. Lest we forget that they were once steeds of Qiyu. Nangong Yanran, clearly more attentive, felt compelled to remind them. Very well. Let the dragon warriors prepare for battle, and additionally, have the elder leader arrange for the tribesmen to attempt communication and see if taming is possible. Yes, chief. Those nearby quickly dispersed, while a dozen others remained crouched, continuing their observations that a female iron-eating beast was foraging with two plump younglings. Yet the adult iron-eating beast was as robust and towering as a water buffalo. Before long, the elder leader, Shen Yue, arrived with several tribesmen. After hearing Luo Feng's explanation, he displayed a look of incredulity. If we wish to tame them, we must do so from a young age. The two little ones could indeed be attempted, but the female must be either killed or distracted. The elder leader gazed at the distant small creatures, evidently tempted. Killing them is out of the question. These creatures have managed to survive in this cruel world, and they are not bloodthirsty beings. How about this? Let us see if we can devise a way to lure them away. That if that fails, then we shall rest for a while and wait for them to depart before we continue our journey. Luo Feng felt a twinge of disappointment at this suggestion, yet he did not want to create unnecessary bloodshed. After all, the more iron-eating beasts there are, the better. Although they appear docile, they pose a threat to the survival of other beasts, preventing the rampant proliferation of ferocious animals. The elder leader nodded in agreement and instructed a man to take several tribesmen to attempt taming. However, through observation, it became evident that they indeed had a method. The gluttonous female iron-eating beast was enticed by food, abandoning the frolicking younglings in the distance, revealing the depth of a mother's heart. Perhaps we should let it be. She must be heartbroken over losing her offspring. Nangong Yanran, being a woman, clearly felt some sympathy. It's all right. Iron-eating beasts are typically solitary creatures, and the younglings will be abandoned to fend for themselves around the age of 2. She will soon forget her cubs. Luo Feng chuckled, finding her sentimentality amusing. Women are indeed creatures of great emotion. They may deeply adore a being, yet upon witnessing the separation of mother and child, tears may well up in their eyes. The Laka tribe is truly skilled in animal taming. The two little ones were lured and comforted by food, eagerly following along. It seems there is truth to the near extinction of the iron-eating beasts. Luo Feng smiled helplessly. He ordered the troops to swiftly pass through the bamboo grove, urging them not to provoke the creatures. Yes, chief. The two special forces members by his side rapidly departed. It was fortuitous that one was male and the other female. The two leaders could each 10 to 1. With further training, they could potentially be used as mounts. A man, cradling the two iron-eating younglings, approached happily. Excellent. We shall cultivate our bond gradually. Once we traverse this bamboo grove, we can chop some bamboo to store ahead. The weather and humidity in Shansheng are quite similar to Jincheng, so there should be ample bamboo for them to consume. He did not hesitate to wave his hand, allowing the elder leader to lead the march. After all, having taken their young, what if the parent became enraged and pursued them? The rear contingent, upon learning that it was merely a false alarm, breathed a collective sigh of relief. They guarded the convoy as they swiftly passed through the bamboo grove, continuing their journey without incident. Ultimately, as long as the female iron-eating beast remained disheveled in the wind, it vaguely remembered that it seemed to have offspring. However, it was soon tempted by the fresh bamboo, casting its worries aside. Are we not traveling along the Yangtze River? Nangong Yin and inquired. No. That route is fraught with numerous decaying bridges and rivers, making it impassable. Moreover, we may encounter the fanatical mechanical cult, which would be unwise. Furthermore, Tang Xingya has warned that the fog-enshrouded Shansheng is exceedingly perilous. Even the temple and the Chongqing Hall, along with the fervent mechanical cult, have suffered complete annihilation when sending people into Shansheng. We shall first establish a base in Fuling, gathering the surrounding cities and populations together. With weaponry and manpower, we can then strategize on how to explore Shansheng. Luo Feng was acutely aware of the scant information regarding Shansheng and much required exploration. The lengthy convoy continued onward, encountering various mutated beasts attempting to launch assaults along the way. Yet they were all repelled by the dragon warriors. With casualties remaining within manageable limits, they drew closer to Project 816. This did not elate him. Rather, it heightened his vigilance, for they were drawing nearer to the headquarters of the temple. In the subsequent journey, they did not encounter any formidable beasts, and the convoy entered the territory of Nanchuan City within Shanxing. Just as they were about to arrive at the once revered Golden Buddha Mountain, the reconnaissance team hurriedly returned to report. What is the situation? Luo Feng's alertness immediately heightened. Report, Chief. The reconnaissance team has discovered a considerable number of humans within Nanchuan City, and they have learned that a very powerful beast is lurking within the Golden Buddha Mountain. The path we must take. The scouts dismounted and quickly relayed the information they had gathered. Chapter 53. Encountering the mutated giant bear again, a powerful beast. Have we clarified the specifics? What manner of beast is it? How many people reside within the city? Hearing this news, he was not surprised. Powerful beasts possess a strong territorial instinct, which is intrinsic to their nature. Typically, their territory spans dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. The locals refer to it as the bone picker, an immensely large creature. However, based on the descriptions provided by the locals, we speculate it to be a mutated giant black bear. This black bear evidently possesses some intelligence. It does not frequently attack human settlements, yet it requires a substantial amount of food as tribute at regular intervals. The city houses approximately 1,000 inhabitants, yet it seems this group of humans is kept in captivity. They cannot leave the black bear's territory, lest they be attacked. However, they can cultivate various crops and raise livestock, provided they keep the giant black bear well fed. It will not assault their settlement. The situation reported by the scouts left him quite astonished. Could mutated creatures truly possess intelligence? If so, this would spell catastrophe for humanity. Order the troops to swiftly enter the city and establish a defensive line. For safety's sake, Luo Feng directly commanded the troops to expedite their entry into the city. Upon the issuance of the order, the entire contingent moved with remarkable speed. Within less than an hour, the marching troops had entered Nanchuan City. Roar. Shortly after entering the city, a tremendous roar resonated from afar. Clearly, this was the mutated giant bear expressing its fury at the encroachment of humans into its territory. Prepare for battle. Guard unit. Secure the humans within the city. If they possess armed forces, disarm them all. Those who dare resist shall face no mercy. Yes, Chief. At this moment, the situation was dire, leaving no room for the locals to stir up unnecessary trouble. Roar. The enraged cries of the mutated black bear echoed, causing the citizens of Nanchuan City to tremble in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground and pleading for the bone picker to spare them. Yet, evidently, the mutated black bear did not heed their pleas. Instead, it gradually emerged from outside the city, instilling terror in the hearts of the locals. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Even Luo Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. The mutated black bear, towering like a small mountain, stood upright at an astonishing height of 17 to 18 meters. IT had been raised by the locals for an extended period, and it was apparent that it was not as bloodthirsty as other monsters. With several more roars, even the elephants and tigers tamed by the Laka tribe were subdued beneath its might, emitting reluctant whimpers. It was cautious. Its body bore evident signs of battle, suggesting that the temple's forces had previously engaged with it, but likely met with failure. After observing for a while, Nangong Yenran wore a grave expression. If it seeks its own demise, then despite the cost, it must be eliminated. After all, it poses a tremendous threat to the ordinary humans within the city. Just ahead lies the 816 underground project. If we are to establish a base here, we must assert our dominance. We must make it abundantly clear to the nearby humans and other factions that our combat prowess is terrifying and not something they can provoke lightly. Luo Feng was evidently unafraid of the black bear. Oh no, it has launched an attack. Nangong Yen and suddenly exclaimed, Humph, then let us slay it. Yen ran, take to the skies with the drone and coordinate from a central position. Special forces, occupy advantageous positions and look for opportunities to strike. Each unit executed a tiered defense, and I am eager to see if this monstrous creature can withstand the onslaught of bullets. Swiftly, combat orders were issued, and he seized the large sniper rifle before hastily departing. Luo Feng rapidly ascended to the rooftop of an abandoned building, lying prone as he aimed at the eyes of the mutated black bear. Even though its hide was tough and its flesh resilient, its eyes were undoubtedly its most vulnerable point. With a roar, the mutated black bear reared up, letting out a tremendous bellow, clearly attempting to assert its territorial claim. Bang! A special forces soldier seized the opportunity to fire, decisively pulling the trigger. Although the bullet penetrated its thick fur, it evidently failed to deliver a fatal blow, instead igniting its ferocity, causing it to charge forward like a small mountain. Fire! Boom! 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 The mortar team opened fire first, yet it was evident that the shells inflicted little damage. Despite its imposing size and heft, the frenzied mutated bear moved swiftly, soon entering a range of 1,000 meters. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 sniper rifles from the Special Forces team clearly found their marks, yet caused minimal harm. Luo Feng felt a surge of urgency. After all, charging into the city would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. Inhale, exhale. He maintained steady breaths, focusing on the eyes of the mutated bear. This creature was tough as leather. Even a shot to its heart might not guarantee a fatal outcome. 800 meters, 600 meters. Bang! Just as the mortar fire caused the mutated bear to stagger, he decisively pulled the trigger. The 12.7 millimeters armor-piercing round struck its eye with remarkable precision. The pain drove the creature into a frenzy, effortlessly demolishing the makeshift walls at the city gate. Tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. The QBJ-201 machine gunner, witnessing the bear within range, hurriedly squeezed the trigger, unleashing a flurry of bullets that struck its body, causing droplets of blood to splatter. Clearly, to this colossal bear, such bullets felt like mere mosquito bites, yet they served as a reminder that the source of the noise must be silenced. With a furious roar, the mutated bear charged forward, its powerful, short legs propelling it with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it breached the defenses of the first unit. This is bad. Ding Junmin was taken aback, astonished by its remarkable vitality. Open fire! Tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Various firearms belched flames. Grenades were hurled indiscriminately towards the mutated bear, resulting in a cacophony of violent explosions. The anguished cries of the dragon warriors echoed. Luo Feng's expression turned grim. Such close-range assaults had failed to bring it down. At that moment, Nangong Yanran suddenly appeared not far from the first unit's position. She produced a QN-202 shoulder-fired missile, aimed decisively, and launched it. It was a pity to expend the only remaining missile on such a beast. But there was no time for hesitation. Allowing it to penetrate deeper into the city would surely result in even greater casualties among both dragon warriors and ordinary humans. Boom! The QN-202 missile struck the mutated bear with deadly accuracy, its formidable armor-piercing capabilities tearing through its massive body, sending flesh and blood flying. With its body mangled and in excruciating pain, the bear momentarily regained its senses, clearly astonished that these feeble humans posed such a significant threat. Bang! Luo Feng seized another sniper opportunity, employing a precious depleted uranium round that struck the bear's enormous head. This lethal blow once again enraged the mutated bear, which instinctively succumbed to its bloodthirst.